A very good morning everyone and a warm welcome to all of you on day 3 of this Rothsay County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Nottinghamshire from all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club. Delighted to say it is Schools Day once again today, so great to see so many pupils from the southwest region with us today, along with their teachers and staff, who will get an opportunity to be on the famous outfield during the lunch interval. And there's lots going on for you today as well. There are cricket coaching sessions for the children, inflatable games, there's a kids t-shirt design competition, and if you want to learn how to make a cricket bat, Miller Champion Hall are providing demonstrations every hour on the hour in the Miller Champion Hall workshop. The Somerset Cricket Museum is open before the start of play as well, which is scheduled to start at 11 AM. The museum is free of charge, although a voluntary donation towards the substantial running costs are always gratefully received. Both the museum and Miller Champion Hall are located behind the Ondarchi Pavilion next to the Somerset. please welcome match umpires Nigel Long and Rob White.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship match. Somerset taking on Nottinghamshire. Umpires Long and White are on the way into the middle. The Somerset team are doing the usual little mini huddle down by the boundary rope. State of play is Somerset in their first innings got 379, and in reply Notts are currently 214 for 3, a majestic 116 not out by Ben Slater, and Jack Haynes 34 not out. I'm joined by Harry Everett, but right now Vic Marks.
Good morning, one and all. And I hope, but I doubt, that they've all been banned from reading the papers and looking at all the fixtures around the country. Because if you look at all those fixtures around the country, I don't know how often, not very often I mention this Kookaburra ball, but if you look at them, and there's so many runs around there and everywhere. So it's very easy to get in the mindset, well, how are we going to win? How can we possibly get a wicket here?
Yeah, records are tumbling. 820 for 9 declared. Surrey, yeah, there's some big
Worcester
scores
got
around.
6. Adam Hose got 2 double century, didn't he? Simply a triple century. So if you read that and then you look at this 71 over old Kookaburra ball this morning, you think, well, what am I supposed to do? How am I going to get best to forget about that?
Get through 9 overs and get another new one.
Yeah.
Would be
Well,
my suggestion.
the plan is to nick a couple or one, let's say one, before the new ball, and then they'll hope that the new Kookaburra, which has a lifespan of being quite handy to bowl with, of about 20 overs maximum, probably 20 overs, should we say that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then bowl them out.
Well, I think it can be quite a dangerous mentality, you know, that this game's going to be a draw.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think there's some mental challenges out there for sure. But one of the stats I saw, obviously driving in from Western-super-Mare this morning, in my usual upbeat mentality, and
Absolutely.
you sort of put the radio on. 4,500 runs scored in the first innings of the games across the country, a record by some, by all accounts as well. So it does seem that, it would be very easy for the players to have sort of a soft mindset and just expect the next 2 days to go to plan. But we know cricket very well, and we know county cricket extremely well. Doesn't always run to plan, and we certainly hope there are some twists in the tail today, starting this morning. Jack Leach is going to be taking the new ball from the River End.
And he's got
here
a
for the
slip
second
and a
half
gun.
of yesterday. Harry will give me a nod or a shake of the head. Was there much spin on show? Maybe just he's showing me in inches, so potentially.
I thought he was so young he'd do it in centimetres. Well, that's enough. That's enough. That's about 1.5 centimetres. That's enough to find the edge theoretically.
If you're not timing it, it certainly is.
Anyway, Leach is going to start. He's got a slip in a gully, and the gully suggests they think there's a little bit of help there.
Got to land it to spin it though. That's not gonna turn
Well,
there.
that's true. He will in a minute.
Little loosener from Jack Leach, little knee-high sort of full toss.
It's a very rare event, though, to be fair. Now it's always a bit more of a challenge to left-handers for Leach, especially one who's got 100. Doesn't seem to be that much rough, but as the game proceeds, you can think about bowling a bit wider and wider to left-handers because there might be more rough outside that they're off stump. Slip and bat pad. Just trying to work out who's at bat pad because I don't think Tom Banton is there. It looks like Tom Abel to me.
It is Tom Abel, yeah.
Inevitably. There's a short. Any volunteers? Yeah, I'll do it. Well, it may not have happened like that.
Yeah, that would be.
It might have been.
Maybe 1 or 2 hands offered into the air for that one, but Tom Abel taking it on under the hat. Slater just dabs out into the offside for 1. Tom Banton, I think, has got a little bit of a hamstring stiffness issue from day one. We did mention a couple of times that he was looking a little laboured between the wickets. Alfie Ogborn's on the field as fielding sub. He's somewhere out there.
Mid-on, perhaps?
Yeah, I think you're right. Mid-off. I think he's at mid-off at the moment. One of the challenges early on is to cut out the ability of the Notts batters to just easily rotate the strike. So some subtle field changes, accurate bowling as Haynes plays positively through the offside there out to a left-handed Alfie Ogborn.
Who's going to bowl? It might be a double spin. They might give the spinners 8 overs after this one.
Yeah, in the warm-up, Archie Vaughan was very late. Up to probably 3 or 4 minutes before the start of play out, Archie Vaughan was bowling, so that suggests that he might start from this end. Bit of double spin, try and whiz through these 8 overs after this ball.
Oh, it doesn't need. You see, it's such an ordinary shot but it's really quite a skillful one and a very handy one with this field. There's a man on the point boundary.
I think that's the sort of single rotation that Somerset need to cut
to
out.
Stop.
At least make him hit the ball straight of the wicket.
Yeah,
that might present an opportunity for the ball to turn back through the gate.
I mean, it's a perfectly good delivery and it's a single. And you can gamble. He can take on that cover boundary. I don't imagine Slater's a big reverse lapper, but you can tell me.
No, I think he's quite orthodox in the way he plays. I think he will sweep conventionally. I don't recall him being a huge exponent of the reverse version.
You could challenge him to try and find that square boundary on the offside. We've got a Slater wagon wheel to
Not
enjoy
much on it
in
at
a
the
minute.
moment.
Well, it's just warming up. Anyway, we've also got Archie Vaughan with a slip and a silly point.
I think we'll try that wagon wheel a bit later. I think someone's licked the jam off of that particular wagon wheel. No information to be shown there, but yeah, I would say that in my mind's eye, Ben Slater's a very sort of classical player. Here we go. There we go.
What is? Hang on. I hope you caught that. Well, the wagon wheel, but what we saw was his stash of offside boundaries, I think.
Yeah,
as opposed to leg side boundaries.
Left-handers through backward point, through the covers.
That's a good. That's just done a little bit. Just a bit, just to get you interested. But he's played nicely with soft hands and it's gone off the outside edge, but dribbled.
Archie Vaughan has already picked up a wicket in this innings so far. So
you've got McGann, didn't he?
He'll be feeling
like he's a left-hander. Is he not?
Feeling like he's ahead of the game.
Well, he's got a loitering sort of mid-on, deep mid-on, but not quite on the boundary. Just saying, okay, hit it over my head. Lammonby's head, that is. A deepish mid-on. Now what's happening? See, he's going to have another man on the leg side, which is mildly surprising. The only trouble with this is you end up bowling 2 straight, but still, we'll see what happens.
Ooh. Yeah, just tempting Haynes to maybe try and get a bit funky and open that bat face.
Yeah, there's a huge gap square on the offside. It does mean, as a spinner, though, you are reluctant to pitch the ball anywhere wider than off stump.
Nice start from Archie Vaughan.
Yeah.
There's a little side plot for all finger spinners in the country. They're trying to not go past a record that was made yesterday by Durham's off spinner, 1 for 247.
1 for 247.
I think drizzle. I'm right in saying
that's not a drizzle, it's a storm.
Highest bowling aggregate in first-class cricket. So yeah,
is this?
He's bowled a fair few overs for it, but yeah, I suppose when you have 5 centurions, one of them a triple, someone's going to take some pain. Unfortunately for the Durham spinner, it was him that day. Archie Vaughan's first over complete.
I've got a sad stat for you that came up when I was doing some work at one of the test matches. Must have been a dull period. And they were talking about someone had just got the 100 up, a bowler.
The gallon.
Yeah, the gallon. And then Andy Zoltzman, who has got all the stats to, for some reason he decided he'd look up how many times I went for 100 and whether that bettered my 5-wicket hauls. And sadly, I went for 100 far more often than I got 5 wickets. 53 times, he told me.
53?
53
gallons. You should have a stand for that kind of stat.
Well, I was sort of proud of it in the end. You got to be bowling well to bowl that many. 53 times I went for 100.
There was plenty of success in between.
Thing is, yeah, it's Beefy saying this pitch is not as green as it looks. So there's something noble about going for 100. It must be bowling pretty well to be asked to do it. I keep telling myself. Anyway. Where's Jack?
Or there was a short straw competition.
I was over 8 too. The over 8 probably needed bolstering as well. Anyway, enough of that. They have actually brought. We were talking about that easy little single that he got square, and they brought that man up. So whether that'll make a difference, we'll see. I mean, I like the idea. I don't want him being able to pick up a good ball square on the offside. Hello. There's a lot of field changes going on now. Where's Vaughan going? Coming into leg slip.
I agree. I think for anything to happen, you're going to have to sort of ask the question of the Nottinghamshire batters
to
invite
play
him. Sort of slightly more expansive shots instead of just being able to tick over at 3-4 and over, which they'll do all day if they can and get the choice to. So, and
especially the start of the day before they've settled in. It's one thing, if you've been in there for 45 minutes, you can probably improvise with a certain amount of safety, if you like. Right at the start of the innings, or the day. Oh, where's that gone? It's just, that spun. It's taking the inside edge.
Looked like he was coming down the wicket for a moment, Slater, but
we'll have another look at that. If something did happen.
Back cutting it through his own legs. From my mind, looks like he took a bit of a step down and then changes.
Oh, I tell you what, it wasn't a chance, but he's lucky he got. Well, he needed a bit of inside edge onto that. I think it might have just been hitting middle and leg, turned from outside off stump. So a little bit of hope there.
Yeah, good signs so far. We've got swathes of school children in the ground again. They're filling up that Trade Nation stand.
Yeah.
Lots of schools invited to enjoy this festival of red ball cricket that we have running at the moment. Lots of different activities in the breaks.
And they're giving us a lovely wave.
Particular shout out to Corpus Christi School from Weston-super-Mare. My mother and father-in-law are chaperoning.
Are they?
So they've got their word. There's my mother-in-law just right on cue in the middle of the screen there.
Okay.
Angela looks like she's having a lovely day, staying hydrated.
With water.
With water, I have no doubt. I have a good sense that it might be gin and tonics at some stage later on in this evening. But
well, she might have earned it by then. She's chaperoning about 50 kids.
She gave
but
me
it's
a
great
call
to see
this
him
morning
there.
when she was on the train with the kids. They were behaving themselves.
Oh, right. Great to see him here.
Reverse sweep there from Jack Haynes out to the point boundary. Yeah, I think that's one of the real sort of obvious signs of, the run rates in county championship moving up. I think when I started, I don't know about you, Vic, but I think batters in this scenario would be just very happy just to block it around, and to bring out the reverse sweep shows that batters have that intent to always continue, taking chances to score.
This is there's a lot of innovation going on here. For Slater now, he's got a 7-2 offside field. So you think, well, perhaps he's inviting the little paddle sweep from possibly outside off stump. But he's not going to be tempted. He's going to just play through the offside like he's obviously done very, very well. It was an interesting wagon wheel, albeit a fleeting one. That nearly all his boundaries through the offside. I mean, I watched a few highlights last night. He was pumping seamers square on the offside or just behind square for 4 for a pastime. You often get a slightly false impression with highlights because all you see is boundaries. You think, well, he's bowling rubbish. Now, more juggling of the field, so they're protecting against that reverse sweep a bit now, and he's come over the wicket. He's always thinking. It's quite interesting to know where these field changes come from. Do they come from Overton, or they come from Archie Vaughan? They could well have come from Archie Vaughan. He's 20, but he knows his game. It's on target. He hasn't had the great success of last year, but when I've seen him bowl, he's bowled perfectly well. He's a sort of second spinner this summer. Hasn't had the turning pitches quite so much either.
Yeah, he picked up a 5 for last year quite early on in his career. A short wide ball and dealt with appropriately by Jack Haynes. He moves into the 40s. Just a drop in length there from Vaughan, and Haynes pounced upon it and tracked it as the fielding.
Well, I'll just say how well he's been bowling, but that was... He also bowls at a relatively gentle pace, so your margin of error is reduced a bit too, and that was just a bit short, and he made sure he hit it for 4 rather than 1, 2. He got it straight enough to go for 4. So pressure off a bit there.
We'll keep an eye out through the day with the live stream comments. We get you're tuned in and enjoying the morning's play so far. We've got 5 more overs until that new Kookaburra ball is available to acting Somerset captain Craig Overton. Find it hard to think that it wouldn't be grabbed at the earliest opportunity.
Yeah, it's probably more challenging too to be a captain. He's picked up the gauntlet, Overton. It's not a very comfortable gauntlet. It's more challenging to be captain when you're using a Kookaburra ball on flat pitches than it is when you're using a Duke on a green one, when you just sort of probably end up rotating your seamers and watch the wickets fall.
Yeah, you know, being a massive fan of a conspiracy theory from time to time, I'm thinking, Lewis Gregory, did he see the schedule, the Kookaburra ball,
and plan his child accordingly?
Plan the birth of his second child around the time where he might...
Well, I know he's a calculating captain, but I'm not sure it stretches that far.
It's just a theory.
Just picking off, it's nice batting, this actually. It's risk-free by and large, but they're just picking off the little opportunities for ones, and if they get a bad ball, so far there haven't been that many, but there's been, say, 1, it's gone for 4. Ball's been banished from leg slip, and Aldridge has gone there.
Slater still looking for that favoured cover boundary there as he tries to just open the blade on that and force it through cover.
Well, it's worth inviting him to do that. If you... Where's that gone? That has gone for 4.
Yeah, good stop. Archie Vaughan got a half a hand on that one. He's managed to save a couple of runs there. Good piece of fielding there at backward point.
Well, he's taking on the ball with width, which there's an element of risk to. That one went a bit finer than he was intending, I would guess. Give him width, and he goes for it, doesn't he, Slater, with skill.
Yeah, very good batter is Slater, and I suppose your
no, Jack, you can't
ability to take on risk after having, I think, one of the great night's sleep, isn't it? When if you're 100 not out overnight,
hasn't happened to me very often.
One of the very comfortable night's sleep you'll ever have.
Yeah, it's quite an art though to get going again, isn't it? The next day, not all players do that, but even the top players. It's fancy at Test level. Andrew Strauss, who's a great England cricketer, only batsman, but I'm not sure. I have this memory of him getting 100 and then the following morning not getting going quite frequently. You'd think it'd be easier, wouldn't it?
Adrenaline slightly down.
Maybe.
You know, for me it was just, on the
Freedom.
few occasions that
Freedom.
you had, but it was the freedom
Yeah.
to sit on your bed, put a film on, and without guilt go through the whole bag of Share M&Ms, the family pack. So that was my little treat to myself. I ever got a few runs.
Well, that's fairly restrained, Pete. Or perhaps you haven't covered the whole panoply of celebration.
So we've got a question for you, Vic. What's the optimum speed to bowl finger spin with this ball on this particular surface, do you think?
Right.
Can you put a miles per hour on it with your experience?
No, not that easily. But you're right that certain pitches probably demands you a different pace, and actually on this sort of surface, it's good fielding. I think the slower you bowl, the more likely you are to get the damn thing to spin.
We've already resorted to the kookaburra being the damn thing.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a good sign.
Well, no. And I felt watching Leach in particular this summer here, he has adjusted his speed a little bit because most modern finger spinners bowl quickly, more quickly than they used to. Harder to run down the pitch. They're bowling about 55 miles an hour plus. Nathan Lyon bowls about 60 miles an hour. Shoaib can bowl late 50s if he wants to, though he varies it a lot. Jack Leach has got quicker. And the reason for that is that those spinners, they're actually, most of them, they're looking for LBWs rather than nicks. You know, that particularly Jack to right-handers, front foot, that LBW is his first port of call for wickets. Whereas in days gone by, if you were bowling, let's say, to a left-arm spinner bowling to a right-hander, his first port of call was the outside. He was looking for the outside edge, and if you're looking for the outside edge, you're kind of inviting that drive, and it's not quite there. So finger spinners have got quicker and quicker and quicker, partly because batsmen hit them further and further and further, and you want to stop them running down the wickets so easily.
And I think as well, one other sort of add-on to that is the introduction of DRS and how it's changed the mentality of umpiring, because as we spoke on day one, if you got a good stride in a previous era of cricket and you sort of hid the bat behind your front bat, if you got a good stride in, you very, very rarely, if at all, the umpire would give that out. Whereas now, anything rapping on the pad, because of what DRS has shown umpires, and I think there's obviously a conversation about that, you're gone. Yeah,
I mean, if you look at Graham, I can't give you the precise stats, but there were some great English spinners when I was a kid, like Fred Titmuss and Ray Illingworth and all that. Embry was... And then you got to Graham Swan. The number of LBWs Swan got compared to Titmuss, I think, went on 3 tours of Australia, never got one LBW or something preposterous. So the LBW has suddenly come in. It's rescued, actually, the finger spinner. Because when you started playing, they were talking about, we've got to have mystery. You've got to have people go back of the hand because finger spinner's too predictable. Then came the old DRS, and suddenly finger spinners are back in action. And at test level, nearly all the spinners are finger spinners rather than wrist spinners. Yeah,
I mean, from the batting perspective, there's a very obvious and different technique now. If you have a look at Haynes in particular, when he faces Leach, there's a real conscious effort, and I know this sounds really obvious, but it's a massive focus to play with your bat. When you see a right-hander shaping up to a left, either a leg spinner that's spinning the ball away or a left-arm spinner, they bat very open. They keep their left leg outside of leg stump as almost like a mental cue to keep the pad out the way. Whereas before, you used to stand in quite an orthodox position, and again, providing you got a big stride in, that would turn the umpire off from giving you out. I mean, the game has changed. Yeah.
And the crazy thing was that was the situation where when I played that you never really got an LBW from someone playing it forward defensive. But if to the identical ball, if someone sweat and missed, up went that finger. There were a few old finger spinners on the list. And once they saw someone miss a sweep, well, you can't play that.
I think
up went that finger.
I think that's still prevalent in
certainly
in club cricket. If you miss a sweep, sometimes even if you hit a sweep, you're gone. If you have a particular minded umpire.
So generally, finger spinners have got quicker. And if you played on a a sort of drying pitch in the days of the uncovered pitches, where the ball was turning. If the ball's turning, the quicker, and it's turning consistently, the quicker you bowl, the better, because the batsman's got less time. But on surfaces like this, my suspicions are that it ain't going to turn much. The quicker you bowl, it's less likely he is to turn, actually. Oh, he's got in.
Outside edge. Skidded past the outside edge. Ben Slater trying to create that angle. That little carrot that's been gifted to him on that offside. He's tried to expose it. And it's brought the wicket. Brilliant piece of bowling and field placing by the Somerset team. Jack Leach picks up the valuable wicket of Ben Slater for 124. And maybe that's just a little door opening here with the new ball a couple of overs away.
It may be. Do you take it now? I don't know.
I do think though, Vic, that giving him that carrot of an easy boundary if he gets it through there, definitely,
absolutely,
definitely looked like he was trying to find that area a number of times, and he's played beautifully, Ben Slater.
Yeah. You've started quite nicely this one. Let's just have another look there. Remember, there's no boundary fielder on the offside now. He also came around the wicket for almost the first time. I tell you what, it's a good catch too. Any catch standing up to a keeper, the slow bowler, is a pretty good catch. But you're right. He actually also he changed his angle. I mean, he's been bowling over the wicket, understandably aiming for the rough, and he came round. I think that's the first time he came round the wicket to him. And Slater's thinking, well, he's not going to pitch it in the rough so much now. I've got that gap there between extra cover and backward point, and instead of nurdling for a 1, I got the chance for a 4.
Yeah, you can see,
and that's what he's looking for. He's looking for that 4, and he's fed up with himself.
Yeah, he's definitely opened the blade there, hasn't he? Trying to get that favoured area, and it's brought his downfall. So I think a really good bit of tactical cricket there and good bowling from Jack Leach.
Well, good thinking too. I mean, bowling's pretty good, but the thinking behind it and just that little bit of variety, field change of angle. He's going to come back over the wicket. Kishan, I think he likes to belt it around a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, I can't imagine he's a good player of spin either.
Well, where's he from? India. Well, let's have a look. See what. He's going to start with an absolutely conventional field. He kept that man up on the offside. There's no men back apart from the deep backward square leg. I'm not that familiar with Kishan, but I'm pretty sure that he is a stroke maker and instinctively aggressive. Mid-on is loitering a bit deep, actually. Back over the wicket for Leach.
Yeah, I'm less concerned at this stage to bring a commentator's curse, but I always find it fascinating, great viewing, watching good Indian players playing spin bowling. So I think we're in for a bit of a treat for the next couple of overs at least before that new ball is due. But
he might,
successful Jack Leach over, and having a look at those speeds there, which was the question from the live stream. It seems like Jack Leach is in the low to mid 50 mile an hour range.
Yeah, but we sort of. That's still relatively quick. Shane Warne is a leg spinner, but he bowled around about 49, 50, I reckon. They vary it, of course, there's changes, but that was his sort of standard, I reckon. Leach, well, we did say that this radar is quite low for the pace bowlers, didn't we?
Yeah, I feel like that's about right. But there's a 5 mile an hour swing in that over, which I think
that's
just testament to Jack Leach's class and experience as Archie Vaughan continues.
And the other observation is that the ball that got the wicket, when I think it was the only one he bowled round the wicket to, that was slightly quicker too, which meant that he just that bit of variation. He wasn't quite that short. He's just dragging it down slightly, but it's only a single. Vaughan. From what we've seen of him over the last couple of years, just as Leach always tends to look more dangerous against right-handers, Vaughan certainly bowled well at left-handers last summer, particularly in that Surrey game. Field up, he's just flirting a bit with he's got one boundary fielder on the offside, he's just coming a little bit squarer.
chat in the live stream is the viewing numbers. Kishan to the crease. How many thousand will we? Well, there's chat that it will be an extra 5,000 on top of it. Give it 10 minutes, so we'll keep an eye on that. The Indians super passionate about cricket and following their stars wherever they play in the world. Kishan down the wicket.
He can't appeal there, but he was coming down, and Vaughan either saw him coming or sensed him coming, and just adjusted his length. Interesting that he's moving though. He's coming again, and it's intriguing.
Well, it creates opportunity and good viewing for all that's watching. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting passage of play here. I don't think we'll get too much spin for much longer with that new ball due.
I suppose not. If you've got one more now, you might keep going. Well, they're always looking. Yes, we bowling coaches, they've got to find ways of making that ball move, and there is the thought, oh well, you know, with the kookaburra you try and get it reversing. The only thing I note here is that it's quite a lush outfield. It did apparently reverse a bit at Edgbaston, but I think it wasn't so lush there. They might try it, but they'll have the new ball. I mean, if the seamers bowl, they'll have the new ball. And where are we now? This is the 80th over, so. Well, he's still got to keep his thinking helmet on. Oh, Craig Overton there, slip.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they just continue this passage.
Just for
of play.
a little
Matt
bit.
Henry is doing.
Henry is loosening.
Henry's doing the circling of the arms, which suggests he's thinking about coming on.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Soon.
I'm ready, Skip. Well, it's not a bad time. You've got Kishan just come in.
And I think another factor is do Leach and Vaughan. Would they like a harder ball?
Yeah, well, they would. They probably would, because it just comes off the turf a bit quicker and more likely for a little nick to carry somewhere.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things in terms of reverse swing, ECB regulations have sort of funded and suggested that all county grounds have this irrigation system put in, so most outfields now are quite lush. I remember playing here this time of year 20 years ago, and the whole ground would be very, very dry and brown, and the ball would get sort of chewed up a little bit. So, yeah, all that lush green grass that obviously carries a bit of moisture, and it does sort of curtail how much you can get the ball sort of roughed up and reverse swinging.
Well, I went to Trent Bridge for the Zimbabwe test, and it was in a dry patch, and their outfield was far browner in places actually. Can't remember whether there was a bit of reverse swing in that game. Lords, of course, is always emerald green. Henry is still doing a few loosening exercises. I haven't noticed Craig Overton doing so many. Bit of field shuffling. Big gap at extra cover.
Yeah, we're seeing
Would you like to
we're
cover
seeing
drive?
a spike in numbers.
Are we?
Extra.
So
300 or so far. Words getting about.
Kishan is in. Does it, I mean, it doesn't make any difference financially, but if it did, you'd be instructing the bowlers keep him in, boosting the streamers if you had to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm not really completely sure about the whole YouTube monetizing
I
thing.
don't know. I don't know either.
I'm sure it must be a
For
thing.
goodness sake, don't get in out. They've turned on to watch him back, not him bowl.
Well, I know the games where Barbara Zam played for us. I mean, it really did go quite ridiculous during some games.
Yeah. Well, Kishan's off the mark. He's played very sedately, although he has just popped down the wicket a few times to Vaughan, but I think it's going to be Henry straight away. He's taken his cap off. Okay, no messing. Got a wicket. It's not a bad time. I think it's probably the right thing to do.
Looks like the umpire's trying to get the attention of the 12th man.
You'd have thought they brought the ball out, wouldn't
to
you?
maybe bring the new ball out, so it does look like it's going to be taken straight away.
Yeah, well, I think that's the right thing, actually. Thinking about it, it is the right thing, because you've got new man in, Kishan, who's obviously dangerous. Haynes has played okay this morning, but caused no real major problems. Get that new ball at him, try and hopefully it moves around a bit and offers something, and you'll get your spinners back on pretty early anyway. Or you've got that option if nothing much happens. So it makes sense, I think. And it's Henry obviously bowled yesterday, but it'll soon come up on the board about not an exorbitant amount, about a dozen or more, 13 maybe.
I agree. Haynes has looked very comfortable this morning.
Yeah,
I think if
sense.
you ask the Nottinghamshire bowlers,
or the batsman,
what would you prefer? I think they'd be quite happy to continue with the new ball. So good move here from Overton, and certainly the positive one. Henry is going to bowl from the Trescothic stand end to Kishan. 2 slips and a gully waiting.
I presume he's taken the new one straight away.
There we go.
Yeah, there's the old one. I can see that. There's the old one. Doesn't look very inviting.
See like the scene in the dog's bed.
You have to look hard to see the scene, and it hasn't actually been bashed all around the ground. You know, it's 80 overs worth.
Oh, beautiful
Sweet shot that there. I mean, that's the other factor, of course. The new ball scuttles off the back quicker, but it's part of the deal. Good shot though.
Yeah, wonderful cultured hands there from Kishan. A feature of a lot of Indian players. They almost look like they were born with a bat in hand. Looks so natural. Certainly one of those kind of players. It's very easy on the eye.
Yeah. Could have come round the wicket now. And he's going to give himself a little bit of protection. He's got 2 slips in the gully, but he's going to give himself a sort of backward point on nearly on the boundary. And that's where he's going to get the single bit. It's amazing how the surfaces change colour here. There's been a lot of sunshine around, but there was quite a patch of green on the first day. Now it's looking pretty brown. Not much live grass floating around.
Nicely bowled by Henry and well played by Jack Haynes, who brings up his half-century.
Yeah. He's looked very composed. 50 off 92 balls. Looks very compact, highly rated. I mean, when he was at Worcester, moving along into knots. Well, he's dealt with that.
All the way for 6.
He just picked it up. Dented the new ball a bit. Got it very fine, I think.
Yeah, that
might take a bit of
taken
finding.
A couple of bounces on the tarmac there. He's
got it back. He just helped it along its way to be able to catch up with it.
He's had a full dip at that one.
Yeah.
Attempted bouncer there from Matt Henry and
didn't quite get it high enough.
Kishan's tried to put that into Morrison's.
And then they're having a look at the ball. It's only about 5 balls old, 5 deliveries old, and they're inspecting it.
Yeah,
we have another one.
A couple of seamers going, oh no, yeah. Oh no.
We've been waiting for this. In fact, I think they're going to change it. It's hit concrete. I'm assuming they're going to change it. He's running off now. He's dented the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it went with such a flat trajectory. In that area that it went through past that steward is pure concrete and a concrete wall behind it.
Yeah, they're going to have another one. It's going to. Perhaps we'll get rid of them all.
Yeah, I think there's a few.
Henry's run over to take a view because, of course, they like to choose the new ball, don't they? Can they choose the second one or the third one? We're on to the third new ball.
I think an officious umpire would say, no, this one's my call. But I think
just have that dark one, please.
We're going to have a committee. Nigel Long's running over. Well, Nigel Long was a batter, so he'll be looking for a big one with no seam.
I don't suppose they've got one that's 5 deliveries old.
No, I mean I've seen this scenario before where the umpire will bounce it on the floor 5 times or something like that, just to simulate the 5 balls it's been in play for. But yes, well, maybe the ECB have ran out.
No, they will run out.
I'm sure that will
get bucket loads of kookaburras around.
I'm sure that will get a cheer from many county cricket supporters.
Well, there's a long debate. Henry's
let's see if we can
taking a view.
If we can zoom in on that ball to see.
Go on, we want to see. Well, it looks like he's got two new balls in his hand, but he's put one of them back in. And now where's he going? He's going off with the box of balls or the package of balls.
Well, I suppose it's lucky that Kishan didn't get full connection with that, because that would have probably been in the fruit and veg department in Morrison's, the way that he swung at that one, and that would have made it a bit of an easier decision to switch a route.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't have to even get to Morrison's. The river would have done it.
Yeah, that'd be enough. A little break here while the umpires organise themselves.
I don't quite know what the debate is, but surely they can just have another new one, really.
Well, I think if it would have landed on the seam itself, I think it would have actually ripped the seam apart. So there's a good chance that ball
will
be
be informed.
Wrecked.
I presume they've obviously changed it, but it's not like a tennis where
new balls,
the bowler holds up the ball. I can only assume that they've given up with that one. They're having a bit of a laugh. Henry's having a bit of a laugh. I mean, I'm not sure it really happened, but I always used to think that sometimes they put me on early on the river end because I didn't like the ball they had. And I was...
There we go. If we can see there on the screen.
Can you see the dent
there? Is a dent on the leather side. It's taken a decent chunk out of that ball to
okay.
That's the way it looks. And I think the umpires are taking pity on the bowlers and say, we'll give you a fresh one.
Well, it's changed the whole tempo of the game. 12 off this over so far, and this is the last ball.
Yeah, that is the danger with the new ball. It comes off the bat at a rate of knots.
Well, he's scuttling one there, and he likes this. I think he's quite got the flavour now, Kishan, because that was not an obvious single. He's taken it, and now I presume Captain Overton is going to get weaving. Not continue with batting point.
No, Jack Leach is going to continue with the new ball.
Ah, very cunning. And all of that. Should have done. Well, he's used to it, actually.
Well, he opened, didn't he, when they had that short period
he did
bowl at them before lunch.
And I've
yesterday.
seen him do it quite often for England in the subcontinent. I think Kishan will... I think he's got the flavour now. And I'll let Harry come and enjoy what will be an interesting little duel, I suspect. He slapped at that. He didn't get a run for it, though. Come on, Harry.
Yeah, definitely looks like he's got the bit between the teeth. Those couple of boundaries have just got the motor running from Kishan, so it looks like he's going to be pretty positive against all styles of bowling. Real bonus for Somerset to pick up the key wicket of Ben Slater for 124. Played beautifully yesterday. Knots currently 251 for 4. Jack Leach bowling with, well, actually the third new ball this innings.
Yeah, he's not going to die wondering, Kishan, is he? We're seeing charge down the wickets, looking to sweep, wristy flicks. Not many people getting double figures with a 6 off Matt Henry.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to die wondering.
3 of the top 6 for Notts being left-handers. McCann and Slater gone. Kishan the third, but that left-right still slight advantage maybe for Notts, and that the bowler's got to keep changing their lines.
A few extra miles for the fielders. If there's a lot of singles scored, they've got to change position. 10, 20 yard little jogs every few balls.
Especially in what's going to be the last day of the heat wave today.
Nicely played out to the offside.
Yeah, nice little
By
50 from
Haynes.
Jack Haynes. That sort of gone under the radar, that 50, with Slater being the main man with his 124 off 245 balls. Haynes came in yesterday evening and looked solid enough, really. Just batted his game, 50 off 92 balls. That 1-6 and 4-4s. And more about the rotation of strike. It's nearly a chance for Tom Abel.
Just a little bit of bounce there from Jack Leach in that rough outside Kishan's off stump. Not sure if that hit the glove or anything else. Looks like it just bounced up and caught him in the rib. But signs that the pitch is starting to want to turn outside the left-hander's off stump.
He's very quick to clutch his rib to show that it wasn't battle glove. He knows the tricks. So Matt Henry continuing from the Gothic Pavilion end. Two slips and a gully in place. Casey Aldridge, that big figure at gully. Tom Camel with a floppy hat at first slip. That's a streaky shot. Well played. Well, done well to keep it down, I guess, but an inside edge really, trying to play that straight to Jack Leach as well to get round. Keep it to a dot ball. Matt Henry, before this match, I'll just read you through his figures. He had 97 championship overs. That's 582 balls. 13 wickets for 332. Straight delivery. His best of 4 for 60, an economy rate of 3.4 and an average of 25. There's your key figures for Matt Henry with a red ball this season.
Not quite as destructive as he was last year. But you know, a bowler of his quality, it's only a matter of time before he has a nice haul of wickets. He's challenging that channel area to the right-hander in particular. I think it's hard as a bowler sometimes when you play in these conditions not to get frustrated and go to the bouncer, and I'm sure if Matt Henry had his way he'd have a little bit more live grass to operate with. Very much a wicket where you have to work hard to penetrate, almost through frustration rather than unplayable delivery. So you've got to sort of get your head around bedding in, being disciplined. I think the great example of that was Mohammad Abbas, the way that he bowled. Didn't give anything away. Spent most of his spell going at about 2 and over. Matt Henry's been uncharacteristically quite expensive so far this game. He's gone for 64 off his near 14 overs.
I was really impressed with how Abbas and Hutton bowled. To be honest, I think it's been a very good bowling performance from both sides. You think with the Kookaburra ball it's all about the batting, but even the interviews after play have talked about how well both sides have bowled. And the batters have said how hard it's been to score. Both bowling attacks have been tight. Not giving much away.
Well, you've got two teams that are in very good championship form, or certainly were before the T20 started. It's quite obvious why these two teams have been doing well. I suppose the only sort of minus point on the game so far is the Somerset batters who managed to pass 50. Neither of them sort of got that big three-figure score, as we've seen a number around the country enjoying the conditions presented have gone quite big. A few career bests this week. Slater obviously pushed on for that 120, and Haynes will be looking to follow suit.
Yeah, that was Slater's 11th century for Notts, and 18th first-class 100 scored on this ground by a Notts player. But first here for Ben Slater. And also, the thing that, for me, the best stat really from Notts' point of view shows why they're top. He's the 8th different player for Notts to score a first-class 100 this season. 8 players scoring hundreds, that's a pretty good sign. We're only in June, or first day of July today. Happy to play on the back foot. We've seen Kishan come down the wicket. We've seen him attempt to sweep. We've seen him wristy flick. Now the back and across. Two different ways you can play a spinner. Still got long on 10 yards off the rope. Not giving him anything to score off here. Jack Leach is going to bowl a lot of overs in this match, you feel. Really good from Jack Leach here. Just not giving Kishan anything to score off. Last couple of balls of his 32nd over. Getting him coming forward, I like that, bringing Tom Abel into play as a potential short leg catch. No change of field for the last ball. Still Archie Vaughan hanging at long on. Tom Lammerby's sort of no man's land at mid-wicket. Well played by Kishan, who's done well to smother that. Here's a little question for the WPA commentary question.
Our health insurance partners, WPA, have a question for today's commentators. Who was the first club you played for?
Well, Pete, who was your first ever club you played cricket for?
My first club game would have been at Weston-super-Mare when I was a junior. I used to play junior cricket in the morning at Weston-super-Mare and adult cricket across the road at Uphill Castle Cricket Club.
The one with the tree in the ground.
I will give even credit to my nurturing of my young cricket career to both of those clubs.
Why but yeah, did one not have the right?
Could be my brother and dad both played for Uphill Castle that didn't have a junior section way back when. So when I was about 12, 13, I played in the mornings on one side of Devonshire Road and adult cricket in the afternoon on the other side.
Yeah, I played on both last year actually. Uphill Castle's got that cracking tree. Is it sort of mid-on?
Yeah, tree. They had a midnight match years ago, probably in the 80s, and someone put a big cardboard moon up on the tree that's still there. It's called the Moon Tree for obvious reasons. Yeah, I think all the cars parked around the outside with the headlights on.
Just for a laugh, just so they could play at midnight.
Yeah, it's one of those clubs that both brilliant clubs to be involved in. Yourself, Harry?
I was Sanford Peveril, little village just over the border into Devon, 1 mile from the Somerset border. Just moved back there actually last week, so back to the village and just up the road from the cricket ground where I played. Now it's become Heathcote. Heathcote have taken it over. So Sanford Peveril 1s and 2s have become Heathcote 3s and 4s as a sort of super club around Tiverton area.
A super club?
Well, it's happening, isn't it? A lot of big towns are taking on the little village clubs nowadays and getting the youth systems all together, merging.
Oh, nice delivery there from Matt Henry. Haynes uncharacteristically just stuck on the crease there, a bit of a prod. Saw that a couple of times for a few dismissals for the Somerset players on day one. I think the players that have had success have managed to get themselves forward when the ball's in that nagging area. Just keeping an eye on open final qualifying. Taunton boy Tom Sloman tied 4th at the moment, having a good week. Another player miss outside off stump. Tom Sloman attached to Taunton and Pickeridge. Looks like he's enjoying his day out in the sunshine. Probably what, 10-15 miles down the road. Oh, that looked like an edge, didn't it? The way that it swung after the bat.
Yeah, it's one of those that can be misleading. I guess they have the benefit of the noise out there.
Surprised you didn't give him out again, Harry.
After yesterday. No, I'm calming myself after yesterday's false appeal. Even Sam Dallin's celebration of Zach Crawley getting 99 was brought up when I gave that wicket out. We have a few blunders in the com box. We'll have a bloopers highlights reel put together at some point, maybe, of some of the little mistakes we make. But I've never been a very good umpire. I hate it when in friendly cricket they ask me to go and umpire, so I'd rather score, but then I get the numbers wrong doing that as well, really. So Ishan Kishan against Jack Leach again. So we'll see the same field as we had last over. Jack Haynes just wants some different gloves. Oh, there we go. Ishan Kishan decided now is the time to slog sweep. And actually, that's brilliant bit of fielding by Sean Dixon. Thought it was going to be 4 runs. They're only going to get 2 for it. The school kids love that fielding. Sean Dixon's woken them up out there. Big old screams and cheers. And Ishan Kishan played that a little bit squarer than he was intending. I think he was trying to go more over Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he didn't quite get a hold of that. He was certainly targeting that Trade Nation stand. So all those volunteers and teachers, keep your eyes out.
Very wristy, even his defensive shot position, Kishan, the sort of loose wrists, almost like he's trying to defend it with those soft hands to try and get a 1. Can he take the strike over from even good balls?
Tom Lammonby's just edged back at mid-wicket.
Sort of hanging, isn't he? No man's land, but Ishan Kishan land is the thought. There you go, good cricket from Ishan Kishan, just defending that, pushing it into the offside. Just had a message from Annie Chave, who's been up at York, watching the county cricket there, York. She were playing Essex and the Kookaburra round. And congratulations to her son, Fraser Chave, who just got engaged, so big shout out to the Chave family. Enjoying cricket in the sunshine as Tom Abel comes in even closer. Jack Haynes has got a bit of pressure on him here with 4 around the back really if you include James Rew, the wicketkeeper. Short and wide from Jack Leach, which you don't say very often. He's a little bit frustrated with himself there. It's only going to be 1 out to deep cover, but his immaculate line of length he's a little bit frustrated with. But it does change the batters around, allow Matt Henry to have another go at Jack Haynes. This ball's still only 6 overs old, remember. Well, it should be only 6 overs old, but Ishan Kishan, if you missed it, did pull the new ball early on into the Somerset stand onto the concrete steps, so they did have another replacement new ball. Good cricket. Can they push for 2 here? Tom Lammonby's chasing. Actually, he might even get 3 for it. He's done well to get there and save the 4 runs. Yeah, good running. 3 runs for Notts.
One breakthrough this morning. Jack Leach removing the Centurion Ben Slater. Since then it's been all knots. Playing Jack Leach well, and Kishan's started his innings very brightly. Lots of slightly different shots than we're maybe used to seeing in county cricket, as Harry said. Very wristy, certainly very attacking if there's anything loose on offer.
Yeah, quite a few T20 players have been signed for this Kookaburra round of the county championship. That's a beauty from Matt Henry. So Tilak Varma playing for Hampshire. Kishan here, of course. Pretorius was playing for the T20 Blast. Luhandro Pretorius was playing for Hampshire in the Blast, but now he's got called up and scored 100. Test debut, South Africa playing Zimbabwe. A lot of overseas changes this summer with competitions happening all over the place, then international matches, then breaks between Blast and Championship. A few one-game signings or two-game signings. Teams reckon with flat pitches in June and the Kookaburra ball, they can get an aggressive batter to score quickly. Not a bad decision. Calvarain, of course, not here with Notts with that international test match going on. So Kishan taking the gloves and batting at 6 down the wicket this time. He's not been rash, I suppose. He's been positive, but he's come down there and still played a controlled straight bat shot. Very much in the Rishabh Pant mould, the Indian left-hand wicketkeeper bats. Well bowled, Matt Henry. Brilliant response. The quick Yorker that nearly's played on by Kishan. Nearly 80 mile an hour that ball. Spearing in just outside off stump.
End of the over here, and the players are going to take a short drinks break. The over rate's currently +7, so plenty of time for everyone just to have a little rest. And we'll do the same. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. And we're back. Jack Leach from the River End continuing. As I said earlier, a successful spell with the older ball, removing Ben Slater for 124. Notts currently 262 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 379.
Bit quicker from Jack Leach. He's got that quicker ball, that flatter one he spears in occasionally. Doesn't often bowl it first the over, but maybe thought he'd just catch him unawares after drinks break. But just a little bit wide, so Jack Haynes can leave it.
Nice cut shot there from Haynes. That's going to race away for 4. Slightly short from Jack Leach. And Haynes looks like he plays spin off the back foot very nicely as he moves on to 59. Runs and a little bit of change away from matching Somerset's first innings score, so plenty to play for here on day 3. Hard not to think that the players are starting to feel like this is going to be tough for either side to force a result. Nothing really substantial happening with the pitch. The lack of swing on offer, the change of ball, 2 good batting lineups. I think the runs have been scored at such a low rate. There's an awful lot of time already being taken out of this game. Is there going to be a chance of a couple of innings to be completed in, even if things go wrong for Notts here and they lose their wickets? You know, there's only probably going to be, I'd say, 4 sessions available in the second innings to try and force a result either way. Kishan down the wicket and bunts that into the offside for 1.
Yeah, very, very gently jogging that single, and then suddenly realised that they might have to pick up a little bit. Still got in.
Yeah, Henry's a very good natural athlete, and he just had a little bit of turn of pace there, which got Kishan just panicking for a split second. Oh yes, there's spin and the outside edge. Is it being given? It hasn't. Somerset players are convinced there was an edge. Nigel Long didn't agree. Lots of chat going on there. Was there a little feather on that one? It was very close to the outside edge. Somerset players convinced. Good bit of... There's a lot of laughing going on, so who knows, but the Somerset players absolutely convinced there was a little nick there.
Jack Leach didn't even look back, he just went off celebrating.
Yeah, it looks like Leachy reacted to what happened behind the stumps. Yeah, inconclusive. We're going to have to invest in a snickometer at some stage. Maybe that's something we can present to the club. I mean, wouldn't that be something if we had a snicko? That would create some good talking points.
That's your homework. Get us a sponsor for snicko.
Oh, a slap there from Ishan Kishan, and well fielded by Matt Henry.
That's very good fielding by Matt Henry and his follow through. You're not expecting that in county championship cricket. Maybe against Ishan Kishan you might, but to come down, launch himself at it, to get his hand on it as well, not at his shin.
Yeah, he's a very good mover, Matt Henry. He's a good fielder, good athlete, as I said. Did well to stop that. Oh, beautifully played by Kishan through the offside.
Yeah, good batting to take that for 2. Past Casey Aldridge at gully.
I like that sort of shot. That's very different. You don't see players that have that level of touch very often. That's a high quality shot. Only 2. Might not impress too many people, but that's impressed me. I enjoyed that shot.
Yeah, great. Shows he's not all wham bam smashing it around. Still the 2 slips in the gully in place to Kishan. 2 deep fielders on the leg side. More great fielding, more athletic fielding from Matt Henry. Lovely cover drive this time from Kishan, showing he's got the full array of shots. Matt Henry's fielded well off his own bowling and got the fielders in the right place, so there's only been 2 runs off this over so far, but Kishan has options all around the ground. There it is, the bouncer to finish it off. Brilliant over that from Matt Henry. Just that lovely back foot punch for 2 from Kishan as the only scoring shot.
We'll take a little break, Harry. Vic's going to come and join you. He's finished his bourbon. Just finding the rest of it in his back teeth there. Get off, Peter, get off.
Cheers, Pete. We'll have Pete back for another half an hour or so before lunch, but Vic Marks back into the attack as Somerset continue with left arm spin and Jack Leach. Sussex have 350 down on the south coast against Warwickshire. They're 350 for 3. Corey Rochacholi has bowled 43 overs, so one of many spinners around the country bowling a lot of overs in this Kookaburra ball round.
There's some ugly scores around.
Yes, that's a very
You're
good
a bowler.
George Driscoll is the one that strings to mind straight away. Record most expensive figures ever in County Championship history. Is it 230? And Alex Lee chose to bowl. That was the worst thing about it.
Well,
it was arguably the worst County Championship toss decision.
They haven't lost a game yet, though.
Well, no.
That's a beautiful piece of bowling, that, and he just bowled that a little slower, and it spun. I mean, a couple have spun for him. The big shout for a caught behind, but who knows whether. But look at this, beautifully bowled.
A bit more dip as well.
Yeah.
That's
So there is a bit more on offer. The ball's a bit newer, of course.
Well, that's a cheeky single to Tom Lammonby. He's a good fielder, but good running.
Yeah. I think he's quite keen to get up the other end, actually, because Leach has bowled a couple of good deliveries at him. And it's easier for the left-hander, who has predictably shown a certain amount of aggression against Leach. It's a nice contest. He's going to be a tired man at the end of this game, Jack Leach, I think. Bowled pretty well again. He's beaten that outside edge of Haynes a couple times with almost the perfect delivery. Perfection. We'd see the batsman going back to the pavilion. But Haynes has played well in this knock. Kishan, well, he's picking and choosing. He's played 1 or 2 flamboyant shots, but he looks predictably dangerous, risky. 1 or 2 flamboyant strokes, but also having a good look, doing the right thing. Henry's beaten the bat of Haynes a few times, but hasn't found the edge. Imagine it's short spells. I expect Henry to be replaced by Overton. But Henry's the prime attacking force with the new ball. I think it has made sense to bowl Leach.
Yeah,
with that new ball.
Craig Overton nearly on 500 first-class wickets when he comes on the bowl.
Where is he? 499, is he, or something?
He was 490 coming into this match.
A bit of work to do then. Do well to get him in this match.
He would with the spin. All 3 wickets having fallen to spin so far. Yep, no seam bowling wickets yet for Somerset.
Yes, they did. Henry got one yesterday.
Oh, I haven't filled my scorecard correctly. You're right, Vic. I missed a trick there. I'm trusting my own scorecard rather than an official scorecard. Yeah, see for me, wasn't it? Caught behind off Matt Henry. Well spotted. And you weren't even here yesterday, Vic.
I know.
Were you watching at home or just
No.
doing your research?
Well, I looked at the scorecard, and there was a sort of 10-minute package of highlights.
Yeah.
I glimpsed. I watched all 10 minutes.
All 10 minutes.
Of course, you get a slightly false impression.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
But it's always interesting to see how the wickets fall.
That's on the Somerset YouTube channel if you want to do Vic's way of catching up with the cricket.
Well, just went to the Somerset website.
There you go.
Yeah.
Multiple ways to access it.
You do get a slight impression because you suddenly see this. Basically, you see fours and wickets.
Yeah.
And you think, God, they're bowling rubbish here.
They actually bowl very well in between.
Yeah.
Good fielding again from Jack Leach. Haynes annoyed he's missed out on that one. Almost a half volley on his pads, which Matt Henry doesn't bowl many of.
No, but he kind of bowls that teasing length where he invites the drive, so he gets quite a few LBWs.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a gamble in that it could go for 4, but if they miss, he hits, sort of thing. After an expensive first over, he's sort of been on target and been asking questions, especially of Haynes. He bowled a couple of jaffers to Haynes a couple of overs ago and beat the outside edge. You feel on a wicket like this, where it's not doing much, you kind of feel betrayed when you beat the bat, but you don't find the edge.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often.
Probably extra excitement from the fielders,
Yeah.
particularly the slips and keeper. A bit of a wrong shot, I think. He's frustrated there.
Yeah, it was a bit of width, and he ended up trying to pump it square on the offside, but it actually took it inside edge and dribbled. So he's asking questions, Henry, particularly of of Haynes. I don't imagine he'll bowl him for too long. He'll bowl himself soon, Craig Overton, just to keep a few of Henry up his sleeve if they can get another wicket or two. Josh Davies coming on.
Yeah, well, there was positive signs. Tom Banton, that hamstring injury we've mentioned a few times on commentary, he suffered in the warm-up. He still batted, still got his 84. He's been on the field, which is a good sign.
Was he?
But Josh Davies now replacing Tom Banton.
Maybe, yeah.
Josh Davies going to come all the way over to deep point. There's a long way to go for 12. You just come on the field and you go to the very furthest part of the ground.
In outfield.
Yeah, quite spread for Kishan.
Yeah, there's 3 men on the leg side boundary, just about, as well as a deep point on the boundary. Just one man saving the single on the offside. He's aiming for that rough. So it's 2 men around the bat. It is the ultimate in outfield. But Kishan is not really tried anything too exotic, especially with the field back. It's hardly likely to do so through the leg side.
I quite like the tempting of Somerset though. They know that Kishan loves hitting sixes. So having long on 10 yards off, mid-wicket 20 yards off.
Oh, yeah.
Sean Dixon's another 20 yards off. He tried that slog sweep, didn't he?
It's not a business shot to try and take those on. And he's contenting himself at the moment, quite rightly really, to pick up the singles as he's done there.
Yeah, I wonder if they might have a dart in the next 19, 18 overs.
You're obsessed by bonus points.
Well, because I think they know you have to be with Surrey. The strength of Surrey, if you want to beat Surrey, and you've got to remember that not every team gets to play Surrey. Somerset aren't playing Surrey here, for example. I think for Notts at the moment are top, but Surrey are so strong. I think all the other teams know.
Well, you've got to measure that against making sure you don't lose this game. I mean, obviously, the draw is a strong favourite.
Yeah. I think the draw is a strong favourite in most games of the Kookaburra.
Well, yeah, that's the sad truth. Leicester are the ones in the first division.
Struggling a bit, though, that young teenage bowler from Middlesex, Navi Sharma, took a few wickets.
Yeah, no, what's he bowling?
Bowled seamers, yeah. Young lad. I think it's only his third first-class game.
Yeah. Well, they're the one side. Well, that's the one game that looks, in the first division, that looks destined for a win.
Leicestershire.
Oh no, that's second division. That's the
two,
second
yeah.
division. I'm just trying to think around the first division side.
Derbyshire Lancs in Division 2 could be a positive result.
Yeah.
Every first division game is still in the first innings.
Well,
into
that's
day
a
three.
bad sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think.
Definitely.
And there's 2 more games yet with Kookaburras.
Yeah, an experiment being 4 games seems quite a big experiment, having also had it last year.
Yeah.
Quite a long experiment. Craig Overton will try himself. Captain for this match again, don't forget. With the Kookaburra ball round the wicket to Kishan.
Yep.
But yeah, we've seen the ridiculous scores. Southampton, Worcestershire getting 6, 7, 9 for 7. More batting bonus points in this game than they have in the whole season put together before today, not before this match.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how beneficial the experiment is going to prove.
No.
I think we should grab that box of Kookaburra balls.
Chuck it in the river too.
Take them up to the Lordy and both of them stand and open one of those back windows
Yeah.
and throw them in the river.
I agree. From the whole County Cricket Natters podcast with Annie Chave last week, trying to be positive about the draws and trying to find. You want to encourage people to watch County Championship cricket, and it being the festival of Red Bull Cricket Week and County Cricket Day on Sunday. It's just such a shame when it's a Kookaburra ball with high-scoring draws.
Keep running. He likes a quick single, and he's judged it well. Yeah, I mean, we have been spoilt here over the last couple of seasons. We only had 1 draw, I think.
Yeah.
And sometimes we've fretted like fury about the nature of the pitches being too benign. Sometimes then the ECB will fret about the odd pitch that is too bowler friendly.
Can't win.
But we've had some fantastic games. And we haven't had many dull draws. And this one's, there is still scope. It's unlikely, but there is still scope for this one to kind of come to life. But
it's not really breaking up as some might think it might.
We've seen
day
Leach.
3.
We've seen Leach. It does it slowly, but we've seen him get past the edge of the bat a couple of times. He's got a little bit of rough outside the off stump for the left-handers, and he's bowled pretty well. But it is hard work. And at the moment, obviously, the draw. We haven't actually visited Win Predictor. Whether we want to, I don't know.
I'm not sure we do want to.
Well, we'd like to know, possibly.
That's a lovely cricket shot.
It is, yeah.
That might be one of the nicest shots of the morning so far, I'd say.
Yep, that's your Craig Overton. Not the worst of all deliveries. It's just back of a length, just a little bit wide, and he stood tall and just pumped it with a straight bat through square cover.
Just timed it beautifully.
It's always a bit alarming that because it's not a great ball, but it's not a terrible ball, and it's scuttled off to 4. And it's prompted a bouncer,
which I think is pretty easy to guess from Craig Overton, dare I say.
Yeah,
Jack Haynes looked like he knew that was coming
as well. So he'll be ticking.
I think you've got fairly good odds on Craig Overton bowling a shorter, quicker ball, having been hit for the ball before. And Haynes was ready for it. He didn't nail it.
No, but he still went for 4. It's quite a long boundary.
Right? Yeah, long boundary.
So, 281 for 4. There is still cricket in this match. I mean, we've seen some big scores. If one scenario, there's several scenarios, but one scenario is that Notts get a really substantial score in excess of 500. And then Somerset have got some batting to do with a bit of pressure on to make sure they don't lose the game. He's going to try Vaughan now from the river end. Jack Leach has bowled for an hour and 20 minutes. He bowled very well, I think. His figures suggest that he has beaten the bat a couple of times. He's got the 1 wicket to fall today. But Overton just trying Vaughan now from that river end.
Yeah, interesting this, because Vaughan generally does bowl from the Marcus with Gothic Pavilion.
Well, he does that because
yesterday.
Jack Lake bowls
Like
likes
the river
bowling
end.
the
Yeah,
river
you can't
end.
bowl them both at the same time from the same end.
Whether it turns more from that end, well,
Something
we
different,
might
isn't it?
see. So there is scope in this game, or there's, I mean, you never can be certain of what happens. I mean, Somerset could get them out for a similar score. Somerset could get bowled out for 260 and game's on.
That's a lovely shot again, taking the strike beautifully, Kishan.
Yeah, he's
Looking nice.
He's adjusted to the longer format very happily.
I like the way he's just taking the strike over, timing the ball late.
Yeah. Well, he looks
Got all the time in the
he
world.
looks very comfortable on this sort of surface, doesn't he?
Yes.
It's not that dissimilar to a sort of some Indian surfaces, not turning that much.
Archie Vaughan doesn't want the short leg. He wants Tom Abel to come in just to a normal point position.
Well, I think he probably wants the freedom to bowl a little bit wide of off stump. Well, that turned.
Bit of
that
bounce.
turned.
Ironically, short leg would have been not quite in the game. It was more leg slip.
That did turn though. Let's have a look. We might see that again if we're lucky. But that did spin from.
There you go. He's got the chance to get a little bit wider outside off stump, but then he can be cut for one.
Yeah, it's just a bit too short. But here's see the one that did go.
Thigh pad?
Well, it didn't hit anything significant, but it did spin. That's the point.
And bounce as well.
Yeah. So maybe. Well, harder ball. He hasn't had to go with the harder ball.
Yeah, what are we? 13 overs in.
So
Here we go, Kishan on the charge. Quite a controlled shot, actually.
yeah, he's unhappy ball, but it's a good shot. He came down the pitch and got there. Hot news about the wind predictor, with a few caveats. The wind predictor has knots as 50% chance of winning, but our team of researchers have established that it doesn't really take into account A, the Kookaburra ball, or B, the nature of the surface, but it looks at the scores.
So let's rule it out for this game, I think.
Well, I think wind should be more refined, really. So the actual numbers are telling us, and there is, some obvious truth in this. The numbers are telling us that knots are, well, we've got a 50-50 chance of winning the game. Doesn't feel quite like that, but get a substantial lead at 287 for 4. That's possible. That could happen. Craig Overton has spread a few fielders. He's taken a slip out, and there's a deep square leg now. Didn't enjoy the last over where he got hit for a couple boundaries. Beautiful shot through the covers, and then an angry bouncer, but not a very venomous one, was hit for 4. Not quite off the meat, but well enough.
Tom Camel, the sole slip now with Craig Overton bowling. Matt Henry had Craig at second slip. Just the gully of Casey Aldridge and Tom Camel at first now. Got a question for you from the chat, Vic. I think I know the answer to this. We chatted about this on Sunday. Rodney Ward says, does Vic have a brother? I'm sure he might have played against him on St Agnes on the Art of Scilly. I know the answer.
I don't think you'd have played against him on the St Agnes.
Would he be on holiday there playing cricket?
Don't think so.
No.
I do have a brother, and he actually helped reform a village team, Western Middle Chinook.
Yeah, I'm back there tomorrow night.
You're going back there? I thought they were no longer functioning.
Yes, there's no adults team and no grass wicket, but they've got a kids set up.
Ah, right.
And I just started. I did the first ever lady session there 3 weeks ago.
Really good.
Session 3 tomorrow night.
My brother John, who's a bit older than me, he helped reform that club about 50 years ago. It's up in the air, is it? Well,
Yeah,
it's
not going
safe.
to carry to Sean Dixon.
So I do have a brother, and I had a lovely benefit match there actually back in
Yes.
88, where my brother John and I captained both sides. We both opened the batting, and I think we might both have opened the bowling as well.
Did you get runs and wickets?
I can't remember. It was. I mean, we had Martin Crowe and a whole
Did
lot
you?
there. This is
Yeah.
a benefit match, as you used to do in those days.
How many people would have been watching?
Oh, quite a few. Yeah.
Well, the car park's not massive. Where did you
There
get
isn't a car park really. I don't know where they all park.
What did you do? Yeah. There's not much space in the village to get hundreds of people down to watch Martin Crowe and co.
Yeah.
Was he the
well,
biggest
it's-
name? Who else can you remember? Good running. Kishan's quick.
He's
isn't he?
quick, isn't he? Yeah, he knew he was on. So the answer is yes, I have a brother, but I'd be very surprised if he played on the Scilly Isles against. But I may be wrong. But I'm not aware of him having gone down there. But he used to do the pitch there and
Yeah.
worked very hard.
They got an AstroTurf wicket, but sadly
Yeah.
no grass.
Yeah.
Wickets,
Well,
which is a shame. I did ask if it was going to be reinvigorated, but the answer was no at the moment.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. So you're going down and coaching kids and women or girls.
Ladies, yeah. They have quite a lot of numbers of kids down there. It's
Good.
what, 2 or 3 villages altogether, isn't it?
Well, it was West and Middle Chinook. They're both West Chinook is a little village, and Middle Chinook is even smaller.
And the other village beginning with C.
Chiselborough.
That's it. That's where a lot of them come from.
Ah, right. Yeah. So it's good to see it's functioning. I mean, it's not playing senior cricket then, but it's still providing some fun and an introduction to the game, and that's great to hear. My brother's considerably older than me. He can't be running around too much now.
Is there just the 2 of you
No, I've got a sister, but
in the middle somewhere?
yeah. Anyway, but he did a sterling work for the village by helping to reform the club, and then he had access to farm machinery. We were farmers, so he helped. He did an awful lot of work getting the pitches right in the days where they obviously had a grass pitch, and he was all sorts at the club.
That's a lovely
So
setup.
good to hear you down there.
Yeah, good numbers as well, healthy.
Yeah.
We had more and more ladies
Yeah,
watching and said, "Oh, can I join next week?" More and more interest. Trying to get them to come down here and watch some professional cricket, but most of them are pretty busy lives ferrying kids everywhere.
Yeah.
A bit of aggression from Jack Haynes, which we've not really seen today.
Yeah, but he's
Hasn't
done
been
it
on
well,
the ball.
though. He hit it with some certainty. Down the pitch, there's no one at long on, and no need to run.
I think they decided Archie Vaughan's easier to attack than Jack Leach, which is fair enough.
Well, it is certainly for Vaughan. For Haynes.
Spin coming into him,
coming into you is less dangerous, and also they have kept a fairly aggressive field in the sense that they're not putting men back at long on. They might do if he does it again, but they're just giving him that option. Do it again then. Not this time.
So Jack Haynes is 24 now. Talked a bit about him coming from Worcestershire. Nice. Again, rotation of the strike, slightly short from Archie Vaughan, but yeah, he, along with Dylan Pennington, Josh Tongue, quite a few players have gone from Worcestershire to Notts.
That's 3 of them, isn't it?
Yeah, there's probably others I could think of as well. Joe Clark,
Yeah.
he played in England under 19.
Well, Coda Cadmore, of course, went via
Worcestershire, Yorkshire.
to Yorkshire to us.
Yeah. A few have gone from Worcestershire to Warwickshire, the likes of Ed Barnard, Ed Pollock gone the other way.
Oh, that's beating the outside edge. That's a cracker. So there is still something there.
Yeah, it's just every now and again you
But
think
it
it's
doesn't
flattening
find
out.
the edge. Have a look at
Yeah.
this one. This is a lovely delivery. Oh, it's gone quite a long way. And it's frustrating on a good, what is essentially a batsman-friendly surface. You get one to go, and
Ben Slater had quite a lot of inside edges from Jack Leach.
Yeah.
And he thought, how's one of these not going to hit the stumps? It's always going to be something that's bat pad stump sort of played on. So many inside edges just rolled past leg stump.
Usually when it turns. I mean, it turns quite slowly here as the pitch gets older. But the ball is a bit fresher, the newer ball, a bit harder. So we saw Jack Leach go twice past the outside edge, and we've just seen Vaughan do that to Kishan. But to no reward. Yeah, Worcester have seen a lot of good players move on. And it's the increasing pattern, actually. And that's actually it's been going for a while now. They had a phase where they had Stephen Davis, who went to Surrey and then came here, and Solanke, of course, played most of his cricket at Worcester, but ended up in Surrey.
Is he the only other county cricketer who would be known as Vic? I'm trying to think.
Well, not that many.
Would he have been Vic for short, I guess?
I don't know. Vikram Solanke was, I think, the first player to be. They had 1 year where they experimented with having a super sub of some sort.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he was the first player to be a super sub. It was a terrible idea, really. Well, I suppose they do something similar now in the IPL, but
yeah, they tried it in the Big Bash as well.
Yeah, I'm not very keen on it.
No,
but,
I agree. 49 years now, Vikram Solanke.
Well,
this is the content we need. Will Martin, our producer in our ear, tells us in 1946 there was another Vic.
Vic Wilson of Yorkshire, who captained actually. I mean, I'm far too young, but I think he ended up captaining Yorkshire before Brian Close, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That means that we're in the sort of 50s stroke 60s here. But there's not many. I mean, Victor Trumper is the one you want to.
Yes, I know that name.
Well, Victor Trumper was one of the great. I mean, we're talking over a century ago, 120 years ago, but was one of the great Australian batsmen who. There was a famous test match where England were in the field. It had rained overnight, and they knew that the wicket would play quite well for an hour or two in the morning, but then it would become a sticky dog once the sun had come out and started to dry it. So the plan that has come down to us all in the history books is all they said they got to do is keep Victor quiet in the morning and we'll be eating clover. They never said that about me when I was batting, actually. And Victor Trumper got a fantastic 100 in a session to enable Australia to dominate the game. I think that's right. But yeah, he was one of the great Aussie batsmen. But there haven't been too many. Well, he's peppering them with a few short balls now. Source of some frustration. He's trying Haynes out with the hook, but he's got men protecting himself, but he's not hooked it up, he's hooked down.
Here we go.
Our research team are scurrying.
For Vics, I love this. This is the content we need on the Kookaburra
But
Ball
he's
Day
found
3.
someone I never heard of called Vic Stolmeyer, West Indies, I think, who played the odd game just after the war. There's been a surprising dearth of Vics, hasn't there?
There you go. And if you've got any other Vics, feel free to drop them in the chat. We had one chat of Victor Trumper yet.
I think Trumper's the man.
I don't think Victor Trumper could play. He's been dead for over 100 years.
Well, yeah. He was a true great, I think.
Alfie Ogborn, what a shift he's putting in. 12th as duty, signing hundreds of autographs.
Oh, right, yeah, of course. Well,
Riley Meredith and Josh Thomas are on the bench. They've chosen a good day to come and sign autographs. Alfie Ogborn, what a lovely gentleman he is.
Yeah, well, we'll no doubt see more of him in the first team before long.
Archie Vaughan continuing again. I dare say he might be plugged in until lunch yet. 20 minutes until the luncheon interval.
Just the one wicket, Leach wicket, and that's it. So far, batting is not too tricky, just the odd ball like that. And again, that has gone through the gate, and I think it's good, not out. I think maybe it brushed the thigh. We're going to have another look. Probably did just, well, top of the knee roll, we're saying, but perhaps they should have, well, they did appeal for everything.
Well, it's like fumble from came through as well. He sort of smothered it.
But that's a good, I mean, in a sense, that's a good sign in that something's happening. It's a good ball, but it ain't got him anywhere. But it's gone through the gate, and he got bounced as well, so it went over almost went over the top of the stumps. Couldn't have been LBW because he was bouncing too much. Let's have another look. Whoosh, it's a terrific delivery, but just wide and just too high to hit off stump. And that's prompted, hit the stumps. No.
That's what Somerset need.
It prompted a slightly more desperate big drive there. He wasn't quite in control of that one, and he scurried a single.
The athletic Matt Henry we keep mentioning.
He's athletic, is he?
He is. Yeah, well, the way he runs across the ground, I just think he looks lithe and fit and quick.
Well,
attacks the ball well.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen him actually in T20 cricket.
Yep.
Oh, they keep testing him though.
Surely.
It's a good end. It's not as he hit the right end too.
Is Jack Haynes going to say no at some point to a Kishan scurrying between the wickets?
Yeah,
I don't think Ben Slater would be saying yes to some of these singles.
No.
Nor has he for me, but fair enough. Jack Haynes.
Well, they're showing more urgency now actually than Notts batsmen. Hang on, Kishan's gone down.
Is that himself running too quickly?
Yeah. He hasn't gone up yet. He's tweaked something. I think this surface is too nice for him to disappear.
Yeah. He won't want to retire on this.
Come up.
This is one of many quick singles Kishan has fancied today. Head down. He does move quickly. He's gone into Archie Vaughan nearly. Yeah, Archie Vaughan didn't move. He sort of dodged around him.
I don't think that was the reason why he's struggling. He'll be all right, surely. But we are going to have a brief stoppage while Kishan is inspected by the physio.
Could use this time to give you updates of the high-scoring games around the grounds.
Go on then.
There's not really any wickets to report. But
well, just tell us anyway.
200 up for Northants. They're 200 for 2 against Kent's 566 for 8 declared.
Yeah.
Ben Kellaway has got 100 for Glamorgan. Very talented all-rounder. They're 321 for 4, replying to Gloucestershire's 380. That's his second championship 100 of the season for Ben Kellaway. And a 200 partnership with Colin Ingram. There has been a wicket. Sam Curran got 100 in the first innings. He's now got a wicket of Colin Ackerman, caught by Will Jacks for 24.
Score?
114 for 3, Durham.
They're crawling, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they've got to get to, what, 650 to avoid the ball.
They may not have time to do that.
I don't exaggerate either. Derbyshire got 261 all out in Lancashire's second innings. This is the third innings of this match. There could be a positive result there. Lancashire 231 for 4.
So Lancashire bossing that.
Yeah, leading by 335 with 6 wickets in hand.
Okay, possible result there.
Yeah, possible result. Yorkshire up at York are 220 for 4. A 50 partnership between Adam Lyve and Matt Revis. Essex got 368 in that one.
So they're crawling a bit at York.
Yeah.
A bit similar scores to here, but going even slower perhaps.
Still in Division 1 at Hove, James Coles has got a first innings century. Sussex 367 for 4, replying to Warwickshire's 415. That's a 6th first-class 100. He spent 45 minutes in the 90s. They're not rushing at Hove.
Well, that's the trouble with this run drive. The other trouble is that a draw is not a bad result for sides.
Is it
except
8?
for everyone.
Yeah.
So if you get maximum batting points, that's 5. Maximum bowling points, which is a struggle, that's 8. And then you draw the game, you get 16 points. If you play on a spicy pitch where there are no batting points knocking around,
you can lose by 1 run.
You get 19 points, or 3 if you lose.
Yeah.
So the draw is I feel the draw is too attractive in some ways. You don't get many declarations until the end of the season when it's,
What would you
got a
make a
gamble.
draw? What would you?
I don't know, might just make it just slightly less attractive.
6?
Well, 6 might do it. You want some incentive for people not to just sort of give up.
Yeah.
But I think 5 or 6 might be better, possibly. So you don't get the challenging declaration. I mean, in the days of 3-day cricket, I'm not necessarily advocating 3-day cricket, but there were lots and lots of games where you had to have 2 captains who were prepared to lose in order to win. Otherwise, you'd have had countless dull games. That has sort of gone out of the game. You very rarely get a challenging declaration, except in the last flurry of matches in September.
Is that because people think, why not? It's September.
Well, no, because they work out you're in certain positions where we have to win this. If we win, we can't get relegated, let's say, but we have to win this to have a chance of winning the championship. So you suddenly will get the odd bold declaration.
Yeah. We should say, while we're talking about points, Notts have just got another point. 300 for 4.
They have indeed.
98 overs.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder, they won't do it and they can't do it, but I bet you if you asked almost all the counties what ball do you want to use for the next round of matches, I would have thought anyone with any sort of progressive feel to it, you might, I suppose if you're right at the top of the table, you might think, well, draws are good now. But most of them would say, give us back a Duke and let's entertain, let's have a balanced game. But the chances of someone saying, well, actually, we've seen enough, let's revert to Dukes for the next 2 games, that's probably a step too far, too radical. Mm-hmm. But I don't think anyone would complain, certainly not the spectators.
Well, should we bring Pete Trigo on to try and spice things up a bit?
Well, he usually does that, even without trying. Thank you, Harry. Go and rest up. Go and get your lunch. I think Kishan's enjoying himself now, though. He's played really well, actually. In quite a measured fashion. He's got 33 from 64. He's not as if he's come and blitzed it IPL style. He's shown very good judgment. He looks like he's enjoying himself.
Hey, Vic.
Pete's
been happening?
Pete's in his Nottinghamshire gear. He's sort of Sherwood green.
Having a green day. Good band. It was an interesting leave, that, wasn't it? He sort of stepped away to give himself room and
thought better of it.
And that looked like it was quite close to the off stump there.
Let's have another look. It would have been slightly embarrassing if it had hit off stump, wouldn't it?
Would have been a
Keys
Vetter-esque leave.
I think he was contemplating a wallop through extra cover, but it wasn't quite in the right spot. We've seen the odd ball frustratingly turn, beat the outside edge and not do anything.
Heard a rumour that Kishan was having a bit of treatment.
He
for
was.
A bit of lower back. He's done a lot of up and down wicket keeping.
He scurried that single all right, though. I don't think he's in the mood to retire hurt on here.
No, I think...
they let Joe Clark keep wicket for the second innings. That's probably what he's... Get 100, let Joe Clark keep wicket. He's done it quite often, actually, in red ball cricket.
Yeah, Clarkie's got nice hands. He's a good keeper. They've got at least 4, to my mind, players more than capable on the Nottinghamshire staff.
Who can keep wicket?
Or
How many are playing in this game?
well.
Duckett, I suppose, but he hadn't done it for a while. I think we tried to sign Duckett here once.
Yeah, that would have been a reasonable signing, wouldn't it?
Well, it would have done as a sort of keeping. It's a while ago now. But anyway, he didn't come, and he don't keep wicket very often now. Not even for England.
Well, we've got that first innings side plot again. We've got, was it 11 overs for the points to be accrued? Well, 301, so 49 runs for Notts to get that extra batting point.
Well, they could do that. I mean, their main concern is to still try and win this game, and they still could if they get a big total.
Yeah, I think they. I mean, looking at it, they probably have to bat
rest of the day.
Rest the day. You know, somewhere, an hour tomorrow to get a sizable lead and have 2.5 sessions.
Yeah. Well, that would be their first choice, I reckon. They ain't going to declare. People don't declare now.
Not here. I think looking at the characteristics of the pitch, they're going to have to try and wear the pitch out, especially if the batters start using their feet. The bowlers' footmarks will get a little bit more substantial for the spinners. Yeah, it's definitely going to be the long grind. Will be the plan A for Nottinghamshire, and I suppose Somerset's goal is obviously to bowl them out, but keep the run rate as low as possible. So whatever lead Nottinghamshire might get is going to take them a long time. Yeah,
I mean, it's almost doing enough to get you excited, but not quite enough. Just the odd ball spins. Other than that, for the seamers, very little help. Vaughan bowled a cracker to Kishan, the classic beat the outside edge, though. And he actually got one through the gate to Haynes, but bounced almost over off stump. So he has got the ball to spin. But when they go with certainty, and that, I imagine, has gone all the way into the Hildreth stand.
Halfway up the Hildreth stand there for 6. Lovely shot there. Playing slightly inside out over wide mid-off. Beautiful shot there from Kishan. Very committed to his aggressive shots.
Well, once he goes the whole way, and they're still not putting the man on the boundary there. They want him to miss-hit one. But he doesn't necessarily look like he's going to. He's picked a good time to come and score some runs.
Yeah, he got 80 odd in his first game. A couple of Kookaburra fixtures. Batters licking their
We'd
lips.
like to offer you a contract to come and play for Nottinghamshire. Oh, I'm very interested. What sort of ball are they going to be using? Kookaburra, I'll be there.
Thanks to Alliance Medical, our matchday sponsors, dedicated to diagnostics. I believe the X-rays and scans and all that kind of stuff, Vic. I could probably do with one of those.
Which bit of you?
Well, just everything, just in case. Beautiful weather here in the southwest. That's one of the real bonuses for all the supporters, the kids that have come down, enjoying a day's play, even though it is a little bit attritional.
Well,
a word that I don't use much in my vocabulary through the year, but I've already used about 5 times in the last 3 days. Does seem to be the word that springs to mind. Good bowling attack, good batters. It's tough. It's hard cricket, isn't it? I think that's fair to say. Both bowling attacks have really stuck to task pretty well, hence the scoring rates. No teams giving me that sense that they've sort of given up their attempts to keep the run rate down, try and nick a few wickets. It's tough work out there.
I agree.
Just down the road, we've got open qualifying going on at Burnham and Barrow. For those who might be going back up the M5, I might stop off myself and watch the back nine. Some great golfers on show. Chris Wood, he's nearly finished his first round, a couple under inside the top 10. Taunton boy Tom Sloman doing well. Jack Haynes just clips that off his hip down to Tom Abel at fine leg, looking a bit like a stormtrooper because he's still got his short leg pads on.
And now he's going from deep backward square leg on one side to mid wicket on the other side for Kishan. Yes, well, Triggs was almost playing in Burnham as it happens, but the Poulter family are there in force.
Well, I think it could be an interesting dinner for father and son Poulter. Luke Poulter, the up-and-coming golfer, is 5 shots ahead of his dad. But his dad probably picked up a couple of $100,000 playing on Live the other week, so I'm sure Dad's still shouting.
I don't know. Don't know whether Dad would welcome a bit of advice from young Luke. But a little dynasty building up there, perhaps. I mean, it happens all the time in cricket. Less so in golf. I can't remember. There must be a few examples, but not that many. But we could, creating families. Perhaps we're more familiar with them, but there's stacks of them. Broads and Butchers and Stewarts. And that's all even without thinking, but there's many, many more.
Yeah, I suppose being a youngster, you're in a professional sporting family. There's that little bit of.
But I can't think of many golfers. I mean, I'm always interested. There's the Kiwi Ryan Fox, who is the son of Grant Fox, who was the All Black number 10, a notable All Black number 10.
Loves his cricket as well, Ryan Fox.
Does he?
Yeah.
He's one of the most bow-legged golfers I've seen for a long time.
Yeah, he does it his own way. Does pretty well.
He's been right up there, hasn't he, in America? But a lot of sporting dynasties in New Zealand. Bracewells everywhere, Crows, Lathams.
Keeping on the family tradition.
Yeah.
Right on cue, Archie Vaughan.
Archie Vaughan, yeah.
Son of
Flintoff.
Son of Michael.
Vaughans, Flintoffs. Comptons. Ooh, his moral victory gets him nowhere.
Yeah, just trying to open the face on that one, getting it through cover. Just brought a little bit of inside. There's definitely a bit of turn on show here as we have a look at that replay.
I mean, I think actually it doesn't make him necessarily a better bowler. It doesn't make him a better bowler, but he actually seems to get a little bit more spin than Leach at the moment. Maybe he is slower through the air.
Yeah, I think that is the key. It's just risking the player playing the odd aggressive shot back over your head and
he's still
in search for the spin.
He's still giving him the big hit over mid-on. Mid-on is loitering, but he's nowhere near all the way back. He's about 30 yards in from the boundary.
Well, I'm not sure the game's quite there, but it lends into the. I'll use the phrase buying a wicket, and I don't mean that you're gifting runs, but asking the batter, or certainly inviting them, like they did with Slater. Really, they're giving you the carrot of a boundary if you hit a good shot, but also that could create an opportunity, as it did with Slater.
Yeah.
I like the way that Vaughan's giving the ball some flight and giving it an opportunity to spin. They have pushed mid-off back now that Kishan's on
but
strike.
Not completely back. I mean, that's the easy shot for Kishan.
Yeah, I suppose that's the question. Would you, at this stage of the game now, would you not give, but would you offer 5 or 6 boundaries in the hope of getting one of these guys out?
Well, you would if you were guaranteed. If there was a guarantee that I'd give him 25, you'd grab that certainly. But there's no guarantee. That's the trouble. Knots. I don't think Knots at the moment. How many overs have gone now? No, they're on target to get 350. I think within just about.
8 overs, 38 runs.
Yeah.
They're probably going to have to be quite. I think it'd have to be in the forefront of the mind. They'd have to be quite proactive to pick up sort of 6 and over that they're going to need to get that total. So I think they're probably going to have to be aware of it.
if they want it.
But I suppose when you've got guys on 81 and 43, they're very well set. But, particularly impressed with Haynes, actually. He shows like he's got a really good mental approach. He's just picking off. He's surviving runs-wise off of bad balls and being very watchful when the ball's in a good area. So playing very nicely.
Yeah.
Five.
He's going to look for 2 there too, and you'll get it. He's quick.
Showing no ill effects of that lower back bit of stiffness. We're probably going to be seeing this as the last over before the lunch break.
Oh yeah, so it is. It's flown by. It's actually been quite an interesting session, but the bat has dominated again. And we get sort of excited by the odd ball turning past the outside edge, but it is only the odd ball. We've also seen some terrific batting. Professional, solid batting, really. Even from Kishan, you expect fireworks, but he's played a few exotic shots, but he also been quite measured in the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, I think that shot there, the way that he sort of played from the crease, it was quite a foolish delivery, but he's able to almost play it as if he was playing a spinner. It's quite clear that the brownness of the wicket does suggest that there's no real zip on offer. If it does do something, it does it quite slowly. Full half volley and put away. I think that's going to make it all the way to the boundary, and does.
Yeah.
Kishan on to 49.
So, well, I think Somerset will be ready for lunch. They bowled perfectly okay. They've tried the obvious things. Henry beat the bat a few times with the new ball. Overton's not really looked threatening. The spinners have bowled okay, but they haven't got much to show for it.
Yeah, this is where I think the lunch break, you need a little bit of soul food. Maybe one of the 12th men whip to the ice cream shop and buy a dozen Magnums just to give the boys a smile on their face during the lunch interval.
You think Magnums is the answer? Did that ever happen?
Yeah. So
Let's have a Magnum, lads.
Yeah, we played a lot of cricket here that was sort of, the
Runs
game
edge
very
cricket.
much sort of mirrored what we're seeing here today. And if you've got a conscientious 12th man, he'd do a little round of Calipos or something like that. A nice little ice lolly on a hot day. Always cheers up the team. I always used to quite like a twister. What if you had to choose a cold sticked treat? What would you go for?
Well, I'm not an expert on this. I mean, I'm not averse to a Magnum. I know what they are. I'm not so familiar with the cold twister. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a beautiful shot. Actually, it's better than the previous one. It wasn't quite so full. And he's just stroked that. Beautiful timing. He's got his 50. He's accelerated actually in the last 20 or so.
Beautiful shot there from Kishan to finish the session. Not close the session on 322 for 4. The loss of Ben Slater opened the door slightly for Somerset. The new ball was taken, and then another new ball was taken. But since then, it's been all Nottinghamshire. Haynes, 81 not out. Kishan, 53 not out. In the lunch break, we've got a podcast with the great Richard Walsh and Errol Sapaya talking all things cricket, I'm sure, Somerset. So tune in and enjoy that, and enjoy your lunch.
Well, welcome to another player podcast at the Cooper Associates County Ground, we should say. Today we're joined by Errol Sapaya. Errol, welcome back to Taunton. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Glad to be back here.
Let's go straight in where everybody will remember you for. 6 for 5 against Glamorgan. T20, July 2011.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that must be one of those occasions that you're never, ever going to be allowed to forget. Well, I'm not going to let you forget it, am I?
No, it was a special evening, probably quite similar to what we have here. It was a dark, sort of wet evening at Sophia Gardens. It was called Sophia Gardens then in Cardiff. And I remember warming up, and I think according to Trez, and Trez was the captain, and they just wanted to play 3 spinners. And so Kartik was one of the spinners, Max Waller and myself. And we won the toss, I think, and fielded first. And Kartik opened the bowling. First ball, Joss was keeping. He pitched it outside leg stump and hit Joss's right shoulder.
Right.
So it spun a lot.
Yeah.
It was a very dry wicket. But anyway, so it was I didn't come on to bowl till probably after 10 overs.
Right.
Yeah. I think Trez was like, just chucked me the ball and said, look, just get a couple of overs in, go as little as possible, and then your job is done. So fair play, I'll do that. I ended up taking wickets, oddly enough, and it was just surreal, the whole how it all just happened within a space of 3.2 overs, and the pitch did offer a lot of assistance, but you still had to put it in the right areas, and it was an incredible evening, which I will never forget.
And this was the world record, and was only recently beaten, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, only quite recent, as probably about two years ago.
Yeah,
2 years ago. And that as well, there's a story behind that. And I came back from the supermarket and put on the TV, and Leicester were playing against Warwickshire. And Colin Ackerman, he was bowling. I think he had got 4 wickets then. So I was watching it, and then he got this 5th wicket. And I was like, I think my record could be broken here. And then he got the 6th one. And by then Warwickshire needed, they needed pretty much six every ball. And I think then he got his 7th wicket, caught in the deep mid wicket. I think it was Jeetan Patel. And and that was it really. Which, records are there to be broken. But then straight away I messaged Colin Ackerman to say, many congratulations, and, celebrate it while it lasts, cherish it, and, it's all good. Yeah.
So you held the record for 8 years?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I've given a lot of people hope. I think there's been a lot of figures that are very, very close. And actually it won't surprise me that someone will take 8 wickets. I think you just need to get on a roll, and why not? I mean, like you just saw Sydney Thunder being bowled out for 15, about 3 weeks ago, which you never thought that would happen in a professional setup. But I think getting 8 wickets is possible. You never know.
So let's go right back to the start. How do you end up coming to be part of Somerset? Because you were born in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. How does a lad like you end up playing for Somerset in the first place?
Yes, so I was very fortunate. I gained a cricket scholarship to Millfield School, which is obviously based in Somerset, and I started in my third year, so third form, so age 12, and obviously the most sensible option was to come through the Somerset setup, the county age groups. So I just played for Somerset since, under 12s, under 13s, worked my way up. And that's how I ended up playing for Somerset. And I'm pretty much a West Country boy, even though, yes, I'm from Malaysia. But, I've been here for 28 years. So I was at Milford for 5 years. I did my A-levels under the, and I had very, very lucky to have coaches like Mark Davis, who was a former Somerset player, and Richard Ellison as well. And straight after school, I went to Exeter Uni, which is, just further down the road, further southwest. So, and then straight after that, I was with Somerset. So I'm pretty much a West Country boy, and I played for Devon as well, for a couple of years, which, I definitely helped me in my progression as a cricketer. But yeah, just by being at Millfield and, and I know it sounds silly about 8,000 miles away, but and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset.
Who was in your sort of year group that you played through with who people would have known?
Yeah, so Wes Durston.
Right.
James Hildreth.
Yeah.
So James was 2 years below me, academic years. Wes was maybe a couple of years above me.
Mm-hmm.
There was Max Waller, Craig Keyswetter. There's quite a few names. I remember when I started at Millfield, I will still not forget this. The first match I went to watch the Millfield First 11 playing, I swear the keeper was probably about 5-10 yards inside the boundary.
Right.
And the bowler was running in and letting go of this ball, and it was Simon Jones.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. So I was lucky enough. Simon Jones was there, Dean Kosker. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of cricketers that have come through from Millfield. Very fortunate for that. There's a lot of names that to mention.
Yeah. And obviously, it wasn't easy though to break into the team here, was it? You sort of had quite a period of trying to get in and not quite getting there. Tell me about that period of time.
Yeah, it was difficult. I mean, there was a lot of competition, and I think the only way that I could get in was to actually open, bat in the top three for the second team.
Yeah.
And so I put my hand up and said, look, I'll open. And I actually then transformed myself to be an opening batsman. And by doing that, that gave me a small window to get into the first team, an opportunity to get in. And, that paid dividends. And that's how I really got into the first 11 was actually transforming from a middle order player, at school. There's this running joke that, I got 4 years running. I won the fastest 50 competition.
Yeah.
So I was definitely a stroke player, someone that would get on with it. But then for me to get into the setup, I had to just transform or put my name in the hat to say, look, I'm going to open and challenge myself. And that's how I got in, really. Yeah.
You were a pretty sharp fielder, though, weren't you? I've seen you take some pretty good catches over the years.
Yeah, I've always that is one of my strengths, was my fielding. Always it was all down to pride and attitude in fielding, and I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I must admit that I myself have kind of surprised myself. I've taken some spectacular catches over the years, but for me it was just something, whatever way I can contribute to the team. And actually in 2005, when we won the T20 Cup under Graham Smith, I got in the team because of my fielding.
Yep.
Simple as that. Because I think it was again at Cardiff. I came on as a 12th man, and I think I took 3 catches, and the last catch was a diving catch from long off to mid off, and it was to save the match. Basically, it was a tied match. Yeah. But after that night, it was like, well, yeah, you're playing for the rest of the, because of the energy that I brought. So it was something that I really found quite easy to control, and so yeah, I really enjoyed it.
I think I remember you playing at Northants and doing a stunning piece of stopping there. And you were one of the first people I remember used to wear long sleeves.
Yes, that's right. You? Yes, I always wear long sleeves fielding, simply because I would be diving everywhere. So it was just a protection for my skin, really. I know now that you got tuber grips and all those things, but yeah, I used long sleeves, and that's what I would pride myself is basically just to stop everything that comes my way, regardless of anything, and you know, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
Let's talk about red ball cricket, particularly for you. You had one very good season, didn't you? 2009.
Yeah.
Tell me about that season.
Yeah, I think it was a build-up from a couple of years before that, from sort of 2007, really. I felt that I was playing good cricket in 2007 and, you know, wasn't getting the opportunity. And I think 2007 was when we came up, right, from we were champions of Division 2. So everyone was playing well. There was no need to change the team. We were on a high. But I personally thought I was playing quite nicely and doing as well as I could. And then 2008 was the year where I actually found, you know, that I had the opportunity to play a few first-team games and actually made a difference. And I just took it with me, you know. I learned as much as I could over the last 2 years, and 2009 was again, I think it was pre-season, all down to pre-season, and I got a lot of runs over pre-season. I think I made a couple of hundreds or 300s in 3 pre-season games, which meant that I guess I didn't give a choice, you know, for the selectors of the coach, captain, who to go with. So I suppose they went with me, and yeah, I mean, yeah, 2009 was my best year by a long way, and really enjoyed it. You know, to be sandwiched in between Trescothick and Justin Langer, you know, open with Trez and Justin Langer at number 3. So that was quite, I was a bit starstruck, but yeah, I just went about doing my job. You know, at times I'd go like, well, Trez is playing on a different wicket, but then I just had to do my bit. So I think as a pair we worked really well. You know, we bonded really, really well.
That was the year of the game with Yorkshire down here. Tell me about that.
Oh,
that was a spectacular match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think we were chasing 470. 475, and I remember Yorkshire, they batted the last morning as well, batted up to sort of lunchtime, and they may have had 20 minutes at us before lunch. You know, so we had essentially 2 sessions to get 475. In all honesty, we just went out there to bat. We just batted, and obviously Trez went off like a bullet, and I did too. You know, and I think we just kept going. And I think that's when I sensed, sort of at tea time, I sensed that the fielders, the bowlers, the captain, you know, of the opponent, Yorkshire, they were kind of they were panicking a little bit. They were not quite sure, and I sensed that actually, the game is there for us to win it. If, you know, as long as we, you know, hold wickets and continue what we're doing. And we still had a massive, massive task. But that gave, I remember Langer, David Stiff.
Yes.
Stiffy, he came in at number 3.
Yeah, he came in.
As a pinch hitter. And my God, I think he made 49 of like 20 balls, you know. And I think that shifted the momentum as well, massively.
Yeah.
Or showed our intent to actually, we want to win this match. And then Triggs at the end there to get a ton. That was unreal. So, you know, it was just set up for him. It was one of Trigo's innings, wasn't it? It was just set up. It was just brilliant. It was amazing. I think, I don't know how many people were in, but I think you definitely got your money's worth.
That was one of those never to be forgotten days, because you got 131, which was your career best at that stage.
Yeah, at that stage. Yeah, that's right. And that's when I sensed, actually, we just got to, you know, take a few more risks, and it worked out really well. And I remember coming off, getting out and going, guys, I think, we can win this, definitely. So I think, there was a belief there. And I think I remember Xander hit the winning runs, and it's just poured with rain after that. So,
like it was meant to be.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I think since then, teams have been quite reluctant to set anything below 500.
Absolutely. That was a special match.
It was.
And then 2 years later, you had another good season, didn't you? And you opened the innings against India with somebody, again, a bit special.
Yes, Andrew Strauss. Not very often you can say that you've been opening with international superstars. Again, he was
against superstars.
Yes, against big superstars.
Yeah.
One of my idols, Sachin, who I've always followed from a young age, and that's probably the main reason why I played cricket, really. But it was. I remember we had a match at Nottingham the day before. We finished a 4-day match.
Yeah.
I don't know what the result was. I didn't think we did too well, or I didn't do too well at Nottingham. And I was obviously travelling back, and we didn't get back till about 10, 11, in the evening. But next day presented itself, and it was a fresh day. It was a good day. It was a nice sunny day to bat. We won the toss and we batted. Usually, traditionally, the touring teams bat first, but I think we were having none of that. I think Strauss was quite adamant that we do what we need to and try to lower the morale of the Indian team. And I think we did well. I think that whole situation. I remember batting up to lunch, and I struggled. I wasn't as fluent. I was probably about 30, 40 not out at lunchtime. And then all of a sudden after lunch, it just clicked. Everything just clicked into gear, and it just starting to flow. Everything just started to flow. And by then, it just became, just really lovely to bat on. It was good. Yeah.
And was it like batting with people like Trez and Strauss and Langer? And, you've been lucky enough to play alongside on the opposite end to lots of big names. I mean, what's it like batting in the best seat in the house?
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. I think the key here is not to play like them. I think you've just got to play your own game and trust your game. So batting with Trez was amazing, purely because not so much, his quality was obviously very, very different, at a much higher caliber. But I think little things like we pick up on, like watching the bowler, how they hold the ball, what they were trying to do, which way they're trying to swing, whether it was reverse swing. So we would convey all those, and actually I think for me that was the partnership. It was about giving as much information as possible to one another, and then it was up to each individual to use that. So it wasn't so much about how you play or, this is what you have to do. It was about just, trying to pick their brain and going, okay, maybe what about me doing this? And just, so I think I found that really helpful with Trez, and a lot of similarities in terms of actually the process of batting. Yeah. Not so much batting itself, the process of it. And then on the other side, Langer, who was simply amazing for me. I think he played a massive role in my development. However, if you played a miss a ball, he would come down the wicket and tell you off, and go, come on, concentrate, next ball, So every ball was like a golden ball, which I understand because you only get one chance. So there's no right or wrong way, but I think you've just got to find what works for you. But I think for me, playing with these superstar big players like Andrew Strauss again, he was very level-headed, very calming influence. So you just got to pick their brain rather than replicate what they're trying to do. Because I remember at Warwickshire, I came off laughing, but it was a tough wicket. We won the match. I think it was 2012 possibly at Warwickshire. And it was a tough wicket, but I got out just on the stroke of lunch, and I only made 2 runs. So I batted a whole session for 2 runs, and I think Treswell was on 70 odd already. But funny enough, I came off and I just sort of just had a giggle because I had to. You would have thought I'd nick one for 4 or whatever, but I just couldn't. But oddly enough, I got a lot of praise for that innings because that set up for other players to come in to, and obviously Trez was playing on a different wicket. I found it really difficult, but it just shows you that, you just got to go about, what you stick to your strengths and just also at times appreciate what's at the other end. Obviously Trez took a lot of pressure off me, which was amazing.
Yeah, and obviously, being in best seat of the house with people like Tendulkar and Dravid out there. I mean, what was that like, being so close to them and watching them play? Yeah,
starstruck. Yeah. I remember Sachin walked into bat. I was like frozen. I was fielding at points, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe my idol is coming in, and all how his routine, his tap this, tap that with his bat. I just very fortunate to play against and with these superstars. Like I remember Ponting playing here,
of course.
Graham Smith. Yeah. We've had some big names playing for Somerset. The likes of Kieran Pollard in T20. I think it's about just learning from them because they've got all the experience. They've seen it all. There's a reason why they are the best. So I think it's just, even when Hashim Amla played for Nottingham, I went into the dressing room and spoke to him for a couple of hours just to pick his brain, just to obviously work, find out how to be more successful, and not everything works for the individual. You've got to, pick what is right for you. But there's no harm talking about the game. Yeah.
And all too soon it came to an end for you, didn't it? Because you had injured knees and you had to pack up in 2013.
Yeah, 2013. Yeah, so sort of like 4 years on from my sort of best year. I've always struggled with my knees. I've got patellar tendonitis, so it was very difficult. I mean, I've had it, long term, and I think it just got to a point where it was sort of affecting my day-to-day living, my lifestyle, and like driving, sitting down to have a meal, I was in agony, or even just, walking around and stuff like that. So, and unfortunately, and that's something with professional sports. It's a short career, and these things happen. I thought, well, actually, I need to look after myself, and obviously with the advice of the surgeons that I saw was best that if I just retire and look after my knees and go from there. So it was obviously very sad to retire under those circumstances, but again, I think I can honestly say that I've given everything, like put my hand up and worked hard for it. And I've enjoyed it. So, and you just got to make the most out of it.
And what about one or two sort of special moments? I know that that ton in that game against Yorkshire here, and again with Straussy and the wicket haul, but one or two other little sort of moments, things that I might not pick out as highlights that you might want to remember.
Yeah, I think it was against Northamptonshire, T20 match. And Alton Chigambura, who was the overseas player for them from Zimbabwe, and I came on to bowl and I got him out my first ball. But I think that, because I think it was the quarterfinals, home quarterfinals, but that was a turning point as well. For me, that was quite high up there on one of my sort of list. That's quite. I remember,
because you had a long time in the changing room with a whole range of people, didn't you?
Yeah.
So there must be one or two little things that maybe sort of click there for you.
That's going back quite a while now.
Must be a Trigo story somewhere.
Trigo. Yeah, you remember was it changing those and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion back in the days with Big Graham Rose and all those, Piran Holloway and all of that, and Jamie Cox was captain then. This, I guess, my debut 100 first class at Derbyshire.
Right.
There were 3 of us from Millfield, so it was me, Hildreth, and Wes. Yeah. And we all got hundreds. So that was Wes's debut maiden 100 as well. Right. Mine too. So that was quite something unforgettable, which was a very proud moment. I don't know. You should put me on. It's a very good question. There's a lot. I think, if anything, you're right. If anything, it's more things like catches that come to mind. Like I think in 2005, Shah Willoughby was bowling, and what's his name against Gloucestershire? Craig Spearman ballooned up one over covers, and I pretty much sprinted for about 40-50 metres and took a diving catch in front of a packed house. I think that's the day where we made the world record. 250 plus.
That was with JL and
Cameron White. And I remember Cameron White hitting a ball to the gates here. He was a good player. He could hit big balls. But it was more about moments of like catches and stuff like that, rather than sort of like, again, taking a catch. I remember it was at Hampshire in the finals day, we tied the match.
Yes.
And then
Never forget that one.
and Afridi, it was at Warwickshire, and Afridi was batting, and it was a sky, and I took the catch at deep mid wicket. So again, that was a sort of a contribution. In front of big crowds and and
let's just talk about a development that happened whilst you were playing, because you were playing before T20 arrived, weren't you?
That's right.
So I mean, what was the attitude of people then? I mean, what was your thinking? I mean, now we take it just for granted, don't we? But I mean, back when it started, there was, what was the general feeling about in the game of people like you towards the T20 game, which was completely different? Yeah,
it was. I think it started in 2004,
three.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2003. I think Leicester were the team to beat, right? I started 2001. Yeah, around there, and it was all very new. It was still unknown. But I think when I played, we had a squad of players that would play in all 3 formats. Yeah. And that was the difference. Yeah. We had to adapt our games to fit in. So I remember playing, a 4-day match and then a 1-day match, and then, trying to adapt to T20 as well. So, but whereas now, the difference now, I think there's separate teams for each competition, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially a different squad for each competition, and so players are able to come in and out, but whereas then I think everyone had to just adapt whatever the conditions were and for you to play. So for example, like me, I was opening the batting or batting the top 3 or whatever, but then I found myself batting at number 7. But then I had to adapt to white ball cricket, so I had to learn about death hitting, so I might go into matches where I require a runner ball, or where it's under tight situations, or where there's only 2 overs left and I have to try to slog it. So I think my role was quite different as such when a red ball and white ball. So I had to red ball cricket opening was completely different. So I had to adapt quite a lot, and I actually found it okay. I actually found batting at number 7, 6 down the order in 1-day cricket actually not bad. I found a niche there, and obviously I could bowl half the overs or my full quota. So it is. Yeah, it's difficult. I think. Yeah, I think back then. Yeah, it was.
It was only 20 years ago, but
Yeah,
we're
it
saying back
was.
then, aren't
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think we were looking at big scores. So
No.
for us to get that 250 against Gloucestershire, that was a huge total. But I think, generally speaking, high sort of 180s, 170s were good scores. So it was still relatively new. But whereas now, I think players just go hard at it from ball one to ball, you know, 120.
Yeah.
You know, every ball, and there's no fear. Whereas I think back then there was also like, well, I've got to play well to keep my place in the team.
Yeah.
So whereas now I think it's just, you know, go hard. Yeah. So, and I actually can't keep up with the number of T20 tournaments that's happening. Like, you know, it's everywhere. There's a lot. Like today, the South African T20 series has just started. So yeah, it's a lot.
Exciting times. If you had your time again, would you do it all over again?
Yes, most definitely. I think that there's things where you learn throughout your career, and if anything, I would probably take it easier during training days. I train. I wouldn't say train less, but I train smarter. So save myself for matches, and actually I wouldn't try to put too much pressure on myself. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, it is a game. You've got to enjoy it. But I think, yeah, definitely, you know, there's areas where you tweak and change. But I think, generally speaking, the whole lot. Yes, I'd love to do it. Yeah, I'd love to do it again.
If you had to choose one format, what would it be? There's
I'm a
difficult
purist.
question.
Yeah, no, it's Red Bull.
Yeah.
Red Bull for me. Look, cricket evolves. So do human beings and everything. But I think for me, I judge a cricketer, or like to judge a cricketer based on Red Bull, first class Test cricket. But yeah, because for me that's the purest form. It tests you with everything: character, tactically, technically, everything really. And there's opportunity for you to also get big runs. And it was difficult. 4-day cricket is not easy. I mean, yeah, Test cricket. It's the reason why it's called Test cricket. Got the test of everything. Your, you know, stamina. Yeah, it's, you know, because first innings and second innings, or playing the first and fourth innings, is completely different. The pitch changes a lot, so you got to adapt. Yeah, conditions change a lot.
And now you're back living in Taunton.
Yes, I am. Yes, I had a brief period in London for 3 years. Unfortunately, I wasn't too well, so I had all my treatment up in London, and thankfully, I thank the PCA for that, and people around me to support. But yeah, now I'm back in Taunton, sort of familiar surroundings, familiar faces. Really enjoying it.
Great. And obviously still follow the cricket here, still come and see what's happening.
Yes, definitely. I have done over the last few summers. Still keep in touch, you know, obviously not with James Hildreth now, but he's obviously just retired last summer. But you know, likes of Tom Abel. Somerset will always be part of me. You know, it's always been and will always be part of me, and it's great to come back and actually see the supporters as well. You know, on the Gimlet Hill.
Yes,
I see a lot of them, and they still do recognise me, which is great. But you know, and Tractor is always there. But no, it's great. It's great to come back, and it's a very warm, friendly, family-orientated place. You know, and Somerset cricket for me is special. I always have a special place in my heart.
Brilliant, Errol. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Great to hear you talking about Somerset with so much affection. We've always enjoyed seeing you down here, and we look forward to seeing you in many, many years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
And please welcome back match umpires Nigel Long and Rob White.
Well, welcome back to the afternoon session of day 3 at the Somerset Cooper Associates County Ground. Knots are 322 for 4. I'm Harry Everett and Vic Marks alongside me to talk you through the afternoon session where we'll see 32 overs bowled and plenty of screaming school children.
Well, it was a lovely sight, actually, at lunch, where the entire outfield was filled with school kids who were paying a visit to the county ground. A lot of them having photographs taken, a lot running around, enjoying themselves. So great to see them here. But now the serious business resumes, and the hard work resumes. And I think we're going to see a fresh bowler.
Yeah, I was going to say, will we see Kishan?
Well, we will.
Because he warmed up a lot in his whites in that lunch interval.
Yeah.
Alfie Oakbourne was bowling, Steve Kirby was mitting, and Casey Aldridge came out early after the lunch interval. And he's ready to go.
Well, he's in the team. He obviously didn't have a very successful day yesterday.
No, he bowled the 19th over, I wrote down, from the Marshall Scottic Pavilion end yesterday.
Right.
Casey Aldridge, that was his first introduction.
And he was taken for a few runs. It looked like from highlights, he just over-pitched actually more than anything.
Yeah, he did go at 6.28 and over.
Anyway, but he's in there and he's got a slip in the gully and he's got Jack Haynes on strike and he's got a chance to have an impact on the game. But he goes for a boundary. First ball, I think he won't catch that. It's a great art, bowling the first 2 or 3 balls of a spell. And I always used to have the theory, they're crucial balls because they can dictate your mood and how you go and how long you bowl. You just got to get into a spell. It applies, well, I always think of it for a spinner's benefit, but it applies to all bowlers. Suddenly, first couple of balls, first over goes for a dozen. I mean, it happened to Henry, but he's not bothered because he's been around the houses and he got it back. That's better. But for young bowlers, it adds to the pressure. If you don't have to necessarily bowl brilliant balls right up, but you just need to just get into your spell without yielding too many runs too early, because then you suddenly feel you're under pressure. Under pressure to stay on, apart from anything. Still, the second ball was bang on target.
Yeah, just the one slip in the gully in for Casey Aldridge. Jack Haynes looked particularly good before lunch. Went through the gears a little bit, on to 85 now. 85, 155 balls. 9 fours and 1 6. That shimmy down the wicket and bunt over mid-on off Archie Vaughan was a particular show of intent. I think Kishan sort of helped him play positively.
So it's going to be Aldridge. Just looking around, who's going to bowl in the Marcus Gothic end? Is it going to be a spinner? Is it going to be Vaughan?
Yeah, Vaughan did bowl from the river end before lunch, didn't he? We thought Jack Leach would want it back after Casey Aldridge. That's a nice shot. I'm not sure it'll go for 4 though. A little bit of the inside half of the bat beyond drive for 2 to Jack Leach's arm. Keep turning my effects mic down. I don't want to drown out the kids, but just hearing the kids' conversations.
You're right. Were you? Anything interesting?
It's my effect now. Mostly about what they had for lunch and how they enjoy running around on the grass. Now it's just screaming.
Well, there's plenty of open space. I think they can scream if they want.
It was good yesterday. They opened up the Somerset stand yesterday evening, which is not normally open in county championship games. They opened up blocks 3 and 4 because it was so sunny. The school kids needed some shade.
Yeah, well, that was a good decision.
Yes.
It is going to be warm.
It's taken a while for the sun to break through the clouds the last couple of days.
Well, once it breaks through, it is hot. I mean, we are actually, whisper it quietly, we do have access to some air conditioning should we need it. I mean, it's amazing that here we are sitting in England watching cricket and we're fretting about the quality of the air conditioning, but we are. And it is quite comfortable up here.
It's meant to not be good for the vocal cords, though.
Is it not?
No. So
we'll keep it on anyway, Harry. Don't worry about that. Now then,
voices go.
Vaughan is returning to the Trescothic end. Lammonby down in front of him is at long off. Well, not quite long off, a deep mid off. There's space behind him. Vaughan actually got the ball to turn a little bit from the far end, but I think the overall plan is Jack balls that end and he'll be back on after Aldridge's spell.
I think we know that.
He's also bowled quite a lot of overs, Leach, already. There is that little equation. I know you fret about bowlers' points more than I do, but they're in the 105th over.
They'll get
I think they'll get them, yeah. There'll be something.
Without panic. Even if a wicket falls, I reckon they'll still get them.
But it's 1 point.
I think I more fret about bonus points in the Kookaburra round when it's more likely to be a draw.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. But we'll try and get excited. I'll try and get excited about one more bonus point. There was a stage when I first started where you could identify how much money you might get if you get that bonus point. You know, it might be £2.50 or something like that, or it might be less than that.
As an individual or as a team?
Well, individually, I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. Right when I started, I think there might have been some system where.
Well, I was more thinking that the payment at the end of the year, where you finish in the county championship table, there's a certain amount of money you get for finishing 4th to 5th. So if you miss out on that by 1 bonus point, that's a lot of cash that could be.
Well,
Club or between the players.
I don't think when I was playing, you got many rewards. We certainly didn't get any rewards for coming 4th or 5th.
No. You get more money every single place in the table now.
Yeah.
So second bottom's a lot better than bottom.
Yeah. So I presume Aldridge is going to keep going. Yeah.
Be a bit harsh to give him 1 over.
No. Well, he might he's perfectly capable of nicking someone out. And he's in the side to bowl, and he'll be desperately keen to bowl.
Yeah, he bowled well with the Kookaburra ball last year.
Yeah. He's going to come round the wicket to Kishan with a fairly conservative field. Unsurprisingly, he's got Overton, who is loitering at slip. Well, not loitering, he's overseeing the campaign. But he's in a sort of second slip at the moment. The rest are spread. unsurprisingly.
That looked pretty fast coming through there from Case Aldridge, following through nicely over 80 mile an hour. There you go, 81 mile an hour.
Well,
Quicker than Matt Henry bowled,
it looked
actually.
fast through the air, but not so much off the pitch, where it sort of plopped into the gloves of Rue.
Got to say, James Rouge's been a bit more tidy than Kishan was behind the stumps the first couple of days. He was a bit all over the place, dropping throws, not taking money down the leg side.
Well, then he did that, but to be fair to him, he also sort of nabbed one down the leg side off Abel, which is not straightforward catches necessarily. So he
took the one that
you rather have a slovenly keeper who catches the catches than a beautiful keeper who drops them.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that that's not James Rue, of course. For the right-hander, looks like there's a gully comes up, and there's no third man.
good hand there from Matt Henry. Really good stop. Would have been 4 runs.
Yeah,
Saved three.
You're right, he does feel well. We've seen him more obviously in T20, where ball seems to follow him in the air and he usually catches them.
Yeah, he took an absolute screamer for Kent a few years ago in the blast. It went viral. He's taken some good catches from New Zealand, of course. Canterbury. Just a very good cricketer, Matt Henry. Another good bit of fielding. Same position, really.
Yeah, that's Tom Abel this time.
Same bit of patch of ground. Matt Henry's going to give him a high five. I love about Tom Abel, when someone else does good fielding, he comes and gives him a high five.
Yeah, so he deserves 1 or 2 in return.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tough. I mean, they look good so far in terms of committing to the challenge ahead, but it's tough. You look at that scoreboard: 331 for 4. And gone about their business well, though, Nottinghamshire. Business-like, patient, but positive as well. And now they're only 40 odd adrift, 44 adrift, or whatever it is, slightly more, of Somerset's total. They've got to be thinking in terms of, well, we could get a lead of 200. After which, there's always a bit of pressure on the batting side. Suddenly the odd one seems to turn and not playing with the same sort of freedom. So that will be their goal. And if you've got someone like Kishan, they're still there when you've got into the lead and the bowlers are getting more and more tired. There's scope for acceleration.
Yeah, nice to see Tom Banton fielding the ball a couple of times in that over. Back on the field after his hamstring niggle he's been suffering with this game.
Okay.
He's doing deep cover now to...
That's Josh Davey, though, at backward point. Who's he on for them?
He is... can we see? Yeah, Sean Dixon's out there. Jack Leach
Oh,
has just
no
gone
Leach.
off. Yes, Jack Leach was on for the first over after.
Oh, well,
he
that's
chased
okay.
it on, didn't he? Josh Davey only on 10.
Oh, that's done a little bit, but it all happens so slowly. But that has beaten the inside edge of the bat. But he's lunging a long way forward. He's perfectly safe, but it has done something. Quite an interesting field in that he's given himself quite a lot of protection on the offside. He's got a five on the off, 4 on the on. So he's got leeway to bowl a little bit wider of off stump, so not be too negative at leg stump. That sort of line. Getting a little bit of turn, but it is very slow. The gaps, in many ways, the gaps are on the leg side now, over Tom Abel, mid-wicket. That's where it's gone, but not because he had to improvise. It was a drag down, I'm afraid. And the pitch is slow. And it was just sitting up, waiting to be hit. He hit it well, but it was a long hop. Hard to disguise the fact.
Yes, no, I can't disagree with that description.
Now he's back on target. He's bowled quite nicely, but it's just not much happening. That's another good stop. I guess if you're not too, you're looking out there and play's resumed. Somerset did their utmost in the first session to try and make a breakthrough and make some inroads. But if you're opening with Aldridge and Vaughan, they're not the ones you're fretting about.
They're not your strike gun bowlers.
No. So, I mean, you can understand why, and that the others have basically done a lot of the work this morning and tried to make that breakthrough, just a 1 wicket falling. So you wouldn't identify Aldridge and Vaughan as the main threat when playing Somerset, but it is their sort of turn. Nice bouncer.
Great, yeah. Make him think about it. The diminutive figure of Kishan and gets used to a few short balls. Would have spent a lot of time facing Jasprit Bumrah in the nets for the Mumbai Indians time together. So,
oh right.
Dare say he plays the quick bowling fairly well.
It wouldn't be much fun facing Bumrah in the nets, really, would it? We never faced Joel Garner in the nets. We were too sensible for that.
Who would face him? Would he just bowl on his own?
Yeah.
Or some young upstart.
It was not compulsory to have to face Joel in the nets, and he didn't bowl. To be fair, he didn't do much netting. But I mean, that's not to say he didn't prepare in his own way. But
he played enough back then as well. Didn't
he played so much. Once you got into the rhythm of a season, you played so much that you bear the batsman. Some batsmen wouldn't have a net if they felt in reasonably good nick.
If you're playing 2-3 day games and a Sunday a week.
Yeah. Well, that's 7 days a week.
Yeah. Which was fairly common, wasn't it? Lovely.
Oh, yeah.
That's a beautiful cover drive.
It is. I mean, he's timed that so well. There's absolutely no price for the man at sort of backward point getting anywhere near it. It's scudded away at great pace. So bowlers, they wouldn't have a net, but you might go and bowl a few in the net just to get loose that morning, to shake off the 35 you'd bowled the day before. And likewise, certain batters, a few batters, but the minority like to have a net, but actually most of them, if you're in rhythm, potentially, in a week you've got 5 or 6 knocks as a batsman. 5, certainly 5 if you're talking 2 championship matches in a one-day game. So if you're batting well, you just have a few throwdowns, get to feel bat on ball again.
Yeah. I think that was a chance. It would have been
It's
an
a technical
screamer.
chance, yeah. He got his glove to it, but
He's done well to stop 4, really, isn't he?
Yeah, and
I mean, you could say he needs a chance like that to stick in a game like this. But
let's have a look. You have a look at this. It was almost uncatchable, I'd say, but he did clearly hit it.
Say for that.
And it's almost getting him on the half volley anyway.
Good anticipation from James Reed to make the early ground and get there with his right mitt.
Yeah.
He's gone early.
Naturally left-handed too, is he?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. It's a very Kishan backward sort of back foot punch for one, but in the Kishan way.
Yeah, well, he's timed the ball beautifully and brought a bit of class. He's probably scored more freely than anyone since Kohli Capmore.
Yeah.
Even though he's not racing along, but he's got scope to accelerate, you think.
He looks at ease, doesn't he? So much time. I always think that's a sign of a quality player when they've got more time than anyone else. James Hildreth was the first person I can remember watching with just that extra second it felt like.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
only a fraction of a second at 80 mile an hour, but
And sometimes he'd score off balls that other people. He'd be hitting balls for 4, James Hildreth, that other people might possibly hit for 1. Particularly square the wicket on the offside.
just timed it beautifully. Hence I wrote my piece for the cricketer, my favourite cricketer.
All right, James Hildreth. Well, that's a good choice.
Yeah. Well, I was giving Mel Farrell some stick earlier. She's on commentary next door this week. And she chose Ben Stokes as her favourite cricketer. I said, that's too mainstream. Got to do someone niche. She spent the first 3 paragraphs of her double-page spread apologising for choosing Ben Stokes
right.
as an Australian as well.
Well, as an Aussie too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not good enough. What,
Indeed. I've been taking the ashes away from her.
you thought you bound to pick Travis Head. Come what may. Steve Smith. Actually.
Very keen. Do you want to commentate the next half an hour in Australian, Vic?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll go down well.
Yeah, Dave Bracegirdle, Notts commentator for the BBC next door, with Mel and Anthony Gibson all 4 days. They're having a bit of a laugh. They dressed up as cowgirl, and then Pete Trigo brought on his cowboy hat yesterday as Ishan Kishan comes down the ground.
Yes,
Matt Henry should get there.
No, he won't. I think you're being a bit demanding there. He put in a dive and couldn't quite get there.
Well, yeah, I thought that red mat was slightly off-putting, to be honest with you. He's now gesturing to the screw below his hand. The little tacks they knock in before playing.
Well, let's hope he's all right.
Yeah. Because
He had a good go at it, actually. It's beautifully placed. They're just toying with 350. They'll get there easily. There's no 8 balls to get 4 runs.
Oh, that is another tough chance. Left hand of Craig Overton at slip.
Oh, let's have a look at that.
It's gone quickly, but he has got his left hand to it.
Underneath it, carried.
Yes.
It's a rare drop, but it's a very hard
tough
chance.
though.
Well,
It would have been a cracking catch. Archie Vaughan's frustrated. And Somerset will be frustrated because you need a quarter of a chance to stick, whatever percentage, whatever fraction you want to use.
I mean,
You've got to take a worldie.
He was so fine, actually, that he only just carried it way to his left. But he has beaten the bat a couple of times and to no avail. And certainly the best bet seems to be still with a bit of spin. I'm just a bit fretful about where's Jack.
Yeah. So two tricky chances.
2 sort of semi-chances.
In quick succession, though.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, now what's happening?
Craig Overton.
He's going to. Well, he's toying with them on that. He's just trying to defend the 350 in 4 runs per over. I mean,
I like that.
Well, you might like it,
yeah.
but I don't think it's going to.
You don't see Craig Overton at deep third very often.
No.
But I think here is Somerset desperate for a wicket.
Well,
if they can buy a wicket because these two are desperate to get their extra bonus point in 110, then happy days for Somerset.
Well, yes.
They're not going to get an extra bowling bonus point, of course.
No. But I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to get 3 runs. If you're in the ring, though, I think you're obliged to sort of keep tight. Don't give them the easy single.
But even if it's a 1% chance, it's
yeah.
worth the risk, isn't it?
Yeah,
They can get
no, you could. He's bounced him too. He can't hit that before.
Oh, yeah, he won't be allowed to bowl all of them bounce.
Oh, how many balls he got? Just
4 more balls.
4 more balls.
3 runs.
3 runs required
I like
for
the
that
little-
extra point.
Yeah, I like the little side.
You're very much a pessimist. I mean, they could still get. Somerset could still get another bowling point.
No, you said a minute ago. You changed the tune quickly. You reckon 2 wickets in 4 balls? Yeah, fair enough. Casey Aldridge then still round the wicket to Kishan.
Oh, he can't get
Oh,
one
a
there.
bit of pressure here. It feels like suddenly it becomes a limited over match. They need 3
Well,
runs
sort
off 3
of.
balls. I love the drama. If you're just tuning in, 110 overs is an
Calm down.
important part of the game. After this, they might just be playing for draw points for the rest of the
Well,
day.
no, I mean, after this, Notts will be focusing on trying to win the game. And
Which might mean racking up 600. Tell you what, Vic, he's getting nervy.
Well, there'll be...
Does he know the rules of the county championship, Kishan? Does Jack Haynes need to walk down, do a bit of guiding and say, by the way,
Well,
mate,
he might not. I mean, the equation is one. There's 2 balls left till we get to the 110 over mark.
he's not going to block and leave the last 2 balls, is he?
He might try a bouncer. I want Craig come a bit finer. He'd go for a bouncer. He caught on the edge.
I love the drama here.
He's wided. He's going to get... Oh,
No,
he's not wided. He's not wide. That was a sort of
Very tactical
absolutely routine wide in one-day cricket. Now then. Now Overton is spreading the field.
I like
so
this.
that everyone... I mean, they still need 3.
Brilliant from Craig Overton.
Well, it's not exactly brilliant, but it's logical.
I think Abel needs to be more straight to extra cover. We've got a deep point, a deep back. We'll get a picture of this field. This is brilliant. Oh, I love this. Last ball of the 110. And he doesn't get there. Somerset win the battle.
Well, they may not win the war.
Kishan's not bothered.
But I think they will be mildly frustrated in the Notts dressing room, especially when they fail to win the championship by 1
point.
Point.
I'm going to remember that.
I'm sure you will.
When I do a podcast or commentary of the last game of the season, Notts are 1 point off it.
It'll only be really exciting if they fail to win the championship by 1 point because Somerset have won it.
Well, yeah.
And Aldridge's over will go down in history.
The greatest 110th over.
As the over what won it.
What did it go for? Was it a maiden?
I think there was 1 run from Haynes early on.
At the start, yes. I'm going to write that down in my notepad.
Okay.
The greatest 110th over in my county championship commentary career.
Well, okay. I haven't got a notebook. But even if I had,
in your head.
I'm not sure I'd have bothered. But it's very good to see you've got a notebook anyway.
No intent from Ishan Kishan. What's happening?
He'll probably run down the wicket at 4 and smack him for 6 now.
I just think that's a bit sloppy cricket, really. Surely they can find a way to get a couple of runs there.
Well, you would have thought so, actually. Yeah. There will be mild frustration, I think, in the Notts dressing room. But their main goal still remains, hang on, go big here. Get 550, which is still possible with this pair together, and more to come. Oh,
now you can get a run, Ishan Kishan. I'm not going to let him live that down, you know.
I know you're pretty tenacious when you get set to it, aren't you? Like a dog with a bone.
Just remind me, when we're next on comms, when one comes in our last game of the season in September, we'll monitor the Notts bonus point column.
Okay. But the way they're going about their business, A, we've seen Ishan Kishan disdain to worry about the extra bonus point. But B, having gone past 110 overs, there's no sense of abandon amongst the batsmen. They're setting themselves to get another couple hundred to go big, and then a bit of that scoreboard pressure. On the last day, anything can happen. That's the plan. Well fielded. Somerset still looking sprightly in the field. You've got to admire that. And give credit to Aldridge. He did bowl a very, very cunning, not quite leg side wide.
Well, it probably should have been, shouldn't it?
Well,
he also moved Ishan Kishan as well.
I mean, it was an obvious 1 day wide, but it was also an isolated. It was not as if he bowled a whole over of leg stump outside the leg stump. If he'd done another one, I'm sure he would have been wided. He only did 1. Got away with it.
It's clever to bowl 2 bouncers, 1 leg side. That's sort of 3 freebie dots.
Okay. I would rather he got some wickets there, but he's doing his best.
Now he's doing wickets, yeah.
Here he comes.
Jack Haynes, that's 100 for Jack Haynes.
Wow.
Beautiful batting from the former Worcestershire man. First class 100, number 8 for Jack Haynes. 176 balls.
Yeah.
And he's coming at number 4 for Notts. Number 5, actually. Batted really nicely.
Yeah, he has. Very measured, very controlled. Some good shots, aerial shots occasionally against the spinners. Bit of a gift, that last
It
one.
was a gift to get there. Nice low full toss on leg stump.
And he's put it away beautifully. And, well, he's got power to add. I mean, it's a great time to be batting, to be honest. We've got a pretty flat pitch, a weary bowling attack, and 100 on the board. Cash in.
Yeah, well batted, Jack Haynes. First class average of 35. Over 3,000 first class runs. High score of 142, so he'll have a good chance to get past that. He has scored 153 in List A cricket. So that 142 should have a good chance of getting past. Still one slip.
I'm going to go lie down, Jet. Harry, the excitement's been too much.
So
that bonus
110th
point
over's got
excitement
to,
that you built up there. It's been so riveting. I need to lie down.
Fair enough, Vic. I'll give you permission. Tom Vanton doing the fielding at deep square leg.
Oh, so sorry. Yes. I think the over just
So Ishan Kishan now on 66 not out. Missed out on that Notts batting bonus point.
And then slight confusion that they didn't get 4 off the 110th.
Quite a spread field here. Craig Overton's choosing to send quite a lot out. 3 out on the leg side, 2 out on the offside. Sean Dixon's going to be 20 yards in though, sort of deep backward square, but not all the way. Craig Overton's at an interesting catching position in front of square on the leg side. Sort of forward square. Casey Aldridge still struggling with his economy rate here, not really keeping either batter down. He's nearly at 6 and over, but that brilliant 110th over. The unofficial award I'm giving Casey Aldridge for the best 110th over in the County Championship.
Create some magic.
What a dramatic 110th over, Pete. Well, absolutely love that from Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton. Ishan Kishan unable to get 3 of 5 deliveries with the fields completely spread.
Yeah, probably best not to leave it to the last couple of balls. Will probably be the learning there. But yeah, good bit of game within a game. 2 teams that are going to be hopefully fighting for it towards the back end of the season. Every point counts.
Yeah,
couple of half opportunities created in the last few overs. I've been watching a flight down, and yeah, it did look like both of those catches just about carried. They would have been very good catches.
Yeah,
on a day like today, you kind of need to take those opportunities, or at least one of them.
Yep, James Rue's right hand, Ishan Kishan flicking leg side, and Craig Overton's left hand at slip diving.
.355 for 412 overs gone. Bonus points are a thing of the past. 3 for Somerset, 4 for Nottinghamshire. Now it's all about trying to force some sort of result here. Tuesday, the 8th of July, up on your screens now, the Essex doubleheader, the men and women in action, 2:30 and 6:30. 2 for Tuesdays. Every other T20 is a full sellout, so just a few tickets available for that one. Get online and grab yourself a ticket or two. Archie Vaughan continuing from the Truscothic stand end to Nottinghamshire's second centurion of the innings, Jack Haynes. Archie Vaughan looked quite frustrated, that little bit of a half chance Being dropped there by Craig Overton, you have to say that certainly not out of Craig Overton's scope of catching. Very, very good slip fielder, especially to spinners with his long reach. Archie Vaughan kicking the dirt afterwards. It's one of those frustrating days for the bowlers, or games for the bowlers, one must say, for both teams so far. Notts closing in on Somerset's first innings, 3-7-9, and we'll look to make the most of this afternoon. Perfect batting conditions.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan's nearly brought his bowling 100 up. Kishan making it 92 off Archie Vaughan's bowling. Would you call it a gallon?
A gallon, yeah.
Yeah, why is a bowling 100 called a gallon?
Well, a ton is 100. A gallon is another form of measurement.
Yeah,
so
but you'd never say a batter's called a gallon, would you? And you never say a bowler's gone for a gallon, but probably not a bowler's gone for a ton. Wonder why it's that way round.
Just is, Harry. Just is.
Day 3 of the Kookaburra Ball. We've got to be asking these questions.
Origins of the gallon.
Is it the old metric imperial?
Change bowling at the river ends. Number 7.
Well, that tells you what you need to know if you're just tuning in, if you've been missing out. James Rew, 3 catches. And we're going to see Jack Leach back into the attack, searching for his 3rd wicket this innings. No rush in between overs. Kishan and James Rew, the 2 young left-hand batters, having a good chat out there. Craig Overton having a chat as well. I wonder what that typical conversation is. Oh, to be a stump mic. Imagine if we could be listening into that conversation. Very close proximity as well. James Rew, Kishan and Craig Overton. Craig's having a right chuckle. There's something entertaining going on between those 3. Use the YouTube comments. What are Kishan, James Rew and Craig Overton talking about? Meanwhile, Jack Leach is still trying to get ready to bowl. Craig Overton, the captain, should probably be setting his field, but he's too busy in conversation.
Well, if it was me, any chance you could have a word and get me in your IPL team for next season?
Well, eventually, we got Tom Abel running out with helmet on. Craig will let Jack Leach set his own field. Maybe they're talking about the Indian under-19s, England under-19s game where Thomas Rew scored that record-breaking 100 yesterday. Overtook James Rew's best England under-19 score. And there we go. Thrashes it for 4 through the vacant extra cover region. 2 short and wide from Jack Leach. And rather than try and take on the leg side deep fielders, Kishan just bunts it through extra cover for 4. Good shot.
That is full send. Very nicely capitalised on there from Kishan. Full kitchen sink through extra cover. Oh, another glorious cover drive. Similar part of the ground and another boundary. Kishan looking to press the accelerator here as Nottinghamshire look to get past Somerset. I suppose looking like the only conceivable way this game could end up with a positive result for one of these teams is for Notts to get something around 600 and have a crazy session of bowling tomorrow at Somerset.
Nice milking of the ball, knocking it around, ticking the strike over. Impressive knock so far from Kishan. We thought he might be reckless, but it's been controlled aggression so far. Just those 2 half chances around 2 o'clock. Still not really had the sun break through today. Forecast was full sunshine from 2 o'clock, but the overcast conditions are hardly making the ball move around. That was Jack Haynes' 8th first-class 100, his 3rd for Notts, and his 1st ever against Somerset. Mentioned earlier, the 8th Notts player to get 100 in the Championship this season. Great stat for the league leaders. Former man of this parish, local schoolboy Calvin Harrison, who's been a Notts spinner on loan at Northants, got his first 100 in this match. He just got out for 122. Got promoted to bat number 3 for Northants in this match.
Got a replay of the 2 opportunities created. Aldridge to Kishan, glove down the leg side. Yeah. Would have been a great catch. And there's the Overton one. Not quite as good a view there on the screen, but look, from where I was stood, it was pretty similar to the Rue dismissal. Could have maybe just dive forward and get the hands under it, but both very difficult chances. Yeah, both sort of on that close to a half volley length. So, yeah, he'd probably put them into the bracket of half chances. Kishan taking a quick single to Dixon at mid-off. I'm sure we've got plenty of Indian cricket fans tuning in as Kishan gets ever closer towards 3 figures, and he's played beautifully. Certainly very positive. Anything wide of this stumps, full or short, gives the bat a full swing.
A man who was meant to be Somerset's overseas player a few years ago, Will Sutherland, just got out for 20 up at Yorkshire, 260 for 7. It's another game that could potentially be a push for a win for either side. One of the lower scoring games in both divisions. Often find outground cricket, unless you're playing at Guildford, which is notoriously flat, small and high scoring. Some of the club grounds do see some lower scoring games. Lancs played at Blackpool last week. Nice to see a few outgrounds still being used. Nice use of the depth of the crease there. Back foot punch for 1 run from Jack Haynes, who's not really changed gears since his century. Still knocking it around. They want to bat deep, bat once. Bat Somerset out of the game and then try and bowl Somerset out tomorrow is the Notts plan. They might even have a dart at Somerset with the ball tonight.
No chance. I don't reckon.
Well, I'm going to make way a little bit.
Archie Vaughan completes his over. 115 gone, 368 for 4. Harry's going to take a little break here, and Scott Chappell from the Somerset Foundation is going to come in and make his excuse for having all of these noisy children in the ground. Jack Leach on the river end. Afternoon, Scott. Have you and your tribe been enjoying the day's play so far?
Yeah, I think it's probably not been the best day's cricket, but there's still some decent stuff mixed in there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's been slow going at times, but the youngsters getting to watch players of the quality of Kishan, and I'm sure one of their favourites bowling now, Jack Leach.
Yeah, definitely. It's I'd imagine it certainly beats being in school anyway.
Yeah, you definitely get my vote, casting my mind back, I don't know, 35 years or so. Any excuse to get outside for me. Oh, slightly mistimed by Haynes, but enough to get over Matt Henry at mid-on. He picks up another boundary and moves on to 107. Notts closing in on Somerset's first innings total. So over the last few days, how many schools and children have been invited to the county ground?
So I think yesterday and today we've had about 80 schools and about, where are we, between 2,500 and 3,000 staff and students. And kind of the feedback we had from yesterday and seeing them today as well, they've had a brilliant time, and I think the cricket is a massive part of that, and for a lot of them it's their first time seeing live cricket, for about 2/3 of them, or live sport. So it's brilliant to get that many into the ground to see it.
Surely is. Hopefully a few future junior members, and maybe even encouraging a few to get down their local club and give the game a go themselves. Yeah, the school that my children went to, Corpus Christi School in Weston-super-Mare, they're represented today.
Yeah, they're in today.
My mother and father-in-law are chaperoning, so
are they?
I'll have to catch up with them at some stage when I'm off air and go and see how stressed they are.
They kept that quiet when they came in.
But all the kids look well behaved and enjoying themselves.
No, the last 2 days they've been brilliant. In fairness, there's been plenty of noise, plenty of activity, and I think for them being able to see the cricket and then do the other bits and bobs around the ground and those kind of things just makes it a really special day out for them, and just one that they'll remember and will always associate that with cricket. It just gives them that positive reinforcement that cricket is a great game.
Yeah, I noticed the cameraman have picked up a number of times the kids throwing balls into that inflatable contraption you've got down in the car park. Looked like they were enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it's a bit of throwing a bit of bowling, some face painting, a canvas they can write some messages for the players on. So a few different activities going on down there.
Yeah, it looks like you drew the short straw. You've got your cheeks very nicely rouged there in Somerset colours.
Yeah, so I think I was the face painting advert on the gate as they came in. I'm not sure how well that advert went down, but...
Well, you might end up with some funny tan lines by the end of the day. Kishan just trying to find that gap there at cover. Very talented and cultured set of hands he possesses. Obviously we're used to seeing him playing IPL games where he's incredibly aggressive, but showing today that he's more than capable of batting and picking off bad balls and batting a long period of time. He's been out there for 125 balls so far for his 77. 7 runs away to parity in this game in the first innings. So with the children and the foundation, have there been sort of, explanations and rules, regs, and a bit of information on what they're watching, or you just allow them just to find their own feet?
So we give them a bit of information of when they come in, a bit of kind of the times of the day. If they ask questions, we'll tell them about the stage of the game and that kind of stuff, so they know it's a 4-day game. They know both teams will bat twice, but we kind of leave it to them and let their teachers have conversations with them, and then as they're in and around the different activities, they'll have conversations with our coaches and talk about a whole host of different things. So get a really good understanding, and a lot of them that are here today, so it's from schools across Somerset and Devon and Cornwall as well. So a lot of our coaches and Devon Cricket Foundation and Cornwall Cricket Board's coaches will have been into their schools. So they will have done some cricket, and kind of this is, I guess, the icing on the cake at the end of the year to come and watch them in real life.
Any of the kids make the observation, what, you can play for 4 days and still end up with a draw?
I think it's more you can play for a day and go off a couple of times for lunch and tea, and play a bit of cricket in between eating, and in the sun, which is always a bit of a seller. That's the bit that the teachers like anyway.
Yeah, not bad. I'm assuming all the kids have brought their own packed lunches and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen a few fish and chip boxes wandering around, but yeah, most bring packed lunches and make a day out of it. I think yesterday there was a school having a picnic on the outfield at lunchtime. Which we did not say that they could do, and I'm not sure whether Nick the groundsman saw that or no. I probably shouldn't have said that, but yeah, I think all the rubbish went away with them, but they had a lovely time. But I think it's little bits like that's something that they'll always remember, and probably then end up dragging their parents back here and seeing some more cricket, and hopefully that's where you get your new fans from.
Yeah, I'll have to keep my eye out on the outfield for any Dairy Dunker wrappers or cheese strings or something like that. What the kids have in their lunch bags these days. Yeah, it was nice to see the supporters and the kids have an opportunity to go out onto the ground. It was always a fond memory of mine whenever I used to come and watch the cricket. Yeah,
definitely mine as well. I can remember different parts of the ground playing little games at lunchtime and things like that, and I couldn't tell you who we were playing or what the game was, which is kind of those memories, apart from the real big games and the real kind of tight finishes or great performances, you kind of blend into one, don't they? But those little snippets you get in games, whether it's a moment or a lunchtime or something, they're the bits that you remember and take with you.
Yeah, it was always oh, nice there. Bit of turn from outside of the rough onto what looked like the glove of Kishan, and a simple catch to Tom Abel. Somerset have got a much needed breakthrough here. Kishan gone for 77. Beautiful piece of bowling there, throwing out wide into those footholes. And my gut feeling is, I don't think Kishan could have done much about that. What do you think, Scott?
That's done quite a bit, hasn't it?
Oh, inside edge onto the pad and looped up to Tom Abel.
Yeah, that's a nice catch as they come at short leg, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't mind those. But well played, Ishan Kishan. Gone for 77. And in comes Lyndon James, the Nottinghamshire all-rounder. Yeah, didn't look the unplayable delivery that I thought. I thought it sort of popped away. It sort of looped to Abel. I thought it was a sharp one that bounced off of the glove, but a little bit too full, I think, to go back to. And
he got stuck, didn't he?
Yeah, just got trapped on the crease there. Good use of the flight and the width there for Leach, but nice to see that there is a little bit of spin on show as we have a look there. That was one of Leachy's slightly quicker deliveries at nearly 53 miles an hour. But the wicket is starting to take spin. Two right-handers now at the crease, so potentially not as easy for Jack Leach to operate. But Archie Vaughan will have a little bit of rough outside the right-handers off stump to work with. So hopefully we don't have a long wait for wicket number 6, because there was a very long wait for wicket number 5 with that partnership by Kishan and Haynes, who's played beautifully for 108 so far. Yeah, so is it just days 2 and 3 for the kids, or are you
so this
taking the plunge again tomorrow?
No, so this is the last day today. So we had one for the women's 50 over game back in May, and we had another 1,200 in that day, I think. So I think over the 3 days we'll have the best part of 5,000 staff and children in here, which is brilliant, and is a fantastic thing that the club allow us to do, to give schools that opportunity and then to put on everything that we do.
Is that the main focus of the foundations? Just give us an explanation. So if you had a summer plan, what does that look like for the foundation, and what are the goals?
So it's probably a yearly plan. So we literally deliver across the whole year on a number of different projects, from our school delivery, which runs throughout the year. So we've got 7 community coaches that are in schools every day across the county, whether it's in Taunton, Yeovil, Bath, South Bristol, Weston, and everywhere in between. And and then we'll do a number of community activities as well, which ranges from street cricket, which tends to be in kind of the towns and areas that kids might not normally access cricket and is a free opportunity, to disability cricket for children and adults, we run dementia groups, reminiscence groups, we support groundsmen, run coaching courses, umpires, kind of anything cricket that happens in Somerset that isn't the professionals or pathway cricket, we've probably supported, run, organised, helped, funded, and anywhere in between, so that the scope of it is kind of massive, really.
Excellent. Sounds like a busy calendar. It was actually quite a surprise when you're asked to do things outside of cricket and community cricket, and the amount of cricket clubs that are in just Somerset alone is quite staggering. If you had to guess, you'd be way under what there actually are.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of clubs. So there's a lot of cricket that takes place every day. Ultimately, kind of you'll look at your traditional Saturday afternoon league cricket, but then you kind of add on to that all the junior cricket that takes place, the women and girls cricket, which is huge now, disability cricket, which is kind of growing every day. We've now got a number of walking cricket groups around the county, so it's literally played by kids from. We run some sessions in here for 3-year-olds, and then out in the county it will go up to probably people playing walking cricket that are 80 plus. So you can see it now. Yesterday, of the kids on the outfield at lunchtime, which it felt a lot more than that on the outfield when you were down there, from what it looks. But there was lots of things going on, and they all had a good time.
Yeah, I like the sound of walking cricket. That's quite appealing, that.
Yeah, I think it's walking cricket in the looser sense of the word. It definitely break into some jogs every now and then, just as it's getting close.
Walking until the game gets tight, and then the odd shuffle comes out.
Yeah.
Oh, nice spinning delivery there from Leach. Was it the outside edge, or has that gone straight through? Leachy gesticulating like that might have been an opportunity there off the outside edge. Let's have a look at that replay. Yeah, off the outside edge and kept low. Nutmeg James Rue all the way for 4 runs. But spin from straight. So the characteristics of this pitch here at Taunton is certainly changing in favour of the spinners. Nicely bowled. Yeah, good to hear that. The walking cricket for folk of a few more years on the board is available. I know I do have some very small level of involvement with Weston-super-Mare Football Club, who have walking football teams from 50s, 60s, 70s, and I think even 80s. And Weston-super-Mare have a dozen players that play for England. They've I think one of the teams has been unbeaten for about 3 years. They're national champions. Yeah, it really is the epicentre of walking football in the country, Weston-super-Mare FC. They do a great job.
That's a good effort. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think whether we've got 7 or 8 walking cricket hubs around the county, and they normally, so they'll kind of have weekly sessions where they'll meet up and play in their little hubs, and then once or twice or 3 times a year they'll come together and have some competitions and fixtures in the looser sense of it. I don't think it's not the be all and end all. It's a chance to meet some other groups, and it's, I guess, ultimately a lot of the things we do with the older generation, it's about exercise, and it's about kind of just meeting and spending time with people and the social side of it, which kind of some of the feedback and evidence we get from a lot of our community groups is the difference it's made to their lives, and just getting out and meeting and spending time with other people rather than being kind of really isolated at home, particularly in Somerset and being quite a rural county as well. You can quite easily go for days and weeks without seeing anyone, and this just gives them a little bit and something to get up for.
Yeah, definitely a sport that you can play long into your years. I'm still waiting for the opportunity to play a game of cricket with Vic Marks at some stage. I'm sure he's gonna get the whiting out and freshen up those spikes he used to wear in the 70s and 80s. I'm sure there's a charity game just round the corner. Archie Vaughan continuing from the Trescothic stand end to Lyndon James, who has got away with one early on. It was a very tough opportunity again for James, who it kept a bit low and went straight through his legs. But on a wicket like this, there's 3 half chances gone begging so far from a Somerset point of view. Nottinghamshire have a slender lead of a run so far, with half of their wickets still intact. And of course, Haynes on 109.
How far ahead would you want to be, Triggs, if you were not?
Yeah, a little bit of an algorithm between time that you think is viable to bowl Somerset out and, you know, having enough runs on the board. So I mean, I think it would have to be quite a miraculous collapse / batting performance. Something in the region of 180, 200 from now. So, not, getting somewhere near 500 as quickly as they can. And, there's a good chance that would only leave 2.5, maybe 3 sessions if they really motored. But I can't see them accelerating that quickly at this stage. But yeah, I would imagine that would be certainly an aim of Nottinghamshire's. 180 lead as quickly as they can, and just have a 1 session all in mentality. And if that doesn't go so well, it will probably fizzle out to something like a innocuous draw. But yeah, Nottinghamshire, I think, have the keys to the game in terms of wins at the moment. I don't really foresee how it could be a positive result for Somerset at this stage.
No, you're going to have to take quite a gamble, either trying to score runs very quickly or give them something that they can chase to try and create some opportunities, aren't you?
I think because both teams have actually bowled really well, the run rates have been so low. We're halfway through day 3 now. What's there left? There's 137 overs in the game, and we're only halfway through the second innings of the game. So it's very hard to foresee anything outside of the miraculous, either team being able to force a result. But I just think the only real viable one would be that scenario, not to get 180 and Somerset have a brain fart and Nottinghamshire take a handful of wickets very quickly. But it doesn't look like that is going to be possible as the players take a drink. Well, thanks, Scott, for joining us, and congratulations on what I'm assuming, and what looks like a very successful festival of red cricket, engaging a couple of thousand kids from all over the southwest of England to come here to the county ground to enjoy. Keep up the good work, buddy.
Thank you.
Knocks a couple of runs in front of Somerset at this stage as the players take a break. Over rate is +10 at the moment, so time to have a little bit of a rest, take on some fluids, maybe a bit of a strategy meeting. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes when play resumes.
commentate when he bats.
Players are hydrated and in position to resume play. 121 overs gone. There's the match summary at the moment. Banton, Abel, Rue and Henry contributing with the bat. Abbas, the pick of the Nottinghamshire bowlers, and Slater and Haynes dominating with Kishan in their innings. Leachy continues, and good news, Vic, we have seen multiple, not singular, multiple signs of spin.
Well, you look at the scoreboard and you think, hang on, there's a slip, a gully and a forwards, or a silly point. New batsman. He's trying to put him under pressure. But yeah, 381 for 5. And there's 3 men crouching around the bat. It's a bit of a change. So Somerset still thinking in terms, quite rightly, of trying to eke out more wickets and make sure that the lead is as minimal as possible.
Yeah,
also putting pressure on the new batsmen. It's always the first 25, 30 balls when you go in on a pitch that's just offering a little bit for a spinner that is the difficult ones. It's when the spin bowler's got to be right on him, put him under pressure.
Well, Jack Leach has found the James outside edge already, and
I tell you what,
beautiful delivery. Another
not
as convincing appeal there.
He's got. I think Jack's going to have to soon. That's turned a long way, but he's. I mean, if these are not hitting, then they're not doing them any favours, because they're sort of reacting as if it's a done deal.
Oh,
Jack's getting
did
frustrated.
You spin here at
bounced.
Taunton?
That bounced as well as spun.
A number of balls have really spun. That's an absolute beauty by Jack Leach. Exciting signs here.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I think we're on the edge of a 15-point penalty. The ball's turning.
Yeah, you have to say, in the last half an hour, three half chances put down by Somerset, or not taken by Somerset. Neither of them were easy.
No, they were half chances at the very most. But there is movement out there. Leach, amazing what a wicket does too. Of course, you get a new batsman. He's like relax a bit more, and he's bowled well. Look at his figures: 41 overs, 3 for 89. He could get many more. Okay, we're going to have a look at them. They're all these chances. They're all very tricky. That's just sort of carry, but it would be a miracle if he got his right hand underneath that. That again is just barely carried to one of the best slip fielders I've ever seen. Actually,
I think Craig's has hit the hand
on the half volley.
No, hit the palm of the hand and gone down. Okay. I think that was more of a chance to Ruse, if I'm my opinion.
It's a very tough
diving one-handed chance is not easy, and the Rue one off of Leach I think was really tricky because it kind of skidded and kept low.
Yeah. So I mean, at best these are half chances. To be honest, all of them would have been sort of miraculous catches. One little flurry.
We've got a change of bowling here at the Trescothick stand-in. Lammonby bowling around the wicket. Is he bowling not only as an option, but to create some more rough for the spinners?
I don't know. Maybe. But
I'd almost like to see him bowl over the wicket for a period.
He can't bowl off left cutters, can he?
Oh, he's a very talented lad, I'm sure he could. But I think if he bowled over the wicket, his delivery stride would be more in play for Leach.
The trouble is it to Somerset's advantage to rough it up just at the minute? He has actually taken 4 or 5 wickets this summer. When he's tried to swing the ball, he won't swing now. Oh, was that a bouncer?
It was.
Well taken by Rue. It's a bit of a surprise to one and all. That's a pretty impish delivery. Have a look at that.
Great bit of wicket keeping from behind the sticks.
He's done it on purpose, and it was well taken by Rue. You don't see many bouncers to keep her standing up. It's quite a good bouncer. He played it quite well, but it would have been a bit of a shock to the system. I played now. Oh, he's bowled another one. Not sure Rue's terribly keen on this.
Aggressive start here from Lammonby.
It is. I played in a test match with Phil Edmonds, who bowled off 2 paces, had beautiful action, lovely strong action. But his action was sort of Monty Panesar-esque, i.e. he's a lovely left-arm spinner's action with strong shoulders. And Richard Hadley came in and he bowled him 2 bounces first 2 balls. And they were good. Didn't get him out.
Yeah, would he be in the right bowler to bowl the bouncers too? And
I wouldn't have worried Phil Edmonds. he was an individual soul. Very gifted bowler, beautiful action, and a very strong arm. So he could fizz his left arm spinners. One off. He hasn't bounced him at all, that ball. It's just back of a length. Still, it's an interesting change. I thought they might have... Well, I don't mind them actually switching around. I thought, actually, having taken the wicket, they might have let Vaughan keep going a bit longer with a new batsman, the ball just turning a little bit. But I quite like the idea of Lammonby, especially with the balance of this particular side. I think, actually, it would be helpful if he was returning to a sort of almost not quite all-rounder status, but a legitimate option.
Yeah, I mean, early on in his career, he bowled
quite
a lot more. Actually, he was picked as an all-rounder, and maybe a couple of back issues somewhere down the line.
He's
sort of curtailed it a fraction.
He had an ankle problem, didn't he? He's actually just bowled an interesting maiden with 2 bouncers and 1 or 2 others.
Good first over, and certainly quite excited about the turn that Leachy's managed to find. Whether it be the pitch deteriorating or he's just found the right pace for the pitch.
I don't know, but there is something about taking a wicket and knowing that you've got it just sort of relaxes. When you desperately get that ball to turn, the more desperate you get, the less likely it is to happen. You need to be quite, it's easy to say, quite relaxed and not strain after it. If you strain to make the ball turn, I mean, you just lose your rhythm a bit.
Yeah, it's one of those things in sport, isn't it? When even if you watch in slow motion a 100-meter sprinter, even their jaw is really relaxed. They don't tense up because I want to do something fast or I want to hit something hard. I think most people tense up and grip onto whatever they're trying to hit it with really hard, whereas actually to create speed you need to be quite relaxed and loose.
Well, and I mean, you're our golfing correspondent, but I'm sure that same applies when you're trying to hit a golf ball. If you sort of start grip the club hard and think, I'm going to give it some welly, it doesn't work, does it?
Well, you have to do 2 things. You have to probably realise that you're going to not hit a great shot when you're really tense, and you're probably going to have to warn the houses that sort of are on the side of the course, because normally the big lash driver ends up Oscar Bravo out of bounds.
Yeah. Well, I remember listening to it's a mystery, golf, to many of us, me included. But I just remember once when Colin Montgomery was broadcasting for BBC or someone, and he was asked for just one tip about swinging a golf club, and his one tip was, don't grip it too hard. That was it. I mean, you can't have too many swing thoughts, but I'm sure that as someone who's a proper golfer, you'd recognise the benefit of not doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the same applied a bit with batting, actually.
Yeah, especially I think that manifests in the bottom hand.
Yeah.
Whichever hand you bat with, for a right hand or the right hand. As soon as you grip on hard to the bottom hand as if you're going to tee off, it really restricts how far the bat can travel. And actually that's really how you generate power, with timing and getting the bat through the ball. I mean, there are some players who have success with the bottom hand. The obvious ones are Jonathan Trott, for instance, and Peterson and guys like that. But most people generate power with a bit of bat speed. And as soon as you're tensed, whatever you're swinging does slow down, and golf very much the same. And yeah, sprinters, you always used to run, and I did some athletics classes when I was a wee lad, and the coach that we had used to say, imagine you've got a potato chip in between your thumb and forefinger, and you won't crush it when you run. So you have a very
you still want to be able to eat it.
Yeah, you have a very light touch, so all your body's nice and loose.
Right. It's amazing the sort of analogies come.
Yeah,
I remember one.
Well,
I mean, I'm not.
I replied, I said, "What flavour?"
You said, "I won't even let the tomato sauce fall off it." He said.
Well, it does ring true. I mean, when you see someone, an elite sportsman, do their skill, the common phrase is it looks effortless, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I think that lends very much into that being loose. And you think about, putting revolutions on the ball, flick of the wrist, flick of the fingers to get that extra bit of spin. Last thing you want is to be tense.
Well, the same applies to you again. Is when you're trying to bowl seam and swing the ball, you don't want it gripped right in the base of your hand there. The great bowlers, they've got a very fluid sort of wrists, and they're not gripping it terribly hard. They almost flick it out.
I think one of the great examples is that, if you can remember, the load of Curtly Ambrose. He used to just wobble his wrist around.
That's right,
to make sure he was nice and loose in his forearm.
Yeah. Hadley was like that in the years gone by too. And indeed Anderson, of course.
Lammonby with those bouncers certainly looked like he tried to muscle it down there.
And he's driven James Rue back.
Yeah, it looked like one of those bouncers just caught James Rue on the end of the fingers.
Yeah. I don't know whether Rue knew they were coming. Probably not. I don't know what pace he's. I can't believe he's bowling that quickly. We'll have a look and see whether they tell us.
Yeah, early.
He's running in
70s.
with purpose, though. Well, he's tried another one, and it's only gone for a single. Almost fell over there as he bowled that one. 75. Well, that's as quick as the Notts opening bowlers, actually. He'll put a muscle soon.
He's got enough about him. It'll be you'd imagine it'll be quite a short spell, 4 to 6 overs max, I'd have thought.
Yeah. Well, can't he bowl? He ought to develop some left-hand cutters. That'd be quite handy on here, perhaps. I don't know if he's got that in his armoury. Oh, he's bowling another bouncer. It is a bouncer war from Lammonby. You wouldn't have thought that.
The enforcer. Lammonby the enforcer on day 3 here at Taunton.
Well,
386 for 5 right now.
Just getting back to those crazy analogies, I've done a bit of skiing in my time, and I did have some lessons once somewhere. You'd never guess it if you saw me. But it's all about, a lot of it is just changing the balance of weight of your feet and toes and stuff. And the analogy was, just think you're squeezing some toothpaste with your toes. Squeeze the toothpaste.
Beautiful shot there from James, over pitched by Lammonby and nailed through the covers for 4.
Well, he just over pitched there a bit, and he's grateful, James, because he doesn't look that fluent up until now, but that was in the slot and he's driven it. He's got 4.
We've had gently holding crisps, squeezing toothpaste out the tube with your toes.
Yeah.
Anyone else on the live stream comments have any relaxation sporting tips for us? Feel free.
The Lammonby experiment's not going quite so well now. That's been pulled brilliantly and it's gone for 4. Brave effort down there. Don't know if he can get us Cola Cadmore. He looks like he's in trouble now. Is he going to get up? Not yet. He's in trouble. He's going to have to go off, I reckon. I don't know whether it's knee or what. Suddenly there's a physio has come on, right on the boundary edge. He's pulled that nicely down. It was always, it was a valiant effort to get there. It goes down. Ouch. He's back up though. Not sure this bouncer war can last for too long. He's moving gingerly, but he's still on the field. Still marshalling their leg side field. He's not comfortable. Coda Cadmore way back there at long leg. Josh Davies on the field at a deepish square leg to pick up the catch that this is going to induce. No, it's not. He's going to duck it. So 2 overs, including quite a few bouncers. He doesn't think it's going to swing because he actually, Lammonby with a newer ball, his asset is that he can swing the ball, and just in certain conditions, left arm over, swinging into that front pad can be a mode of getting a couple quick wickets. But I don't think he thinks it's going to swing today.
All with the Duke.
Yeah. Duke ball, 25 overs old. Swing back in, hit that front pad, off you go. Umpires always looking for that, but today it's the bouncer. Now then, Leach. Well, he'd prefer James up this end, but he's bowled a lot at Haynes. He's beaten his outside edge, but he ain't got him out yet.
Yeah, he's been very watchful, Haynes, when he
watches
sees that ball into that good area.
Once every 10 overs, he kind of comes down and pops one over mid-on, doesn't he? But not very often. Mid-on and mid-off are up. Oh, he's going to pull that, and it's taken a bit of bat pad.
Back onto Rue, then onto the stumps. The bails did end up dislodged, but unfortunately not directly off the batter.
Yeah.
Oh, he's very lucky to get away with that. Good deflection there from Rue. Not sure he knew much about it, though.
What you have mentioned about Haynes against Leach is that he don't get that left pad in the way, does he? Just remember when Kevin Peterson had a phase where he was struggling against left arm spinners, and then he worked really hard. He did work hard, Peterson, on his game, and he kind of willed himself to get that left leg out of the way. I'm not sure he didn't even have a net without a left pad on, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say that's they have the machines in the indoor schools now called Merlin that you can simulate spin bowling, and that was one of my favoured sessions to bat without pads against it, left arm spin, and just get used to just making sure that's right out the way. And trust me, when you've got a bare shin, you definitely keep it out the way. Yeah, I think it's definitely a change of method and coaching that I remember throughout my years playing. Is, you know, gone were the days of playing on the front foot with bat and pad together. It then became getting your hands out in front and getting the bat in front of the pad. Also, if there was an inside edge, the ball would have to have some travel to get to the front pad.
Yeah.
When you had them together, that would create more like chances if you had a short leg or silly mid-off in. So, yeah, a few subtle changes to how to combat left arm spin. Thanks to Alliance Medical for being our matchday sponsors. We hope you're having a great time here, if you are in the ground or watching on the live stream.
Now then, Lammonby, is he going to continue the bouncer war?
Yeah, well, there's a bit of acreage out there on the leg side for the batter if they want to take it on. So
I think they probably do want to take it on, frankly. If it gets too high, maybe not, but there is a lot of acreage. And if you nail it, you think you'll be a bit unlucky if it goes straight to the one at square leg.
Wide one and swatted out to deep cover. Ends up having to quite quickly scamper the single. He hit it so well. And that's the 400 up for Nottinghamshire. 5 down in the 127th over. Haynes 113, Lyndon James 18.
Well, another partnership building. Haynes looked understandably hesitant and been waiting a long time. In fact, he's dominated this partnership. James has dominated it. They put on 27 so far.
Yeah, there's just not quite enough from ball or pitch to penetrate. Even the new batter coming in, Lyndon James did get the outside edge from Leach, but apart from that, it's looked like quite an easy getting in period for most batters throughout the game so far.
Up comes James Rue again. Doesn't mean there won't be any bouncers. Not much swing though.
Yeah,
I mean, he's less likely to swing it from around the wicket anyway, but it's been an interesting interlude. Not a bad one.
Fair bit of head scratching and conversations between bowler and captain, trying to be as proactive as possible, create a cluster of wickets. The side plot is keeping that run rate as low as possible. It's hovered throughout the whole game around about 3 runs and over, so
I mean, I like the
quite
fact
low.
The fact is that actually the scoreboard looks pretty dire, 400 for 5. Curiously, they've kept attacking quite a lot, Somerset. I mean, even now, there's two slips for Jack Leach, short extra cover. Only one man out on the boundary, and he's at square cover. And James, although he's got off quite quickly, not so much against Leach, hasn't convinced against Leach so far. But the jubilation of the wicket has sort of faded a little bit. Ish and Kishan going. Leach still posing a threat. He's got, terrific stamina. He just keeps going. He's in his 44th over now.
Yeah, he's a bowling machine, Jack Leach. A little bit of a mystery for me why he's not playing in the Test match at the moment. He's looks in good rhythm.
I did see him the other day, not during this match, but we shared the fact that whilst every bowler a seamer bowls is monitored, with the notion that there is an optimum there that you cannot really go beyond, or a maximum that you can't go beyond. We noted, not with any sort of grumpiness really, that doesn't apply to spinners. They can just keep bowling and bowling. And any good spinner likes to bowl anyway. It's much more fun bowling than fielding at long leg all day. But they don't seem to apply any criteria to spinners about A, being rested, or B, having a limited number of overs that can be bowled per week or month.
Definitely not. He's going to almost certainly rack up 50 and above the way things are going at the moment. But he's been probing away those 2 in a row, spun sharply from straight. And we haven't seen one since, which is quite peculiar, isn't it?
It is, and frustrating, yeah. But he's landed them more or less in the same spot. But that's the way of the world. But there won't be many people out on the professional circuit who've bowled more first-class overs than Leach this summer. I think he's way over 300 now, which is, chicken's feed compared to days of yore, but I mean, it's quite a lot by the modern standards.
Yeah, I think it was if you were one of the 4 or 5 bowlers in a county match, you'd pretty much chalk yourself down for between 20 and 27 a day, regardless. 3 overs are 7. If it was going well, you'd probably bowl an 8 or so.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much the norm.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm merely pointing out the differences. I mean, we played many more first-class days of cricket when I played, but the sort of standard county spinner would bowl first class. We're talking just first-class matches here, i.e. not one-day cricket. 870, 850 per season, probably.
Yeah, always amazed me the amount of overs Caddy used to get through
he
in
would
a
bowl,
season. He would bowl
700
at least, right up there.
And but he didn't like not bowling. He loved bowling, didn't he? He didn't often shy away from it, did he?
It was a nuisance for us change bowlers that wanted a little bit of shine still on the ball before he finished. Had to prise it out of his hands.
Well, but that's a virtue, really.
I did used to think that part of the thinking behind Caddick's keenness to bowl was he'd be down at fine leg or mid-off and he'd watch us mere mortals bowl and he'd say, I've had enough of watching this rubbish, give me the ball back. Lammonby doing a good job here. Into his
he seems to have given up the
He's
bouncer barrage just for the moment. Maybe he's going back to it being a surprise weapon.
Yeah, just a change of angle and give the bowlers a little bit of respite. Archie Vaughan's just started to look like he's going to try and warm up. He did the old school arm swing that suggests he might be back into
Henry's
the
warming up too, though.
Yeah, lovely bit of footwork there from.
Was it?
Lammonby.
I thought you were supposed to flick them up onto your knee and into your hands.
Oh, it's one of those,
you must have done that. Trying to
of course.
Imitate Michael Holding used to do it quite well.
Quite an effort in the old style bowling boots, to be fair. Those great big
to get underneath it.
Painted white Dr. Martens with nails in the bottom. It took some skill. Yeah, it's always a good idea when you look down at that ball and you see the stumps there and go, oh, give that a good hoof, and then you catch it slightly high on the boot and it gets you on the end of the toe. Not so much of a good idea.
I mean, I know you were a footballer of some note. Did you always play in goal?
Not always.
No, you played outfield
mostly.
sometimes.
I played a little bit outfield.
I
was a frustrated striker like most goalkeepers.
Oh, of course you were.
Yeah. I played a few games for Bath City out, but the majority of my
when you played, right,
was in goal. Yeah. Oh, a lovely
he's
timed shot there out to the deep square boundary.
And they've done well. He's going to get 2. It's a long way out there.
Great bit of work there by Josh Davey, who's
on for someone.
Fielding sub at the moment. Tom Banton is off the field and has been all day so far, resting up that tight hamstring that he's got.
So, just developing your footballing career briefly. I'm just trying to work out how well suited you'd have been to the modern game. You probably would have liked the modern game, where the goalkeeper, it appears to me, with my very limited knowledge of this sport, needs to have as many, if not more, passing skills and ball control skills than some of the outfield players.
Well, one of the managers I played under used to play what he used to call it back then. I used to play. He called it the sweeper keeper. So I used to play very high on the box.
So you'd be
and
coming
we used to play a high back line. So any sort of we're talking non-league football here. So you got a lot of players that have big man, little man, and a lot of balls played
over the
lumped
top.
up the field over the top. And part of my role was to be very high on the edge of my box to cut those out with my feet.
And you might be outside the area in which to do that.
And I was always very comfortable to take on that challenge.
I'm
Hence
sure
why I scored 2 goals in my non-league career as a keeper.
Well, I know you did, but so were they? They weren't from those 2 goals as a goalkeeper. Were they from a sort of punt from inside your area, or were they from you having possession of the ball somewhere outside your penalty area and then hoofing it 70 yards or 60 yards down the pitch?
One of them was
in brief
was exactly as you described. But the one that I'm most proud of, I won goal of the week, and I had to do. I did an interview on Talk Sport with, I think it might have been Dean Saunders, who's the host, and they invited me to do a radio interview to talk about my goal versus Eastbourne Borough.
How long did you think about whether to accept that invitation?
Oh, I phoned him.
Oh, right.
No.
Okay.
So we had a free kick on the D of the centre circle inside our own half, because I had quite a nice passing range. I used to take all the free kicks inside our half.
Okay.
And I can remember sort of our centre back placed the ball on the D of the centre circle, and when I'm trotting up to take it, as James flicks a full toss. And we made it into a full toss. He came down the wicket.
It wasn't a great ball, though. He didn't have to do much work.
Through square leg for 4.
A rare aberration, really, from Leach, I reckon.
And as I was running towards the ball, I noticed that the previous passage of play, something had gone on between the centre back and the goalkeeper at the other end. And he was on the edge of the box berating his centre back for whatever had just happened. He took his eyes off the prize, and what that ball was placed, I sort of elbowed John Keister. He played a bit for Sierra Leone and Southend United, very good footballer. He got the Trigo elbow in the chops to get out of the way, and I just pinged the ball from about 65 yards, good 10 yards longer than Beckham's. It clipped the crossbar on the way in. It was one of my favourite moments.
Was it captured on film somewhere?
I don't think there was any footage of it, sadly. But I do very occasionally meet someone around the traps that were there, because non-league football, we get a couple of thousand people watching.
So the answer is to my original question is that you were ahead of your time, and you would have welcomed the opportunity to be the footballing goalkeeper that it seems to be absolutely essential at the higher levels nowadays.
Like my whole sporting career, I did things that weren't valued when I actually played. End of the Leach over there. James 26, Haynes 115, 410 for 5. 130 overs gone here. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support of us here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Keeping the wheels turning here in our media room. Casey Aldridge into the attack, who's probably a little bit more attuned to the aggressive style of bowling, coming on at the Truscothic stand end. Vic, yourself, I know you do like your golf. In your younger days, any other sports?
Well, not to your level. I mean, I played rugby at school. I was a very cowardly but quick hands. Scrum half.
The hot potato hands if the big lad was coming.
But with, quite a lot there. And then we used to play quite a lot of football here at the county ground pre-season. That was you do your sort of nets and stuff, and then we'll be quite an intense game of football sometimes. It got quite heated. And there were a lot of players around who thought they were really good footballers, and there were some who were quite good. Brian Rose was a pretty good footballer. He played for Western or someone like that.
Yeah, Rosie and
Dasher Denning
and Robbo.
Yeah, Robbo was a good footballer. I think Robbo played for
say,
Worcester City or someone like that.
They'll always say to me, "Ask Vic about my sweet left foot."
Yeah, Robbo. Yeah, well, Robbo. I think Robbo played Southern. The equivalent of the National League a few games for Worcester City or something before he moved down to. So there was him, and then everyone. Dredgy had certainly had trials or something with Bristol City. So everyone was pretty serious about it. And then at the end of the season in those days, Somerset used to play you'd play some benefit cricket matches during the season. Then at the end of the season, the beneficiary often had some football games. And we played Yeovil Town one year. Obviously they were much better than us, but I remember playing at Yeovil and played a few other slightly lesser teams who we thought we could beat, and it got quite hairy sometimes.
Well, I was just going to say, we played a benefit football match against Taunton Town years ago, and I played against Taunton Town at when I was playing for Western. We played because they were always a league below us at the time, and we played a lot of like Somerset Cup games against them. And there was a particular chap that I'd had a few run-ins with, and I played outfield for Somerset, and I think within about 5 seconds of the first half, we just collided bodies because we hated each other. And even in a charity match, I think I got the old, calm down.
It's supposed to be for fun.
Yeah, well, on that note, there's another chap in this room that needs to talk about his sporting achievements. Harry played a Baker Cup semi-final yesterday. I think halfway through the day, he's just about ready to talk about it with you, Vic. I'm going to take a short break and
okay,
leave you to deal with that.
Wow.
I'll come back. I'll bring a box of tissues.
Well, while we're on the football, I just remember going back to those days playing at Somerset, that after a long season, I mean, the players who were omitted from the odd cricket fixture come beginning of September, end of August, they weren't too bothered. But if they were left out of the football team, they were furious. I mean, there was huge competition to try and get in to the 11 playing in whichever benefit match it was. And not so much health and safety about worrying about injuries long term or short term. Well, they've overcome Nottinghamshire, the loss of Kishan quite easily, it seems now. This pair have put on 40 and all his relative serenity. Jack Leach is going to have a breather. He's taken 3 for 99 from 45 overs. He has offered the greatest threat, but he's going to have a little bit of a break. And Matt Henry is going to have a go from the river end. I don't know whether you want to have a long discussion about your fixture last night, except to say that it was another example how a cricket match can fluctuate quite wildly, even of 20 overs duration.
Correct. Well, yes, 97 for 7 after 13 overs. Well, you'd take that as a fielding side any day of the week. And number 9 getting 100 off 30 balls is quite extraordinary.
So it's 7 overs. So 7 overs to go.
And I bowled 2 dot balls at him in my last over, his first over. Right. So we got 107 off 28 balls. He is a Ranji Trophy cricketer, in fairness. But he's a bowler, number 9. Yeah. Well, he's an all-rounder, a bowling all-rounder.
But it's surprising he came in so low. Bad
well, he hasn't got any runs. On a Saturday, he hasn't got any runs.
Oh, I see.
No, fair play. He's here watching today as well, to be fair to him. No, he's a nice lad, just absolutely whacked it. I've never seen a T20 innings like it.
So your last over?
It's the Baker Cup's odd. You can bowl 5 overs. So I bowled 4 overs quite nicely. I had 2 for 18 off 4 overs. Quite happy with that bowling my loopy spinners.
Did you have to feel the full force of his assault for your final over?
Yes.
Okay.
I nearly got him out with my googly second ball, actually.
Right.
And I had one other dot ball, and then he hit me for a 6 and a 4. on the 2, I think. So he might have taken 15 off my last.
Well, 15
warmed him up nicely. He took 34 off the last over the innings.
So what was once 90 odd for 7
became 207 off 20 in 7
Difficult
overs.
to know how to deal with the sort of between innings chat after that.
Yeah, there wasn't. It was just applauding how good his innings was. In the 80-odd year history of the Baker Cup, this is the prestigious Somerset Club Cricket 20 over competition. Yeah, and St Andrews won it last year with 2 Thomas boys playing in it. I commentated on the final. It was remarkable.
So I take it that you didn't get very close then.
No, we got 160 odd maybe.
Oh, well, that's not too shabby, but
not
really threatening.
If he wasn't playing, if everyone else was at number 9,
wickets as well.
Yeah, he opened the ball, and I faced him opening up. As actually, he bowled well.
Oh well,
he's a good cricketer. Put it that way.
Well, I thought he might be quite handy.
But 100 at number 9, it's ridiculous, Vic.
Well, it's also 90 odd, 92 for 7. You think, well, you were in here, and at worst they might get 150.
Exactly, and anything under 180 would have been comfortable, confident chasing. We thought.
Yeah.
I mean, Toby Williams-Thomas had 100 with James Rue at the Wyve and a couple of. He's talking to James Rue. It's a bit sloppy that, but he and James Rue had a couple of hundreds in the game there last year. I think one of them was of Toby Williams-Thomas had 100 off 38 balls, and that was the record.
What were on the Rues, just to leave that. What about Thomas Rue?
We talked about that earlier, yes.
Oh,
sorry, it must have been myself and Pete.
Yeah.
Because when I left to go and warm up for my game, I left the commentary box at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thomas Rue was 5 off 13 balls.
Right.
And then after our bowling innings, I just walked off the field dejected at this lad whacking 100. And one of the spectators said, "How have you seen Thomas Rue's got 100? I said, "What?" An hour and a half goes on 5. Yeah, I've kept the scorecard up all day actually. The under-19s. Remarkable innings. It was the highest ever score for an England under-19s bat.
That's some rate. He placed 80 odd balls, didn't he?
Yeah, and he overtook James Rue's top England under-19 score, of course.
He's just.
Kishan didn't pick that one up, did he? He wouldn't have got there, would he?
No, he wouldn't have got there. But it was an effortless pull shot from Haynes. Henry. Rarely do we see him dispatched like that. Sometimes perhaps in his first over 2 back that he takes a little while to get loose, but the ball is old, the batsman's in, he's now got 122, Jack Haynes. Then he's smacked that through the covers too, and that'll take some catching.
Yeah, Kira Camel had that little niggle with the elbow.
Yeah.
He was worried about the physio came on and checked. He's chasing that out there to no success.
The return of Henry has not worked any magic. He's having a chat with Craig Overton. They've kind of given Jack Leach just a bit of a break. I don't know, he's still out there. I mean, I have to say that I think if you're batting and you want to up the rate a bit, you're quite pleased to see Leach removed from the attack. He's actually only gone at 2 and over, just over, throughout his 45 overs. But on the other hand, I guess Overton's thinking, he's done an awful lot of work. He just needs a little bit of a break. But I think the batsmen will be quite pleased that they have got an all-seam attack to deal with now. And the field is spread.
Well, it is nearly the tea interval, so you wonder, do you give your best bowlers a little burst before they get a 20-minute breather?
Well, I think Leach is our best bowler in these conditions. So,
agreed.
So maybe they're just giving him a little break and then have a tea interval, and then they'll be back out again after tea, Somerset. And more than likely, Leach will have the ball in his hand again. I don't think whether you were with me, the number of times the 100 is achieved as a bowler.
Well, I was
And
talking
there's
to
no
Pete about it.
disgrace in it. Yeah.
My question to Pete was, you might be a better person to answer my question. You know what Pete's like. If I get too technical or too cricket badgery, he just ignores me and moves the conversation on.
Well, I'll try not to ignore you.
Thank you, Vic. You're
Harry.
more polite, more amenable to
Or
cricket
if
chat.
I am ignoring you, I won't show it. Go on.
My question was, why, when a bowler goes for 100, is it called a gallon? But if a
right.
batter scores 100, it's not called a gallon. You call it a ton or a century.
Well, I don't know the answer to that.
No. Do you have any thoughts? 'Cause I've never heard a batter
there's
score a
something.
gallon.
A gallon is just, you know, if you drink a gallon, that's 8 pints, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
Never
by
done that, of
by
course.
most people's sort of assessment, that's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, it's too much.
Quite, yeah, for most people.
Ergo, the gallon is not something you aspire to. It's something that just sort of happens.
Yes, okay.
And it doesn't do you much good.
No, today or the next day.
Yeah. Well, our researchers are wondering whether it's just a source of differentiating whether this 100 you're talking about of runs scored or runs conceded. Not sure.
Well, my
Possible, but there's something derogatory about going for a gallon.
Yeah. Well, my context was.
But there
it's certainly
shouldn't be,
sort of
because if
99.
when Leach, if assuming he bowls again,
He's
and
going to go
got
for one
3
more
for
round.
100.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no disgrace in that. He's bowled about 48 overs.
Yeah.
He's the only one who's taken many wickets today. Is that right?
Yeah.
So it is a virtuous act sometimes, and I say this. He's absolutely whacked that.
That
I
has
mean, that
travelled
is-
quickly.
that-
That's a good shot.
He's hit that well, because there's a man out there who can get nowhere near it. It's a huge boundary. Somerset looking ragged now. I mean,
Here's a thought.
Okay.
Jim Hode says, "Get a gallon, your cup runneth over."
well,
like
I'm
that.
not sure Jack's cup is running over. I mean, I thought that's a sort of notion of everything is going even better than you can possibly anticipate.
I think that's more.
But
the
as a
drinking
man who I discovered, I was telling whoever, who got a gallon 53 times apparently, I like to think of it as as an achievement rather than something that stained your career.
session. Should that be on your quick info page? How many times you've gone?
No,
for a
it
gallon?
shouldn't, because it's irrelevant. But it happens.
Well, can you remember a time you've gone for a gallon? You'd remember.
Well, I got for a while. I think my best bowling figures, although I managed to get something, but it was something like 8 for 130 or something.
in a test match.
No, no, the county match. Well, it was, I can't remember exactly, but I had an 8 for
In a 4-day
something
game.
in excess of.
Yeah.
Well, it might have been a 3-day game. It's quite possible
Yeah,
a 3-day game. But on balance, 8. Actually, if you worked it out, 8 for 120.
If it's off 60 overs, you don't mind. So
Well,
much.
it doesn't matter what it's off. Actually,
Yeah.
when you work it out, 8 for 120. That's if you did that all
Good
season.
strike rate. Yeah.
Exactly.
As long as the other two haven't
So
gone
I
for
did
200.
have one, at least one, 8 for a big total, 3-figure total. I managed to find a more pleasing career best after that.
Go on.
8 for 17.
Go on. Talk us through that one.
Well, it was against, I think it was 8 for 17. It was at against Lancashire at Bath on a pitch where it was a wet summer, and therefore they had to play on the same pitch at Bath for 2 matches. And this was also a slight problem in that the occasional groundsman at Bath, when asked to put fertiliser on the pitch, I think he put weed killer instead. So it did break up a bit, and by what was effectively the 5th or 6th day on this pitch, unlike this one, it was turning. Anyway,
Fertiliser or weed killer, yeah, okay. After I've done a
but going back to way back where we started, there's no real reason for Craig Overton to protect Leach from chalking up
No, of course
the
not.
100. There's absolutely no disgrace in it. In fact, it's a sort of badge of honour, I like to think. That
I'm not sure George Drizzle will agree with that when he's gone for 230.
yeah, well, he
At the Oval.
that is a lot. But where do you go? You know, if you're out there for so long. I mean, I think there was an Aussie, Fleetwood Smith, when England got 900 at the Oval in whichever year it was. Then Hutton getting 360. Must be 1938.
Good knowledge.
The Aussie had a guy called Fleetwood Smith, who I think bowled left arm wrist spinners, and he went for over. You'll have to look it up.
Pretty rare for.
He went for over 300, I think.
Isn't that pretty rare for Test cricket back in those days to have a left arm wrist spinner?
Yeah, but look up.
Chuck Fleetwood Smith.
England versus Australia.
The wayward
Oval.
genius of Australian cricket during the 1930s.
Okay. And you just need to look up the Oval Test match when Hutton gets 364, which is the highest.
Great story. He broke his arm as a schoolboy, broke his right arm, so he had to learn to bowl left arm.
Oh.
There you go, that's a good story, I like that.
Yeah, I want to know about whether he went for 300 or not.
He had 3 and 4 deliveries against Oxford University.
That's not what I want to know.
Vic, we've got plenty of time for this story. I'm embellishing your story with extra information. Yes, record-breaking 364 from Leonard Hutton. The margin of victory was an innings and 579 runs. His analysis was 1 wicket for 298 from 87 overs. Well, they took him off with 2 runs to go before he got his 300.
They saved him getting 3
triple
gallons,
gallon.
which is, of course,
is that like
24
a
pints.
Yeah, is that almost a hat trick of a triple gallon?
1 for 298. So I did him a disservice. He didn't go for 300. He merely went for 298. So, I mean, Drizzle.
Well,
at the Oval. It's always at the Oval, though.
Yeah, the Oval's mercilessly flat, isn't it?
Not much different here.
Fleetwood Smith also took 9 for twice in Sheffield Shield.
Yeah, okay.
Both at the MCG.
So there we go. So I'm trying to console. Actually, I think, is it Henry Drizzle? He's from Gloucester. And
George. Drizzle from Brizzle.
That's right. And he played a few games here.
Gloucestershire, Somerset, Durham.
Yeah.
Off spinner bat. He's got a few runs for Durham this year.
Yeah. And because he went for 240, doesn't mean he's a bad bowler. You mark my words.
No, well. Well, he didn't bowl particularly well for Somerset or Gloucestershire, but
he's had some success for Durham.
Well for Durham, correct, yeah.
And also, this is now on behalf of the Spinners Union, when nothing much is happening and the pitch goes flat, well, they get tossed the ball. Well, even if it's not turning much.
So why is there such a delay? There's 1 over before tea.
I don't know.
We've got a 12th as Alfie Ogborn out again, checking on Matt Henry. Matt Henry's not bowling. He could just chill out for an over and then get treatment at tea.
Well, I don't know, but Somerset are up with the rate, and it may be getting to a stage where they're not interested in bowling any more overs today than they have to. There's this mildly cynical view.
So they want to make sure 340. They want to make sure this over doesn't finish in the next 5 minutes.
Exactly, 15:36. They won't bowl more than 1 over. So Somerset are possibly, given the state of the game, they're thinking we don't want to bowl any more overs than we have to, because we are now in the state of having to try and make sure we don't lose this game. It's practically impossible for Somerset to win from here, I think.
Okay, but say they bowled 2 overs and it's 31 after tea. They could still only bowl 31 after tea, couldn't they? If they slow down in the after tea session.
Yes, that is true.
They can't finish before 6, right?
That's true. In fact, I bet you, okay, what I'm saying is, if they've got 32 overs to bowl after this, and they're still in the field, they won't bowl more than 32 overs.
But they want to bowl spin, which is quicker, so it's a catch-22.
Well, you can slow it down with spin.
You can slow it down, yeah. Sure, you're perfectly experienced in that, Vic.
Well, I did do it. We did have to once or twice.
Well, Captain, hey Victor, bowl a bit slower, can you? Was that the?
Yeah.
What was the instruction? Yeah. Well, not bowl slower. Be slower between balls.
Yeah. No, it was quite. I wasn't very good at it, but there was. Can't to get your follow through, right?
Is that what it is? The artful dodger, Vic Marks. I can't picture you.
Well, no. Only by the standards of the day. But
what
we were losing. Well, we were losing a match. Well, no, we were in danger of losing against Pakistan. So we didn't want to bowl. So we did slow the over rate out, 2 spinners bowling for a while. And you'd sort of, you'd follow through a long way for a start.
Yeah.
And then you'd stand there.
Just
wait
thinking,
for the action to come to an end.
You are the narrative, I guess.
Yeah. So then you'd meander back.
Then you just tinker the field for
You can
no
always
reason.
tinker the field, yeah. This, by the way, he's got a I'm bowling bouncers at you field.
Yeah. Nice over before tea. Why not? Takes a bit more time out of it.
Well, with 3 men on the legs, offside only. I mean, the temptation must be for the batsman to just give him, in the knowledge that it's going to be short, just pop away to the leg side and give himself acres of room to smack it square on the offside. But we'll see whether he bothers with that.
Could have get a glove or a top edge to change room.
Yeah, that could be a glove, that one. I mean, there was some terrible series in India where a lot of spin was bowled. I'm talking about the very early 80s where India won the first test. And thereafter, they bowled their overs at about 11 or 12 an hour, spinners mostly. And then England, the game, it was stultifying stuff. England kind of fell into the same trap, and they ended up bowling their overs about 12 or 13 an hour. And 4 draws.
The umpires are surely having a word at some point, no?
Well, I
They don't
suppose
care
so.
at that
Well, in
point.
those days, well, there have been Indian umpires, and there's nothing against Indian umpires, but
They were pretty chilled out, were they?
well, there's sort of a status thing actually in the Indian cricketers of that vintage. They were sort of godlike figures. You had Gavaskars and your Baileys, let's say. So it's quite difficult for an Indian umpire to sort of boss them around.
Because they would have looked up to Gavaskar, Bush
Well,
and Bailey.
yeah, and I mean, I'm not. There's that issue. I mean,
Yeah.
It wasn't. It's the same happened sometimes in Australia. The umpires didn't have that same sort of status, whereas the top Test players had instantly recognisable everywhere, sort of national heroes. So a bit more difficult is what I'm saying for the umpires then to impose themselves and demand, get on with it. And there were no sort of penalties or anything like that for slow over rates.
Well, talking of slow over rates, Somerset have been successful in making that over last until 3:40. It's nearly 3:41 and they will go off for tea. 32 overs remaining on this day 3. We'll take a 20-minute break. We're back to talk you through the evening session.
Nice to meet you, Finn. I'm Dan. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Hi, it's Tom Abel here. We're at the Cooper Associates County Ground and I'm with Leachy and Craigie. We've got a little surprise in store for Finn Mackay, who has an incredibly inspiring story. He's a huge part of the Somerset disabled cricket community. He doesn't know we're here this morning, so we're here to surprise him. And we've got a little gift for him, kindly supported by WPA. So, yeah, here goes.
We're here today at the Cooper Associates County Ground to talk a little bit about Finn and the Super Ones. Just tell us how important the Super Ones has been to your family and to Finn.
It's fair to say that having a lad with quite severe learning difficulties, it's not easy. There's struggles both with the formal stuff, education and getting what he needs, and also the fact that he's different, and he does have enough insight to know that he's different. So he can be lonely, can be sort of isolated.
We had all these plans for his future, like you do when you have a new baby, and it was a really, really tough time thinking, what his future would be. He was a very, very difficult baby and toddler, as you can imagine, and we felt very isolated. Friends, you find, they say when something like this happens, you discover who your friends are. You certainly do. And we felt very much on our own.
He's got 2 older sisters who, obviously, as parents, you're trying to balance the special needs requirements with an ordinary family life for his 2 sisters. So it's not been straightforward.
We planned to have 3 children and do wonderful things together, and it impacted a great deal on the time that we could spend, with them. Doing stuff, so they've had to put up with an awful lot, really. Having him, you're not accepted in the normal world, taking him places. So when Super Ones came along, we jumped at the chance that there was something for young people like him. You immediately felt that he felt relaxed. We felt relaxed because we were always on edge with him. If we took him, to other places, people would frown at you and stuff with his behaviour. So to be able to relax knowing that he could do what he wanted, he was fine.
What's developed through this has been amazing because it is life-changing for him, but I think on reflection it's probably life-changing for all of us as a family, actually, that there's more support from other families and other parents.
Someone without additional needs, I guess, we take that for granted, that you can go out and find a place to belong and have that sense of belonging, but for some young people that's not always the case. So to provide that, and they can build that identity, feel part of the community, and then begin to experience what we might take for granted it has huge impact.
The statutory bodies, as we all know, everyone's under financial pressure. So Finn, without this, wouldn't have a great deal now that he's left formal education. He wouldn't have a great deal of interaction.
It completely changed all of our lives to, be a part of something like that.
Yes, it's cricket, but then you've got so much more that comes off the back of that, which actually is, for Finn, has just helped him grow as a person. So that's been great. And, long may it continue.
And also your favourite sort of Somerset players, I'd like to touch on that. We spoke before we started actually about some of your favourite players, and one of them was it Tom Abel? Was your favourite player?
Yeah.
If Tom was around right now, that would be great, wouldn't it? What would you say to Tom?
What would you say? Do you think he's good?
You could always ask him.
Hiya, Finn. Good to see you, buddy. You okay? Hiya, how are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Bit of a surprise. We always see you here supporting us, Finn. So, we obviously thought we'd come and have a bit of a knock around if you fancy a bit of a game. So before we do that, we've also got a little gift for you. Leachy's got a little award here. So, it's an exclusive invitation. There's a disability game at Lord's, so we've got you an exclusive invitation.
Wow, Finn.
And WPA are kindly covering the cost of your travel and your accommodation.
Oh, wow.
And on top of that, there is also tickets for you and your family to day 3 of a test match against Sri Lanka at the Oval, which hopefully, Leachy will be playing in. So, fingers crossed, yeah. So, that's for all your commitment and everything that you do for Super Ones,
Oh, wow. What did you say?
You deserve it.
That's amazing, isn't it? He's quiet now, but he won't stop talking about it for the next goodness knows how long. That's amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure. Should we play a bit of cricket? I think the nets are set up for you. So, should we have a bit of a bat and a ball?
Yeah? Fancy that?
Sound good? Show us what you got. Right, you got Craigo and Jack Leach bowling at you. Boy, nice shot. Why, nice. Nice ball.
Well, buddy. Finn, we've got one more little surprise for you. We've got a signed championship shirt from this year from all the boys. You can get framed up. Okay? Do you like that one? Come on, buddy.
Finn, what are you doing? How bold. Well done.
Well done, Finn. That was awesome. Great to see you, buddy.
I'm James Rue, and today we are recreating some classic Somerset photographs to celebrate 150 years of the club and the launch of our new County Championship shirt.
It's Tom Abel. We're at the Cooper Associates County Ground and with Leachy and Craigie. We've got a little surprise in store for Finn Mackay, who has an incredibly inspiring story. He's a huge part of the Somerset and Slater cricket community. He doesn't know we're here this morning, so we're going to surprise him. And we've got a little gift for him, kindly supported by WPA. So yeah, very good.
It's fair to say that having a lad with quite severe learning difficulties, it's not a huge struggle, both with the formal stuff education
Get to the cricket this season with First Bus.
Well, welcome back after the tea interval. Vic and I have nearly finished the Wisden Cricket Monthly crossword to get a prize of his own book. You'll be pleased to know.
Well, which book's that?
Sorry, we should advertise. Our new book from Vic Marks, The Cricket Captains of England, complete with Anthony Gibson's forward, am I right in saying?
Yeah, because Anthony's father wrote the first volume, if you like, up until 1979, and I've taken it from 1979 to 2025.
Why were you the chosen one?
Because I asked to do it.
Oh. You asked Anthony, or you asked?
I asked Anthony, and I asked any fool to publish it.
Because you thought you had too much time on your hands, you needed a bit of purpose.
Well, sort of. That's not quite how one likes to express it. But I thought it was helped me from just completely hibernating stroke vegetating through the winter.
This was last winter's project, was it?
Oh, yeah, it was.
You weren't abroad following cricket anyway?
I had 2 weeks in Pakistan for the Champions Trophy, actually, but that was about it.
Yes. Which game in the Champions Trophy was that?
Well, for the one that England failed in, and which was won by India in Dubai.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't go to...
Correct. You only had 2 weeks of it, though. That wasn't the whole tournament.
Well, no, it almost was. One of the virtues of the Champions Trophy as a tournament is that they don't hang around. And I did miss the final, actually. I couldn't stay for the final, but I was there for about a fortnight, which encompassed...
That was the joke.
There's only 8 teams.
The night before, South Africa travelled there in case, depending on the winners.
Yeah,
that was
that's right,
ridiculous,
all
wasn't
that.
it? Yeah, I do remember that.
So it was a flawed tournament in many ways. But
It's a
there was
shame, yeah.
some good cricket played,
South Africa
but not
played very
by
well.
England.
Yeah. Yeah, England were rubbish. Well, we don't take 50 over cricket seriously, do we? Since we won the 2019 World Cup,
Well, fair point.
We've sort of pushed it to make it a B-team competition in August.
Exactly.
We can't expect
that doesn't help.
A lot of people are making their 50 over debut and then warm up to the...
I know. It is crazy, really. I mean, we spent almost a decade getting ourselves geared up to improve our one-day cricket.
Yeah, 15 to 1.
And much emphasis was placed on that World Cup. We've got to really build up with Owen Morgan and all that, and they prepared meticulously for that tournament. And by the skin of the teeth, in the most amazing match, of course, 2019 Lords, somehow or other, they managed to beat New Zealand, but they played some great cricket along the way. And then, within months, they relegated 50-over cricket for, if you're being severe, a competition for has-beens and wannabes. Has-beens and wannabes.
Yeah, sounds like a Spice Girls hit, that, doesn't it?
Could do, yeah. And it's therefore no huge surprise that England have been pretty ordinary in 50-over cricket ever since then. I mean, none of the players are quite so interested because the 20-over cricket is where it's at. And that same applies to the administrators. So, ergo, England have rather declined as a 50-over side. I think it's a bit of a simplification, but that's,
I
there is some truth in that.
If you don't play the format, you're not going to be much good at it.
No, exactly. But there was this sort of convenient notion that actually there's no difference between 20-over cricket and 50-over cricket, really, which I think was proved to be nonsense in that tournament. But there we go. Now, still no spin. At last burst of the opening bowlers, it seems. Overton. And we've just seen an over from Henry. I suppose they're working on the basis now that, well, we're not going to bowl much in the second innings in this because Notts may not have one. In fact, the more this game goes on, the more you think that Notts will only have a second innings if Somerset bat very badly.
Yeah. Agreed again. Not agreeing far too much this afternoon, Vic.
Well, you're allowed to, but...
I feel like we should ask the audience for our one more crossword clue.
We've got more, haven't we?
No, we've got one left.
Oh,
Going round and round and round the park. It's not about you. 7 letters left. That's what we needed. Craig Overton's bowling from the Swiss Gothic Pavilion end. Begins with J, we reckon. The Kookaburra ball is helping me be further educated on cricketers past and present and how to do cricket cryptic crosswords. Lyndon James has quite serenely got on to 35, really. scored without doing anything particularly risky.
Yeah, it's a lovely evening, but it's been a long day for those Somerset bowlers. I mean, they've had some long days in the field here, and this is another one. Their main goal, bluntly, is to avoid defeat in this match now. They've been just about batted out of the game by Notts, who are, of course, top of the table, and you can see sort of why there's a purpose about their cricket.
Purpose about that too as well. Good running.
Yeah.
Oh, Ian Shepherd straight in on the text. He's always working from home with the stream on.
Is he?
Within seconds.
So
he
he's got the answer.
I can't get that one either.
No, he can't get it either.
I think Clement Attlee has screwed us over because Clement Attlee is 6 letters. Attlee is 6 letters, not 5 letters. So if you're a Wisden writer listening, there's a mistake in your crossword.
well,
because Attlee is spelled A-T-T-L-E-E. That's 6 letters, not 5 letters. This is the Wisden monthly crossword. We'll be finishing off the cricketer one in the next interval.
I don't think you'll find many spelling mistakes in the prize.
I don't think many people do a crossword with a prize just for their own book either.
Well, I wasn't doing it to get another copy of my own book, but I was doing it because it was there and you opened it.
Well, I got
and
two
you seemed
ones.
as if you were in need of some help.
I
Harry.
definitely am and need some help, Vic. I think we work well because I sort of spout ideas aloud and then you turn them into sense. So
well,
a weird partnership. Maybe we should enter Pointless together as different eras.
Maybe we should, but maybe we won't.
I feel like I can picture you having a cup of tea watching quiz shows on a winter's afternoon.
Well, you weren't very good on the steps singing. Neither of us were actually.
That was my. Oh, sorry. Anything the last 20 years I have to cover. I forgot that.
Step singing, nicking off. We weren't very good at that.
Hey, I got that hedging.
Yeah, well,
I got that from the Bob Each Way.
Yeah, but who is this?
I don't know. I googled it and still didn't get it afterwards.
All right.
I wasn't. If you got the answer and then you Google it, that's acceptable.
Okay. Anyway, what's the point? Well, the senior bowlers are doing the hard graft at the moment. Henry and Overton straight after tea. And it's a mark, actually, of particularly Matt Henry. Here he is. He's the overseas superstar. And he's been a superstar when he's been at Somerset. And everyone thrilled to see him back. And he's put in some great performances this summer, but also in last summer.
Yeah, actually.
But he is nonetheless doing some of the donkey work. He hasn't bowled that many overs, but here we are. The situation is bleak. It's a terrible time to bowl in many ways. Pitch flat, ball not moving, ball old, sun beating down. But he's nonetheless...
Is that the start of a horror movie?
Nonetheless, he's bounding in without any great expectation of getting many wickets, but he's doing it. And he's also Both, when I remember him now, in this sort of situation, I mean, he didn't shirk either, but he'd say, I'm going to bowl some of me Tommy Cartwrights now. And Tom Cartwright was a great medium-pace seamer who was the coach here when we joined. One of the great English-style bowlers. So Both would cut down his pace and say, I'm going to bowl with Tom Cartwright. He wasn't as good as Tom Cartwright at doing that sort of stuff.
Would you compare him to a Stevens or a Mullaney, that kind of a para?
No.
Give me a modern alternative to picture.
Hard to picture because there were more bowlers like that. He was a... No, that would be to demean him. He was a... I mean, he played Test cricket doing this. And he would get 130 wickets a year, mostly for Warwickshire.
Bowling
and he was
pitched up.
But wicketkeeper usually standing up.
Yeah.
But he would dig his own holes. He was so accurate that he would kind of dig a hole on a length. And he had a perfect action. He would hit the seam time and time again.
Scott Boland? Could that be the closest?
He's not sure he's quite as quick as Scott Boland, actually.
Okay.
Because the week he would usually stand up.
I'm
There
getting
were
closer.
Derek Shackleton. You might have heard of Derek Shackleton.
Yeah, I've heard the name, yeah.
Who got stacks and stacks of wickets for Hampshire. I mean, he bowled off about 8 paces. He opened the bowling for England. Bowling, and the cricket was a simpler game in those days, in the sense that someone like Shackleton, especially, who was a bit older than Tom, I think, never really played any one-day cricket. And you'd turn up, or he would turn up every April, and within a day or two, he would find his length, and then he would bowl balls of that length for 6 months, and he would hit the seam, and if it any help,
Would he almost make a patch where he
yeah.
landed it?
So that certainly applied to Shackleton.
Yeah.
Cartwright was a bit later, but like him, he was metronomically accurate, hitting the seam. Often didn't have a third man or not a long leg because he bowled so straight, hitting off stump, just nibbling it left, right and centre. And then in the Sunday League that came in, I'm not sure Shackleton played in the Sunday League, or he might have finished by then, but Cartwright did. And week after week, it was 8 overs. He'd get, 1 for 17, 2 for 20, 2 for 16, so accurate. And then in the odd week, he would get 1 for 71. And he would have bowled exactly the same in the way he would have bowled that length. And then just occasionally, in a modern way, there'd be some batsman. Dexter did it once, Ted Dexter, the great Ted Dexter. They would, he would be bowling length balls because that was what he did. Attack those length balls, and a bloke called Brian Luckhurst did it too, who had a bit of a sort of leg side wallop, pull drive type of thing. My point is that Cartwright would have bowled the same length, all season really, whatever the format. And just occasionally in those days, someone would, find him, knew exactly where the ball was landing, and would take the chance to smack him over his head or slog him over mid-wicket. But once or twice, maximum once or twice a year. How do we get onto him? But yes, Bath would say, right, I'm going to bowl me Tommy Cartwrights now. But he didn't have the patience of a Tom Cartwright.
He'd bowl it for an over and that would be as good.
Yeah. And Henry, when we've seen him bowl here, he's not bowling at maximum pace, I would suggest. But he's determined to do his bit by bowling a line and length and trying to keep these batsmen quiet, because now it's got to the stage where the more time knots use up, the easier it is for Somerset to avoid being defeated in this game. The draw will still surely be the favourite. But it helps now Somerset's cause for Nottinghamshire to go as slowly as possible.
Yes, because your Henry reference made me think of an interesting point. So Henry was at Kent. Henry did very well at Kent.
Yeah.
And I spoke to Daniel Bell-Drummond after his brilliant 100 he scored in the Blast a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And there's that interesting one that, why did Henry leave Kent? Why did Somerset end up having him? And sort of, Henry's become Somerset's adopted son, really, and been back here now for his second spell this summer. And, some people think, Somerset's Matt Henry, but actually he was Kent's first, to their credit.
And he nearly won the championship with him, didn't he?
Yes, yeah. It was Kane Richardson, actually, that was signed. So Henry did well for Kent in his first season. Brilliant season. Like one of the best seasons for an overseas bowler in years. And then he was going to be unavailable with New Zealand duty. And it wasn't going to be available for enough of the summer, so Kent thought, right, we'll get Richardson in. And then Henry was made a little bit more available, and then Kent thought, we've already committed to Richardson here. So they didn't want to let Richardson down, and they weren't going to get Henry for just a few games. Then Somerset came in, had a slot available needing overseas, and then Henry came to Somerset, loved his time at Somerset, and the rest is history, as they say.
Did Kane Richardson actually make the trip in the end? So I can't have a memory of him playing for Kent much.
Yeah, he didn't play much. I think he got injured. He did. I remember him playing a couple of games, then got injured. Recent years have had Wes Agar as the latest Aussie right-arm seamer.
Yeah, and Henry has, I think, had plenty of suitors when he came back this year.
Yeah, I think Kent
wouldn't have probably been able to afford him now, in the sense that there were other suitors for Henry.
And also, Henry wanted to play all 3 formats, which Somerset could offer him, but with Richardson and Kent having already made their other signings that year, Kent could only offer him T20.
But he's been gold dust. He won't probably have much impact on this match in the end. But he has been gold dust, not only in the wickets he's taken, but he's such a sort of refreshing character cricketer to have around, I think. And people will learn off him. His general approach to the game and his knowledge, no doubt. But he's just a delight to have around, as well as being a very high quality opening bowler. But here he is doing the donkey work. He's not charging in and bowl. I don't know whether we can confirm pace at the moment, but he won't be bowling as quick as he does with the new ball, but he is doing a job.
Well, we can confirm from the stream, from the Euroleague speed gun.
Well, I haven't seen it come up lately.
It'll come up bottom right. You watch next ball,
Okay.
underneath his bowling figures.
Okay, well, I shall keep an eye open.
He was bowling about 77, 78 when I last checked. That's miles per hour.
It's having a rest. The radar's having a rest. He might have... Somerset's
there it is.
Oh, it's 75,
77,
76.
76. Down
yeah. So he's down a little bit, but not very much. Okay, our researchers can switch it on or off. We don't really want it on a regular basis, but the point is that he's not bowling at full pace, but he's bowling properly. He's running in, and he's bowling very straight, and he's giving nothing away. He's not trying anything elaborate. He's not pinging down the bouncers. He's just concerned to keeping them bottled up.
Wow, another slightly interesting field. Short extra cover is Jack Leach, with a mid-off and a cover on both sides of him. There he is in the
Leach
action.
pouncing.
Pouncing, Jack Leach. Still looking athletic.
So Jack Haynes, this is becoming quite an innings. It's like 263 balls now for 132. It's a very mature knock. Actually, I'm beginning to think that Nottinghamshire might want to actually up the rate now. They've reached the point where they're surely that they are unassailable in this match. You would think. They've got a lead now of 50? 60. 60 they've got a lead. And time is ticking by. And you might think, well, it is time perhaps to try and up the ante in a little push for victory. It is worth it, because I know we've seen the odd ball turn, but when there is not much, but we have seen the odd ball turn, and when you get to a point where it's only a match to save, some batsmen don't like batting in those circumstances. So it's worth them having a dart at Somerset, tomorrow with the intent of getting those wickets. They've got a nice opportunity for the off-spinner Ahmed to have a good ball. We saw plenty of Patterson White in the first innings. They've got a very good new ball attack that will nag away Mohammed Abbas. They will have had a long time to rest up after their first inning travail. So they should now, Nottinghamshire, be thinking in terms of, well, hang on a minute, we might be able to sneak a win here. I mean, they fought back. It's taken a long time to get these runs. They ground them out very, very professionally, impressively, in fact. Give themselves just a flicker of a chance.
A couple of important comments in the YouTube chat, Vic.
Oh dear.
Joggers is the answer.
Okay.
Ian Shepherd and a few in the YouTube chat reckon joggers. You go round and round the park. It's not about you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's not about you. Joggers round and round the park.
Joggers run round the park.
Yeah, but what's that? It's not about you bit.
Just put it down.
Yeah.
Harry.
We'll send it in. We won't win your book.
I'm not going to send it in.
The satisfaction.
But if you do, you'll have to point out the "see me" spelling.
Yes.
But I'm very faithful to to the publishers.
Oh. Neil Shillabit on the camera. Scored 88 for Topsham on Saturday in the Devon League.
Okay, get on with it.
He's a cameraman of great skill, and he's now just explained the Park Life song. It's not about you. Thank you. There you go. We wouldn't have got that.
Yeah,
reference.
well,
that's over.
I was depending on Harry for an update on Blur songs.
Oh no, Step Singer H. There's a Step Singer called H, and then Edging is nicking off. So
Yeah.
H, Edging.
Yeah, well, we got that one, but by accident.
Well, yeah. If you get half the clue, then you still get the answer, don't you?
Not necessarily.
We got a couple of other interesting comments, Vic.
Okay.
Lord Dusty, can anyone remember the last time we didn't have a boring draw versus Notts? 8 innings, 3,155 runs, 59 wickets at 53.47 between the two teams in the last 3 games against each other.
So they've always been. We've had too many boring draws against Notts.
Yeah, 2 have been with the Kookaburra. That's 2 of the last 3 games.
Well,
I remember Will Young batting here. Do you remember that game? Will Young got a big
that's
100
right.
and Joe Clark.
Yeah. Another leading singer.
Yes, Gareth Gates and Will Young.
Yeah, and it's odd. I don't know whether that's just pure coincidence. It isn't coincidence in terms of the Kookaburra ball. If you play a mid-season, I mean, this sounds, well, it's highly unlikely, but I mean, I'd be tempted if I'm running English cricket. Say, actually, we've had a change of heart. Next 2 rounds, we'll
play with a tennis ball.
Ditch. No. We'll ditch the Kookaburra experiment and you can go back to normal.
You got Rob Key's phone number?
Don't know.
Luke Wright, something like that? But yeah. He's in your phone book.
I doubt it. It's a long time. I think Rob Key was probably appointed after I'd given up being at the Guardian. But I mean, I've got a lot of time for Rob Key, but I'm not so enthused as he is by the Kookaburra.
I don't know anyone else
experiment.
who is.
No.
He's the only person that isn't
used. Theoretically it might have some value, but it's damaging.
Also, the sad thing
the
is,
product. Having said that, if Notts win this game, you just got to shut up and say, "Well, it's just because you didn't suit you."
But I mean,
but
our
look,
Luke
I don't know
Wright
what's happening around the towns.
No, our Luke Wright and Baz McCullum and Rob Key, are they watching County Championship cricket today, or are they on the golf course, or are they? Are they actually watching these Kookaburra
Well,
ball
they're
games?
probably having a net at Lord. I mean, well, they probably finished there because not at Lords.
They don't train 9 till 5, do they? No, they are.
No, but they do
tomorrow.
train. They get grumpy if you say they don't train. They do train.
They do train because Kevin Peterson upset people,
Yes.
didn't he, in the Champions Trophy?
And they enjoy themselves on a golf course at another time. I'm all for that.
Oh yeah, it gets it right, doesn't it?
So that's where they are at Edgbaston with the test starting tomorrow.
They still reckon it's harder hitting a still ball than it is hitting a ball bowled at 90 mile an hour.
Well, I can see the logic of that.
That's a nice pick-up shot, but could it be a wicket?
It is.
6 runs. Casey Aldridge. Do you think, were you giving it out as a wicket?
Well, not anymore because no one's walking off.
Casey Aldridge was right on the rope. He's a little bit frustrated. It was half a chance. It was quite high. He was right on the rope.
If anyone was going to catch it, you thought it would be Casey Aldridge.
I think if he had held on to it, he'd have been carried over the rope because it was hit so hard. He didn't really have the time or the trajectory to flick it back. It was quite flat. We'll get a few replays on that. That might be the the clip worth
They
replaying.
nearly got him in the leg trap. I'd been pleased to have hit it that far.
He absolutely nailed it, to be fair to him.
Yeah. No, he might.
When you're on 138, you're entitled to play that shot.
Oh,
and that
it's
is a
gone for
beautiful
4-2.
cover
That's
drive.
threaded through the offside field, so suddenly there's a little splurge of scoring.
That is the 450, but it's too late for any batting bonus points. If you want reference, Nottinghamshire's highest score at Taunton ever is currently 505 back in 2018.
Well, that is in danger.
Absolutely.
Go around the counties for us. I want to know what's happening at the Oval.
Okay.
If you can bear it.
Yeah,
well, give us an update.
We'll go gradually between balls. 3 wickets in the space of 12 balls for Dan Worrell. Durham's middle order struggling.
Second new ball, perhaps.
Alex Lee's got 100. Jimmy Neesham went. And now George Drizzle, that man you're talking about, he joins Graham Clark at the crease. 273 for 6. It's still miles short of the follow-on.
Oh, yes.
T at Cardiff. Glamorgan leading by 76. Glamorgan 456 for 6.
Similar to this situation at the moment.
Todd Murphy's playing in that game, don't forget.
He bowls quick off spin for Australia.
Yes. Another 50 for Saif Saeeb as Northants are piling on the runs. 403 for 5 against Kent. He's nearly at his 5th century of the season now. And Hampshire are following on against Worcestershire at their home ground in Southampton.
Oh, right. So there's possibilities of a Worcester win there, then?
Yeah, Ali Orr's not played much for Hampshire since he moved along the south coast from Sussex to Hampshire. He's opening with Fletcher Middleton. Nice, lovely spot there from producer Will next door. Archie Vaughan's either bored or just really hot, and a bit of both. He's decided to try and follow the tiny slither of shade when he's at fine leg.
It is a very tiny slither, but he's quite
thin
a
enough,
slim,
yeah.
slim lad. And he's... there he is, look. Just stay in the shade. Oh, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I like that.
He'll go far.
I was doing the same thing last night in a tiny bit of sight screen shade.
While the ball was flying over your head.
No, this is in the first 13 overs.
Okay.
I went through 4 bottles of water just in the 20 overs I was fielding. Put it that way.
Blimey.
I know. Shout out to Mr. Kerslake, who runs the whole Baker Cup, who was filling up my water bottle for me.
Jonathan Kerslake?
Roy and John Kerslake. Yes, yeah.
His son, Roy's son?
Yes, yeah, they run the Baker Cup.
Right.
So, yeah, well, no one in my team didn't have a 12th that's on duty, so he was very kind, getting me some refreshing water to get me through. Again, nice soft hands there from
James. I mean, that's a clever shot, that, isn't it? Delicate opening of the face, no slip cordon. He's going to keep going without anyone protecting that third man boundary.
Better finish going around the grounds. Yorkshire, Matt Revis has got 100. 151s he took. Yorkshire just got a lead now, a lead of 20. 390 for 8 against Essex. Derbyshire 37 for 1, chasing, well, they're not chasing 513. Trying to bat out for a draw against Lancashire.
The cavalry arrived, Harry.
Well, double substitution, Vic. We'll go and celebrate in our crossword success and bring in an opposition voice.
Harry's just... There's a couple of clues Harry couldn't cope with, so he poodled them out, and we've got the answers now back from our adoring audience.
Well, we've got the Green Army coming. I mean, Pete's got his Outlaws boots on.
Yeah. Notts old boys coming in. Although one's obviously more cheerful than the other. Right, well, I'm going to make Ray first in this
we'll do
sleek
a staggered
handover.
change. Yeah.
And whoever wants to, can come and sit here.
We'll have Paul Frank shortly joining Pete Trigo, as nice to hear an opposition voice. Hear a bit of Notts perspective. Craig Overton still going strong into his 23rd over. Remember, he's the stand-in captain for this game, with Lewis Gregory still awaiting the birth of his second child. Let Pete and Paul Franks take over.
Afternoon all. 25 overs remaining today. Notts 454 for 5. Paul Franks, Nottinghamshire coach, is going to join me for half an hour or so, talk us through, maybe even confirm some of the theories of how from the opposition side they see this game panning out, trying to force something like a result here at Taunton. That's fair to say that something quite miraculous will have to happen, but what you can get when there's bad weather around is a thing called rain brain, where you switch off thinking you're not going to play for the day and all of a sudden you are. In this case, you can occasionally get draw brain, can't you, Franksy?
You can, Trees. Good afternoon, mate. Yeah, and that's certainly part of what we're looking to try and bring to the game as things stand. Obviously, look, it's been a slow burner so far, this game. Let's be honest. It's it's not quite accelerated as you would have expected. I think you look at the surface and you think, I certainly thought it was going to deteriorate quicker than it has done potentially, and turn a lot more than it has. So you certainly hope as today wears on and into tomorrow that can happen, and the bigger lead we can build, the better.
Yeah, it did look that there was a really short period where Leachy got the ball spinning sharply away from the right-hander from straight, and we picked up that wicket of Kishan on 77. I think it was Haynes and Lyndon James got the brunt of some very nice left-arm spin bowling, but all of a sudden it just seemed to stop turning again. So a little bit of an anomaly there, but you do think this pitch has to wear. I mean, from a colour point of view, it's certainly browned off over the 3.5 or so days that we've been here so far. So you'd think that, you know, the drier it gets, there might be a little bit of reverse swing, even though we're not seeing signs of that yet, but certainly a little bit of spin potentially. But in these situations, Francie, as we both have probably experienced in our playing days, it's about playing the long game, and that mental toll on the Somerset team, the Somerset batters. You know, they'll already be thinking about, you know, opening the innings or how to start, and you know, the longer that Nottinghamshire can just build a lead, 180, maybe 200, and you have that window of opportunity with the new Kookaburra to, you know, maybe capitalise on, you know, some tired legs, tired minds, and that's probably the classic scenario. I mean, there was a couple of comments I noticed on the live stream being slightly negative that Nottinghamshire weren't going for the win, but I don't really see it that way. I think the team, I think, are playing the right role. That there isn't huge amounts of movement. I think the best weapon that you can use is fatigue, and you know, Somerset have already fielded for 143 overs. You're going to probably add another 30 onto that. There can be some tired bodies out there.
Yeah, I agree, mate. Like, I think the danger is you press that accelerator too soon in a situation where you try and push past the opposition's score, and you can end up losing wickets quickly, and then the pressure comes back onto you in the fourth innings of the game. So the one thing I do know about historically playing at Taunton is that it is a long game of cricket. It's a long game of cricket. You have to be prepared to put a shift in over multiple days, multiple sessions. You can spend a long time in the field, but eventually the game can speed up. And you've got to be in the right position at the right time to hopefully capitalise on the speeding up of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of teams, they use different phrases, but whenever we used to get into this situation, you know, most people around the ground, if they had their last £5, you'd probably phone up the bookies and put it on a draw. And I think be hard to disagree with that, but we used to try and get ourselves into a position to have a mad dog session where you just throw the kitchen sink at the opposition. You get them tired, you've got a short window of opportunity where you've got to do something special on a good wicket with the now famous Kookaburra ball that's been talked about all around the country.
Yeah.
And you've just got 30 overs, the bowlers, because the batters have done their job, are well rested, and you can just throw everything at Somerset sometime tomorrow morning. That'll be certainly how I see it. And yeah, Somerset, I think, will have a very upbeat Nottinghamshire bowling attack to combat against at some stage. So this game certainly isn't over in terms of a draw. There's still plenty to do.
I agree, and I think our bowling unit will certainly be looking forward to another decent night's sleep before they have to bowl again, and that psychologically has a lot to play in the expectation of what we want them to try and deliver tomorrow. So yeah, I think there's a little way to go yet. Obviously there's plenty of cricket to be left in the day, an hour and a half at least left in today's play before we start thinking too far ahead tomorrow. But I think to stay in the moment, keep trying to build that lead as it stands at 80, and we take it on from there.
Overton about to start his 24th over, wicketless at the moment, quite unusually wicketless, and probably one of the more surprising bowling figures up there is Henry, 25 overs, 1 for 101. Normally very miserly in terms of runs scored off of him, but he's also found it difficult with a ball that he's very used to bowling, being a New Zealander, played obviously a lot of Test cricket using this ball, so certainly doesn't look like a favourable combination. Well-run single there from Haynes, who moves on to 143.
Career best score for Jack now, just past his 142. So we had a little chat about that at tea time.
You still do the CB round?
I hope so.
Yeah. Make sure it's back at the hotel where
exactly.
the prices are nice and expensive.
Yeah, but he's certainly cashed in today on like what you say is a very good batting surface.
Yeah, me and Vic were talking earlier about. I think we were talking about Ben Slater coming out this morning, and I just made a comment of, not that it happened too many times in my case, but you know, that getting 100 at the close of play, it's one of the best night's sleep you have, and one of my favourite memories, whether I bowled 20, 25 overs in a day or scored some runs, I always used to enjoy the guilt-free bag of family-size M&Ms, knowing that I'd earn every single one of them. That was always one of my favourites. Did you have a little go-to treat on a tough day where you needed a little bit of soul food?
It would depend if it was medicinal or
not.
Medicinal. Yeah. So if I was 20 overs deep, then I might look for something different. But yeah, if you were toiling away, staring down the barrel of another dozen overs, and you'd already got 20 under your belt, I might slide towards the end of the bar and look for something comforting there, if I was honest.
Very much a man after my heart. We used to enjoy drinks with the members in the Colin Atkinson stand at the close of play, where we'd be packed full of excuses, and they'd spend a couple of pints telling us how rubbish we were, and we'd all part ways and meet again the following morning.
Yeah, I like that.
460 for 5 now. Haynes has played beautifully, just past that career best. Now 143. There have been notably a number of career bests this round of games. Dom Sibley getting a massive triple century for Surrey. Adam Hose for Worcestershire. 200 odd. Jake Libby, 220 something not out. So it's been a very good couple of weeks for the batting averages. That ends the over. James has raced to 48. Had a difficult period when he first came to the crease. As I said, Jack Leach just found a bit of turn for that short period, but that seems to have gone now.
I think the one thing I would say about, whenever we've certainly competed against Somerset in recent years, there's been a very strong mutual respect between the teams, and the sort of journey we've been on as a 4-day team, and the standards that Somerset have set in that format, and they've been set right at the top end of the table for a few years now. It's always a nice benchmark for us, and it wasn't lost on us that we were going to play Somerset twice in the next 4 games. When we revisited the Kookaburra section of the season, if you like, so we knew that was going to be a test in itself, because they've got some quality players, and they've got good players all down the line. They've got good players not playing in this game as well, which is always a good testament to the squad. So we knew that we were going to have to be on when we came down here this week. I'm certainly been impressed by the way we've gone about it so far.
Yeah, I think on the, as we're unfortunately only 1.5 innings through this game on day 3.5, I think it's been quite clear to see that the run rates have, I think, dictated the quality of the two teams. Nobody's really struck consistently, and I think there's almost been a sort of par performance from the bowling attacks. Both bowling attacks have bowled hard. They've stuck to their plan and been disciplined without much assistance. I think the one difference that we've seen is Slater and Haynes have managed to get past that sort of 60, and they've gone on and they've cashed in, and that's probably where Somerset is slightly behind in this game. 4 guys getting 50 and only Banton making a bigger contribution, getting to 80. So yeah, that's probably where I see the game at the moment. Just that couple of soft dismissals in the top 6 of the Somerset order of just.
I think that's fair. I think
slid the game towards Nottinghamshire at this stage.
I suppose if you're asking Somerset after having won the toss what their expectation would have been for the first innings, they would have been looking at these sorts of numbers, wouldn't they? Be looking at a score of 450 plus, put that scoreboard pressure back onto the opposition when they have to come out to bat the first time round, and then see how the game unfolds from there. I think you understand that first innings runs are really, really important. Great shot.
Yeah, very nice use of the depth of the crease there from Haynes, just allowing that to come so he can pierce that gap through backward a point, picking up another boundary to his tally. I suppose with career best rounds for the team being so expensive, you want to make sure it's a considerable score, and it might be a year or two before you pass it again. I think we were talking about par score, and I think rule of thumb, if you get 350 plus in the first innings, you've probably put what you'd call a sizable total on the board in Duke ball cricket land. I think where Somerset have fallen down is that innocuous period post 20 overs where the ball does become very, very difficult to penetrate with. And like I said, just a few sort of soft dismissals that stopped Somerset getting a first innings score starting with a 4. But then I suppose in terms of the game, when we coming back here tomorrow to commentate, there's certainly a live game on hand. Imagine if Somerset would have got 425 and Nottinghamshire are now 466. You can't really see anything happening. I think Nottinghamshire have definitely forced themselves into a position where something could happen tomorrow, which is good for the viewers.
And both teams heading straight back into the Blast, mate. What does Somerset's schedule in the Blast look like off the top of your head?
Well, we have a game on Friday night here, so the boys will have a couple of days to rest, recover, and turn it around. And I think after a couple of games like they have played, a sort of similar kind of game up at Warwickshire, where Somerset did a lot of bowling, and backed up by this game that looks to be running in similar form. The guys will probably be quite keen to step out onto the field, knowing that there's only 4 overs to bowl each and 20 overs to field.
Yeah, fair enough. We've got the long journey up to Durham on Thursday.
Oh, that's not too bad from your HQ. It's always a bit of a grind all the way from down here.
Decent nudge from here to Nottingham in the first place. Quick run on the washing machine and night's sleep, and then off up to Durham on Thursday.
50 for Lyndon James. Tricky start, but he's played nicely for his 50 runs off 87 balls. Yeah, it's always... I think we flew up to Durham a couple of times, which was a really long day because, Andy Hurrey's a very, on-time, diligent guy. We'd get to Exeter Airport 2 hours before we took off. By the time, door to door, it was probably about an hour longer than driving.
Fair enough.
Yeah, back in the good old days, it used to be a trip with one of your teammates, actually. Guy that you'd have played a bit of cricket against. He's now lives in Australia, former Somerset player, Kieran Holloway.
Yes.
Was round mine last night for dinner. We were having a good old reminisce, and I can remember early in the 2000s, myself and Kieran being called up to the squad for a one-day game in Durham. We drove from Taunton all the way up to Durham, and we were left out the squad.
Oh, fantastic!
So that was spoken about. Do you remember that game where Shiny got us to drive all the way to Durham?
Oh, we talk about myself and Kev obviously work together at Notts now. We talk about his time. He talks about his time very fondly down here at Somerset. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was nice to reconnect with Shiny as a player towards the back end of my career, where we certainly operated better than early on. He always used to speak fondly to the Nottinghamshire lads, saying when I started my coaching career, my most concerning thing to do on a day-to-day basis was find out if I was still alive. If Trigo was still alive, where is he?
Duty of care.
Over to Haynes. closing in on a 150, and I suspect he's probably looking even bigger than that. Lots of double hundreds being scored around the county this year. Yeah, no, gone are the days of sharing cars and travelling around. Most of the teams have their own sort of team buses that are fit out with TVs and all that kind of stuff. It's still a long old summer when you're doing the miles the cricketers do. But a little bit more comfortable than back in the day. 147th over completed from Overton. It wouldn't surprise me if he takes a little break now. I think he's waving towards the dugout. Might go and change his shirt or his socks or something.
Are you still playing a bit of cricket, mate, or not?
I still play. I play for Burbage and Eastern Royal in the West of England Premier League on Saturdays.
You still killing it?
I've had an okay season actually. Yeah, I've got
Runs and wickets?
got a few runs.
Avoiding the bowling, or
I'm still bowling, which pains me to say it in a number of ways. But yeah, I get through my 10 most weeks. Last week I had a bit of a hammy. Sort of, the old hamstring started twitching, and I sort of cut it short at 5 overs. But I managed to come back strong and bowl 10 this weekend. Yeah, I've got some runs, 2 or 3 50s and 100 so far. So, yeah, I still love playing, man. I still really enjoy it. And I play in the I call them old man leagues in India, but they very flatteringly call them Legends leagues, and I still go to India 2 or 3 times a winter to play. So it's I've still kept in the swing of playing the cricket alongside the golf and the commentary and a couple of other things I do. So yeah, I've had some really nice opportunities to coach in cricket as well, and watch this space. Hopefully a nice opportunity this winter to head coach a national team playing in the Tier 2. So I'm hoping that comes off.
Good. Excellent.
Coaching one of the teams that will be playing in the Asia Cup.
Oh, fantastic. Nice.
So I think, I suppose the next 2 or 3 years, Frank, see if I'm offered sort of like playing opportunities or coaching, I probably ought to go down the coaching route, because one of my coaches many years ago said, cricketers are like oven doors. One day you'll shut the door and the hinge will fall off. And you never know when it's going to come, but I kind of know it's coming pretty soon.
Fair enough, mate.
Leachy back into the attack, looking to try and extract a little bit of spin out of this pitch. James on strike, which I think is a good combination from a Somerset point of view. I think Lyndon James will remember those sharp spinning deliveries from early on in his innings, and I would imagine he'll be quite watchful early on.
He's putting a proper shift today, the young 12th man. He was down there signing autographs for hours. Young Alfie, he's had a blinder. Kept those school kids happy down there, signing away for about half an hour, and now he's on there diving at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's a top lad, is Alfie Ogborn. Very talented left-arm bowler. He's got a bit of pace and swings it, so see how he progresses over the coming years. Another guy that's putting quite a shift is bowling now. 46th over now for Jack Leach. Yeah, good to see Tom Banton back out there as he fields the ball at long on. He had a little bit of a tight hamstring days 1 and 2. He's obviously been on that physio bed, and they've got him back in some pretty good shape. As we have a look at those bowling figures in the corner of your screen there, some considerable numbers being racked up by the bowlers. Lovely paddle sweep there from Haynes, and reeled in by Craig Overton, who's put in a great shift bowling wise and still doing his job for the team. Acting captain this week is Jack Haynes. Goes to 151 now off 287 balls. A mammoth innings there by the Nottinghamshire man. So you mentioned earlier, Franksy, about a couple of key players for Somerset missing, and crediting Somerset for their depth of bringing equally good players back in. Nottinghamshire can boast the same. Obviously, you've got Pennington missing for other reasons this particular game, but you know, what's who are the sort of in-form and exciting younger players you have at the club?
Well, the good news is, mate, I think our squad's as strong as it's been for a long time, or bold. We've obviously got Josh Tong and Ben Duckett in the England squad at the moment, and both playing in the Test match team, which is great for them. We certainly always enjoy having them around. Josh bowled really quite sharply and was very impressive in the early part of our season as he was coming back into his 4-day stuff after quite a long time out with injury. So any time we get them, it's obviously a bonus. Ollie Stone's just now returning as well after quite a long layoff. So we hope that he'll certainly add some impetus to our bowling attack over the course of these next months.
Did he get injured while playing for England in the winter?
No, well, I say, did he get injured? I think it was a sort of an ongoing condition that probably got to a point where it had to have something done to it. And it was sort of if you don't do it now, you might regret not doing it now, and then you might end up missing cricket down the line. So that meant that he's now missed probably the best part of the last 10 to 12 weeks. So he's due back on. He's played a part in the second team this week. Hopefully he'll play a part in the first team in the coming weeks. So we're all excited for him about that because he's really looking forward to playing cricket again. They're probably the more high-end guys that you'd know. James Hayes has made really good progress this year as a young quick bowler. Conor McCurr's joined us from Surrey, so we've got quite a nice squad now. We've got, you know, the squad size is bigger than it's been for a while. Some of the younger lads, Ben Martindale, Sam Seacharan's having a bit of a breakout year in the second team as a young batter who can bowl seam. This is his first year on a rookie contract. So without going into too much depth about naming too many individuals, they're the guys that have really stood out so far this season. And I certainly hope that during the Metro Bank at certain points we'll be able to let some of them, you know, loose and go and show people what they really got and the progress that they have made.
Yeah, it's one of the good things about that period in the season. The Metro Bank, great opportunities for others. Beautiful shot there from Haynes, looking in fine form. The one slight highlight, that last ball of Jack Leach's over spun sharply away. So there is a little bit of something for the spinner to play with, but at this stage Somerset are probably almost in two minds whether they want to see that at this stage, with Nottinghamshire racking up 471 for 5 at the moment. Haynes looking to just push on a little bit. He's been quite happy to leave alone a couple of short balls, but he's certainly bedded in enough to start taking those on, as we have Craig Overton just trying to flatten down that rough there. There we go. He's going to have a little roll on the wicket and maybe just calm the wicket down as Craig's steaming in there. Oh, it looks like he just went over on that left ankle, just a fraction.
Yeah, it didn't look very comfortable, that, for a second or two. That ankle obviously didn't take in the foothole.
Might just be enjoying a little lie down. He's all right. There are a couple of cricketers out there, not just Somerset players. One of them is his brother as well. You know, normally when they go down looking like they've been shot by a sniper, you kind of know that there's a little bit of play acting going on as well.
Okay.
Yeah, he definitely looked like he rolled that ankle just slightly there. Craig Overton running in, holding the ball in his left hand and then switching it late, suggesting there might be a little bit of reverse swing on offer, and he's trying to mask it from the batter, but nothing really of note. He's having a little word. He's trying to get into a little bit of a scrap here with Haynes.
Likes to make his feelings known, Craig, doesn't he?
Well, us Somerset supporters, you know, we always, you always feel like an angry Craig can sometimes pull a little performance out of his magic bag of tricks. He sort of like, picks a fight just to get the adrenaline up a little bit, and sometimes you see a couple of extra miles an hour on the speed gun, but that's the end of that particular over, and it probably wouldn't surprise me if he took a little bit of a break now. Archie Vaughan was getting a little bit of turn earlier on. So there's probably a point where you have got to rest your senior bowlers. Craig's now bowled 26 overs, Leachy 46 overs. He's got 3 for 100. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support here at Somerset. I'm joined by Paul Franks, Nottinghamshire coach. We're commentating on the game and drifting off into days gone by and a few anecdotes we hope you're enjoying. Was that an opportunity there, Franksy? I was just suddenly felt like I was someone was looking over my shoulder. How are you, all right? You enjoying the day? Yeah. Excellent stuff.
Are you supporting? Which team are you supporting? Are you sure? I'll give you a second. You can answer again if you like. No, he's okay.
St. Neil Primary School in Cornwall.
Which school?
St. Neil.
St. Neil.
St. Neil.
St. Neil. Oh, Jack Leach has struck. Haynes gone for 157. The children from St. Neoch School in Cornwall have brought a bit of luck for Somerset. Well done, kids. Big cheer. Franksy not happy with that. Let's have a look at the replay. Haynes going for a little dab sweep. Misses out. It struck him on and around off stump. And I think that's fair to say. That's a good decision from umpire Nigel Long. Haynes has played a monumental knock of 157, a career best off 295 balls, and he walks off with some well-earned applause there. 478 for 6. Nottinghamshire leading by 99. There's Liam Patterson-White, the left-arm spinner from Nottinghamshire, who bowled incredible Leach-esque amount of overs in the first innings. And Pato's in quite good form with the bat as well. He got 100.
He did, mate.
Recently.
He's had an excellent season. He came into the start at the start of the season and churned out a load of wickets and scored a load of runs in the second team. Got his place back in the first team. And has gone from strength to strength ever since. Got fond memories of playing here as well. Got 100 here a few years back. And he's certainly a very talented batsman. And a very good player to have coming at number 8 in your team.
Battle of the left-arm spinners coming up. A side plot there. Wicket keepers used to hate getting out to other wicket or stumped or anything like that, didn't they? And I'm sure he'll, if he does get out, he would not want to get out to his opposite man, Jack Leach. Liam Patterson-White, also a left-hander, taking a middle and off guard. So trying to get that pad outside the line as Leachy will be looking to expose Liam Patterson. Was White defensive with some wider deliveries thrown out into the footholes that Overton, Henry and Aldridge have made outside the left-handers off stump. No real rush to get on with the game at the moment. The over 8, as we've said a number of times, is not really an issue. It's plus 10 at the moment because of the amount of overs Leach has bowled. Tom Abel's just popped his short leg equipment on, and the most important piece of equipment is in his hand right now, the abdominal guard.
Short leg without one of those.
Well, it's one of those new things. The the young cricketers put their box in a rugby sock? Or
Yes. No, not for me.
Feels like that would be quite sweaty.
Yeah,
quite
and
hot,
uncomfortable potentially as well. As
but a lot of players do that now, don't they?
No, it's not for me. I was very much more old school in that fashion.
Yeah, same. The old jock strap over the cycling shorts.
Yes, or underneath, whichever was your preference.
Underneath, if you were being really risque, wanted to create a bit of breeze.
Yes, quite right too.
Well done, children from St Neots School, bringing that wicket for Somerset. Maybe we should have invited them up a little bit earlier. We've had 2,500 children from around the southwest here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There is quite an obvious lessening of volume out there. Now the Trade Nation stand is emptied out, but I did pop over there earlier and the kids were having a great time. End of another successful Leach over. 4 for 104 for Jack Leach's bowled well, and it's been interesting to watch the speeds here. Our Eurolay speed gun is Jack Leach seems to he has about a 5 mile an hour window of difference between the one he's trying to get to turn and the slightly quicker one. It's been.
So what's his top end speed been at?
He's been between 50 and 55.
Okay.
On the whole.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that one there looks like it was probably the slightly flatter one that skidded through the defence.
Archie's been a fraction slower, would that be fair? More 47 to 52 from
yeah,
what I saw earlier?
Yeah, Archie's noticeably a little slower than Leachy. Yeah, he does a lot of his bowling here at Taunton. You know, we spoke about it on day one with Vic, that I always feel spinners bowl well here where, you know, when Leachy was young, I used to feel at backward point quite a lot, and I always used to think in my mind's eye he bowled his best balls that looked like they dropped onto the wicket instead of like were bowled into the wicket. Yeah. I think in the subcontinent when there's prodigious spin on offer, you can fire it in and get a little bit of turn or straightening. Whereas I think in England you've got to just get the ball above the eye line a fraction and risk every now and then being popped back over your head. Maybe drop your mid-off back a little bit and just give the ball a little bit of air.
Almost like you're trying to drop it onto the pond. Yeah, nice. I like that. I think that's important. I think the pace of any spin is about trying to find the maximal pace to be able to spin it at, isn't it? You know, the very best spin bowlers going around, and in world cricket at the moment, always feels like they find their optimal pace to be able to make the ball deviate.
Yeah, I think across the board, all bowlers, you know, whether you're a seam bowler or a spin bowler, is every wicket there will be a subtle difference in the right length for each pitch, and certainly even more so with spin. So yeah, Archie does toss it up a little bit. You know, really impressive the way that Kishan played him, coming down the wicket a number of times, popping him back over his head, but you always felt there might be a chance, and that's what you want to create on pitches like this. Opportunities. You're going to go for runs. You don't want to give too many away, but you want the batter taking some risks. Feels like we've come in under-prepared following Vic and Harry. There's a comment here on the live stream that they were really enjoying the crossword. That's,
really?
That's how enthralling the last passage of play was. Maybe next time we'll bring a Sudoku in or something. I don't know. Way beyond my level of expertise, any puzzles like that. 480 for 6 now, 150 overs up for Somerset. Some tired bodies, 17 overs left in the day's play, which, going by form, will be smack on around about 6 p.m. I don't think Somerset will want to bowl any extra overs tonight, so we might have a period of taking their time in between overs, maybe a drinks break thrown in if there's double spin being bowled. Thanks again to WPA Health Insurance. And as we see there on our screen, this live stream was brought to you by Leachy, continuing from the river end, and rightly so. Another successful over for him, hunting out another Taunton fifer. Quick single taken there by James. What will be the routine for the team closer play? Any sort of funky stuff? Is Trance the physio?
Yeah, he'll check in with all the lads individually.
Yeah. Are they quite diligent with
like
ice? Do they
very
do
much
ice
so.
baths
Very much so. Yes, absolutely.
I know. You're from the school of ice was only good for keeping drinks cool. School.
Yes, quite right. Thankfully, those days are gone, I think. But yeah, Mohammed Abbas, as you mentioned last time we were on comms, actually, Triggs, you know, he's very diligent. He'll have been stretching in the indoor centre 2 or 3 times a day without any shadow of a doubt. He prides himself on looking after himself in, you know, to a supreme level. And he's certainly started to influence others with that as well, which is great. You certainly hope that others pick up on that type of stuff. But it's about making sure that everybody's ready to come back to try and force something on the 4th day. You want everybody at maximum capacity tomorrow.
Yeah, as we did mention, it's that I think there will be an open window, but it'll be quite short actually. It's quite palatable for the bowling attack, isn't it? It's probably one really hard, give it everything spell each. You know, Hutton, Abbas, James, Liam Patterson-White, maybe Liam Patterson-White operating early and rotating the 3 from one end, and you know, 5-6 over spell of give it everything, and that will probably define the trajectory of this 4-day match. And we expect to see that, even though I'm not going to pry and ask for any insider information, but I'd imagine that would be sometime around about 12 o'clock tomorrow.
I think Farhan Ahmed will be useful against the left-handers as well.
Of course, yeah.
You've obviously got your 2 lefties in the top order for Somerset, so you can threaten in different ways. He's certainly been exposed to bowling with a newer ball as well at different times. So yeah, I'd like to think we can ask a few strong questions tomorrow and see where it takes us in that morning session, and then, you know, really try and have that mad dog session that you mentioned in the afternoon and see what
sort of pressure. I reckon that was a Steve Kirby thing. Come on, Triggs, let's have a bit of mad dog. I think that sounds like a Kirby thing.
That does sound like a Kirby thing. Yeah, that does sound like a Kirby thing.
Steve Kirby, current Somerset bowling coach, magnificent bowler, great character, interesting roommate, I have to say. I had a couple of years rooming with Curbs. I think it was because I was the only one willing.
And able.
Willing and able. Yeah, we had a fun summer or 2, myself and Curbs. We actually got into, it was kind of our thing that I would find hiding places in the room, which was a challenge in some rooms, and I'd video me jumping out and scaring him. You know what Curbs like.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
He doesn't really have a week-by-week memory. I'm like, do you not know this is coming at some stage?
It's the first time it's happened.
Yeah, I got a couple of videos on the old phone where ends up in sort of fetal position, begging for his life.
He was telling me yesterday morning that he'd spent the weekend up at Glastonbury watching The Prodigy and living the dream and getting involved.
We had that on the TV the other night, the old Prodigy. Stumped. Liam Patterson-White has just dragged that back leg out. Rue has got the bails off, quick as a flash. Back-to-back wickets from Somerset. Archie Vaughan has struck in his 34th over. He's now got 2 for 101. I'm sure we've got a side-on replay of that. Nigel Long not hesitating to put the finger up. He's been dragged out of his crease by a lovely bit of flight there from Archie Vaughan. It spun away and that back leg just snuck out over the crease. And as most umpires will say, if it's tight, the line is mine. Let's have a look at this replay here. There we go, he's seen that ball into length. It's turned, he's dragged, and he's out. And quick as a flash, the bails are whipped off. And most definitely, from that angle, that looks salmon, Franksy.
Yeah, a little drag there, wasn't there? Oh, I can't quite see the line. Can't quite see the line. Excellent piece of wicket keeping from James Rue. Really sharp, but it's yeah, it's tight. It's tight. I couldn't see the line, if I'm honest, but it's I'm not sure we'll be able to see it this way either, from front on. It's obviously the sunlight is getting a bit lower in the sky.
Yeah, there's definitely a drag, isn't there? Close.
Very close.
Brett, the hitman Hutton, in number 9 for Nottinghamshire. Can be quite a hard-hitting rearguard action batter towards the back end, but can also play pretty conventionally. Another angle there as we try and find that line. Yeah, I'd say he's, I think, out at that stage, but it's going to be inconclusive, I think, but Nigel Long had no doubts.
No, he was pretty sure, wasn't he?
End of a successful over there by Archie Vaughan. Brett Hutton has
the crossword crew are back.
Survived. Do you want to say
far more entertaining?
Do you want to stay for a little bit?
No, I don't
have
mind
the
company.
Crew
I think they must have finished the previous one and they're ready to go again by the looks of them. But I'll love you and leave you for now.
Mate. Cheers,
See you in
Frank.
the
It's
morning.
been a
Always
pleasure. I have no doubt the audience have very much enjoyed your other side of the line commentary and opinions. Thanks very much to Paul Franks. Vic's going to come in for a little bit.
Well, I hope you don't feel offended we didn't invite you to join the crossword. Just you weren't here.
You know, when you sort of select your squad, do you know what I mean? It's all about attributes. If it was another kind of event, you know, I probably would feel hard done by. But in terms of a crossword, I think you've made the right decision.
Well, actually, it was only during the tea interval we were doing it. We were
TEA. Tea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in one sense, it's bad news for Notts that Patterson White's gone cheaply, but in another, it's quite encouraging for them in that it turned enough to beat the bat, and we've seen evidence that it's not a raging turner, but there is something there, and 2 good spinners applying pressure on the last day will pose some challenge. And it is obviously in Somerset's interest to bowl them out as cheaply as possible to make the deficit as small as possible.
Yeah, I tried to infiltrate the camp, you know, using my subtleties of conversation with Franksy, and I think the sort of midday 180 on, flat out, third 25 overs at Somerset to try and create something is probably the plan, and I don't think anyone in the ground really that watches a lot of 4-day cricket will be surprised by that. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a little bit of an acceleration at some stage, but if the plan is to bat for maybe half an hour tomorrow morning, they'll probably wait to press the accelerator until then to put this game far enough out of Somerset's reach that a 2 or 3 wicket cluster with the new ball
Well, it's out.
might just get the jitters going.
Yeah, it's out of Somerset's reach, I think, to think about any way they could win this game. Well, there's only one way they could win this game. They have a this is a real freakish way to win this game. Namely, they get bowled out knots for 500. And then Somerset, which is a deficit of, say, 120. Somerset go out and bat, and they get bowled out for, well, they'd struggle to get 280, but let's just say they had 250. And then the opposition have got about 140 to win in about 17 overs. No, probably less than that. Actually, we need 15 overs. And in the harebrained chase, Leach ends up with 7 overs, no maidens.
9 for 12.
No. 7 for 52. So that, I don't think that will happen. But it is in Somerset's interest, nonetheless. The lead now is not quite, it's 106, I think. Is to actually bowl them out and make sure the deficit is, if it's 100, a deficit of 120 is obviously better than a deficit of 180, and it's possible that you could clock up 3 wickets here. At the moment, though, what we see is a Nott side that are hell-bent on getting that lead, even if it takes a while to get there. They're playing very cagily against the spin at the moment, and they obviously want to bat on tomorrow. But Somerset have got at least, it's not exactly a stranglehold at 485 for 7, but a loss of a couple wickets, and they're still looking to very much consolidate the Notts players rather than have a bit of a dip. And the ball is turning a little bit. I mean, not viciously, but there is enough there to keep them interested. And the ball that got Patterson White, a good delivery. It turned, beat the outside edge. And, well, he just seemed to drag himself out.
A little bit of flight and guile, bit of dip, definitely dragged him forward, and that lovely bit of turn. Yeah, it was a genuine dismissal. That very good piece of bowling.
And I mean the problem, the dip bit is important because that probably caused the extra little bit of stretching as he went forward, slight loss of balance, so his back foot came out because he wasn't quite where he wanted to be. And as I keep saying, spin bowling is so much more about getting to misjudge the length than getting that ball to turn. If you don't get them to misjudge the length, the good players not worried by a little bit of turn.
So it was one of those semi-mysteries for me, thanks to Brown & Brown Insurers for sponsoring us. Home, car, business, you name it, get in touch. It's always sort of struck me as a waste of a sort of dismissal there. That sort of playing a forward defence. Yeah, if you're gonna
be stumped,
if you're gonna blow the bugle running down the wicket, that's one thing. Yeah. But why would you not bat in a position where if you were defeated and dragged, you're still inside your crease?
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, I presume he started off obviously in his crease. Oh,
nice turn there.
I mean, that must have missed off stump by a whisker.
Well, I think the conventional thing is to straddle the line, but
yeah,
would it make sense just to 60-40 straddle it? So if you did drag, you're still inside the crease. Makes sense to me.
I mean, it's not turning rapidly, but there's just that one's just straightened a bit. You just got to be a bit careful, and they are being careful at the moment. Leach is just bringing his mid on up a fraction. He fancies enticing the big drive. That one felt a bit leg side, that one. But it felt like a maiden too.
Yeah, some good signs there. Yeah, definitely just drifting down the leg side. That on the replay.
He's clocked up 50 overs, Leach. 4 for 106. And you could argue he's been under-bowled. You could. I mean,
I'm not sure he would agree with that.
Well, I think, actually, to be fair to him, I think he likes bowling. And he'll be enjoying this now. He's gone at 2 and over. It's very rare this era. And he scents wickets at the moment, so he'll be happy bowling at the moment. And maybe they did him a favour by just not starting with him after tea. But he has been obviously the most dangerous bowler. The spinners have taken all the wickets, such as they are today. And Notts have got 487, but he's only conceded 106 of them in his 50 overs. He's been let off lightly.
Yeah, there's not many balls off memory. There's a couple of short balls, but I think he's made the batters really work for their runs.
Yeah, oh no, yes. I mean, there's a full toss that someone clipped through mid-wicket to get to something, which was unusual. He hasn't actually been hit from any boundaries, has he? He's always had that sweeper most of the time on the offside to help him. That's fairly standard process now. Never used to be. But so he's been tapped through there quite often. But there's been a couple straight sixes type of lofted drives against him, which I always think, the bowler's done. It was perfectly all right skip when it left my hand. Used to try and explain that to Rosie. It was all right when it left my hand, Skip, but he just happened to come down and hit it for 6. That's a good shot, but it's only 1, I reckon.
Yeah, sweep there from Hutton, retaining the strike. And no doubt it'll be another Leach over. 1 wicket for a fifer, which will be a lovely little feather in the cap for Leachy. Wouldn't begrudge him of it.
No.
Archie Vaughan's speeds there ranging from 48 to 51 mile an hour, just a few miles an hour from Leachy. He's got a 3 mile an hour split between his sort of loopier balls and the quicker ones. Leachy's more around the 5 mile an hour range.
And his stock one, if he got one, is a bit quicker.
Yeah, I think he's to be sort of 52, 53, a little bit sharper through the air. But he's been doing it quite a while, hasn't he, now, Leachy?
Yeah. And he's enjoying his work just at the minute, because they don't quite know whether to stick or twist I think. Still 35 minutes to go and 10 overs.
Oh, under edge, and he's going to pick up 4. Brett Hutton has gone for the hard sweep. Hasn't quite hit it where he intended, but will pick up the same amount of runs.
Yeah, it's a bonus, really. I don't know where he was taking that one from, but we might have another look. Has he drifted down? He probably had. Just drifted slightly, but
I don't think you want to miss that.
No. It's a real bonus to get 4 for it, because it was a bottom edge almost.
Yeah, I think you've got sort of like, when you see the ball as a right-hander in towards leg stump, you can sometimes play the sweep shot on instinct, but the majority, and I think that one most certainly was a premeditated, as that one was again. He's going to pick up another boundary.
That was a better shot, and he's just drifted, Jack. I think that was leg stump, and not really a LBW candidate, if you see what I get. Probably, anyway. You can't tell from that angle, but he certainly middled it.
Better controlled there from...
And they're just reinforcing
Hutton.
that leg side.
Wouldn't surprise me if that was still straight.
Yeah, well, we might have
Maybe we'll
look.
get a front-on replay at some stage. We're going to get one just in time. Well done, team.
Yeah, that's
that
good.
One is going down.
Yeah, well hit, but
well spotted, Vic.
So that little stranglehold has just been loosened. Hutton can back, can't he?
Yes, he can. Yeah, that's been the one sort of feature of the game. You know, Somerset make a breakthrough, and
it's the time to really put the pressure on. They just let them get away a little bit, haven't they?
The one brings two cricket cliche hasn't
applied much.
Hasn't applied in this innings so far.
Well, apart from Patterson White, perhaps, but yeah.
498 now for 750, nearly 8 overs bowled. Leachy's bowled 51 of them.
This is not one of his best ones, and he's just gone for a couple boundaries. Just slow, but just turned a fraction. Still, you'll have to keep going, and you'll want to keep going.
There is spin on offer out there, so certainly be of interest for Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah.
Who didn't have his best day with the bat, just dragging his front leg out. Beautifully flighted spinning delivery from Archie Vaughan, and Rue took all but a split second to whip those bails off.
You've got to be quite... I have kept wicket very briefly here and there, not particularly well, but to be able to watch the ball and sort of, you just have to sense the batsmen have gone, I suppose, because you can't be looking two places at once. Where does he hit that? It's a bit of a bonus, actually, that going just for a single. But they must sense it when the batsman is just... Because he's got to be looking at the ball rather than the batsman's feet as it goes by. He just must sense that he's gone down. Worth taking no bails off.
Jack Russell, everything that beat the bat, the bails would just come off,
he would
drive everyone bonkers.
You played against Jack, didn't you? I did when he was younger.
Yeah, it was a nuisance. And, it was an absolute nuisance.
Exactly. And he knew he was being a pest, and he worked at it.
And
it was perfectly legitimate, but but he was a pest.
Fantastic cricketer and gamesman, you have to say. One more run for 500 here for Nottingham.
We're getting very close to a sort of landmark the stats like, which is Nott's highest score against Somerset, I think. He's getting that sweep shot out.
Under edge that time and fielded by Dixon at backward of square leg.
Dixon's one of those fielders that we sort of hardly ever see, isn't he? Didn't seem to have touched the ball until he wanted that, but
well, there's going to be a few Somerset supporters in particular next door that are going to want to see plenty of him tomorrow. With bat in hand, he's going to have a big job. Into the side as opener.
I mean, there's pressure on all the batsmen, but from an individual basis, he's under quite a lot of pressure, isn't he?
Yeah, Davey and even Lewis Gregory have had the opportunity to open the batting over the last few games and actually have done quite well. Dixon was given another chance to show what he can do and didn't work out in the first innings, and he'll be hoping for a better turnout.
It's one of the agonies of actually being an opening batsman, in that this is quite a long game, this one. You go out there, 11 o'clock in the morning, first day, getting a bit of a tangle, LBW naught. You've got to wait, and he doesn't bowl, and he don't field in the slips or anything, so he's out and about. It's a hell of a long wait until your next go, isn't it? Mulling over that pair or that next innings when you failed in the first innings. It's a long time.
I've got the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants going through my brain right now.
What did he have to say about it?
3 days later.
Right. Yeah.
You get a chance to put it all right.
Yeah, well, it's a long time in a cricket match when you've not done anything.
Certainly is. And that's the 500 up for Nottinghamshire, dabbed down the ground by Lyndon James, who's on 62.
Well, Nottinghamshire's highest score at Taunton is currently 505, which is under threat.
Yes,
so it may not be their highest against Somerset. I don't know. I'm just regurgitating a stat.
Half an appeal there from Jack Leach. Got the feeling that was a bit of wood involved on the way to that front pad. Mammoth effort from Jack Leach so far.
I mean, the other bonus is that Hutton is clearly a capable batsman, but he's not the fleetest runner between the wickets, so that quick single is not quite so much in the equation, I don't think. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think there are times when you actually don't mind a slower runner up the other end, you know. Lyndon's been out there for a while now, and you know he's probably looking to just take the adrenaline down for the next half an hour and get through the stumps.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Scampering signals late in the day is not always on everyone's menu. Another nice delivery there from Jack Leach to finish the over. Harry Everett's going to come in and join you for the last 7 overs, Vic. I'm sure everyone's had enough of hearing from me.
I very much doubt it, Pete, but we'll see you tomorrow then.
I cannot wait.
Well, there may be twists yet, but there haven't been many twists today. Quick singles. You need to have a good understanding with your partner with quick singles. There was a famous little dialogue between some very old timers. I think it was Ken Barrington and Fred Titmus playing for England. And they started to run these quick singles, and they were starting to get a bit knackered and exhausted. I think it was Ken Barrington who said to Fred Titmus, I think we're going to have to cut out some of these quick singles, Fred. And Fred said, OK, Ken, we'll cut out yours. I think that's how the story.
I like that. I'll try that in the next game. So, 7 overs remaining in the day, 6.4 to be precise. I think it's just after 6 o'clock close.
Ooh.
I like the athletic way they field off their own bowling. The sort of cartwheel, roly-poly. Dare I say, I don't remember you doing that too much.
Well, you don't remember seeing me bowl at all.
Well, no, okay, all right. You got me there.
I wasn't the best. I tell you, one of the best bowlers, fielders off their own bowling around the time I played, or just after, was another off spinner called Harvey Trump.
Not related to Trumper, Victor Trumper.
No.
Completely different.
He played for Somerset. He bowled off breaks. I bowled with him, and then he sort of played after I left. And he was a fantastic fielder off his own bowling. And he's a good fielder anyway, but he was anyway. He's using the sweep well, Hutton.
Yeah, sure, he plays nicely.
He's not missed many.
They run into each other there. There should be an easy 2 here.
And there is a 2, yeah.
One needs to run wider than the other. Don't you think the non-striking batter should run wider?
Well, yes, logically. They're just going to have a quick debrief on that. Yes, because obviously the striker is going to be hitting the ball from in front of the stumps by and large. So that theory holds good. Might be slightly more complicated when the bowler's bowling around the wicket.
Yeah.
Because you're both running on the offside of the stumps.
Yeah, I get annoyed sometimes batting with someone running towards me. I think just run a bit wider. There's no rule about how wide you can run. You can run a square leg umpire if you like.
Yeah. Now there's a long conflict. Oh, there's a few drinks being had. I think. Just trying to see how many. There's 6 overs remaining. I think Somerset are minded not to bowl more than 6 overs.
But this 6 overs is definitely taking us past 6 o'clock anyway. Even if they bowl spin, I would have thought.
It'll take us to 6 o'clock. They probably won't bowl more than 6.
No.
But they could be finishing quite promptly though.
Somerset want the dream finish.
They're over 8.
Bowl the last over at 6 o'clock, isn't it? That's the dream.
Well, the dream is to bowl them out.
Well, okay.
At that time, which is still possible, but
you probably want to bowl them out at 5:50.
Yeah, you don't want to bowl them out before then.
No,
I think they'll succeed in that.
Yeah, I don't think they want to bat before close.
No.
And then they'd have to hit the next 4 overs anyway. Leading edge.
That could have been, a little bit slower from Leach there. That is gone.
Again, Kishan just hasn't seen it. He wouldn't have got there anyway. But it's hard to pick it up. He's just putting his arms out saying, how am I ever going to pick that up?
Was that 4 or 6?
It was 4. Okay. A low skimmer.
I mean, he's taken that from off stump, but he's hit it with such certainty that you think, hang on a minute. In fact, they're going to reinforce the leg side. They've got an odd leg side field. It's a relatively short boundary out there as well. So they've got 3 men on the leg side boundary to Hutton and a very conventional offside field. Oh, and he's now out. That turned, and that is caught, slipped by Overton.
Yeah, well, we just said if Somerset bowl them out, they don't want to bowl them out too quickly and have a tricky couple of overs period.
Got that as well. I mean, you might consider if you were Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, declaring here.
Declaring now.
I agree. I think that'd be sensible.
I don't think they will, given how they've been going about their business.
Does Mohammed Abbas really want to pad up?
Well,
try and eke out
more to the point, does Sean Dixon want to pad up?
No, he doesn't.
Exactly.
We should say, at 508 for 8, after that sweep shot, that now is Nottinghamshire's highest ever score.
At Taunton.
Against Somerset, yeah.
Is their highest against Somerset or
highest
at
here.
Taunton?
Highest here, yeah.
That's quite a good stat, but it's not necessarily. Who have we got now?
I would have thought Abbas will bat 11. I'd be very surprised.
Oh, it's Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah, Farhan Ahmed's quite a good number 10.
Can bat.
You know?
He can bat.
He and Liam Patterson-White are proper batters.
Yeah, he can bat.
Genuine all-rounders. I'm actually surprised. I mean, Hutton can bat. I said Hutton could be a number 8, but I thought Farhan Ahmed would actually bat ahead of Brett Hutton.
Yeah. He walks out like a batsman apart from anything else. And obviously his brother Rehan is an exotic, and he's scoring quite a few runs this year for Leicestershire.
Yep,
so
another 100.
I've got a funny feeling he's a bit of an imposter. He shouldn't be at number 10.
No, definitely not.
And he'll be a lot better than Mohammed Abbas, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I almost think maybe they could declare before Abbas bothers coming out, because he's not going to add too much to the total. But if someone's set with him, then he can hang around him for straight. We should mention Jack Leach's fifer also.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's
5 wicket bags don't come along that often.
Yeah. That last one, it turned. It was it. Good delivery. If you watch the last half hour of cricket, you think, well, how the devil they got 500? I mean, it doesn't necessarily help Somerset, but the good thing about this surface is that it has actually, from the purist point of view, the good thing is it has just turned a bit more as the match has gone on, which is not always the case here. I mean, it hasn't turned much.
Which might make Farhan Ahmed's eyes light up for tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, he will have a busy day tomorrow, I reckon, and barring, the terrible early batting display, he'll be a busy man. And he'll be particularly relishing bowling against the left-handers. but he'll be relishing the prospect of bowling full stop. He's yet to score any significant runs, but I'm pretty damn sure that he is capable. His highest score is 31, and he only averages 10, but it's early days. He's got a pretty good record, though, for a 17-year-old with the ball already. He's only played 12 matches, but he's got 37 wickets at 31 apiece. Not bad for a 17-year-old. And also interesting that he's only 17, and yet he's already played 12 first-class matches.
Yeah.
He's got to be a good cricketer.
I watched him play for the under-19s as well. I watched him play for England Lions against Sri Lanka in that test warm-up in New Road last year as well.
Yeah.
Quite a young Lions side that was.
Yeah.
Bowled nicely that day. It was Jayasuriya, the left arm. Prabhath Jayasuriya was the left armer for Sri Lanka. You think a Sri Lankan spinner would be the main man in the game, but actually Teenage Ahmed was pretty useful. Casey Aldridge played in that same game. James Rue played in that same game. Those three were teammates. A bit of pressure for Essex now.
Yeah,
Ben Code's got 2 wickets, 6 for 2.
He's exploiting the early venom of the Kookaburra bowl.
He's found something. Did we discuss the Alior hit wicket dismissal as well?
Well, we might be able to, but I don't know what's happened.
Well, it doesn't happen very often, does it?
I think
Alior
hit wicket
following
twice.
on. Hampshire. Tillit Varma batting twice in an afternoon, the Indian overseas.
Hit wicket bowled Finch.
Yeah, Harry Finch. Or Adam Finch. Adam Finch. Harry Finch is at Kent. Adam Finch is at Worcestershire.
So, who is he out, I wonder?
He went back and tried to play it to leg side and just
nicked him off.
Just knocked him off, yeah.
Well, I know that I was out hit wicket twice in my
Were
career.
you? Of course. I bet there aren't many first-class cricketers who were out twice. You didn't learn the first time?
Well...
Go on, give us the full story. That could be another wicket. He's given it away. Chipped straight to Jack Leach, and the spin twins combine. Archie Vaughan gets another wicket. Farhan Ahmed, we just bigged up his batting.
I would declare.
Chip that straight to mid-wicket. Will Mohammed Abbas come up to bat? If Hampshire declare now, Somerset would have 2 overs to bat. This over would be wasted, then there'd be a 2-over swap around, and there'd be 2 tricky overs for Dixon to face alongside Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Nottinghamshire. Not Hampshire.
We're talking about Hampshire, weren't we? We're talking about the hit wicket down at Southampton.
Yeah, well, it's a cheap dismissal and a disappointment for Farhan Ahmed, who I'm sure can bat, but not today. So 509 for 8. So the lead is 130. I mean, this is in Somerset's interest, I reckon, to obviously reduce that lead or not let it get up to 150. Mohammed Abbas, I don't think, is renowned for his batsmanship. The Somerset now will be desperately just trying to take their time and to perhaps get him out at 550. How many overs remaining? That's the other factor. There are 5 overs remaining, so they'd like to keep him in, actually, for 2 or 3. How many overs do you have for the turnaround? 2?
2, yeah.
So I could see a scenario where Jack Leach, who has bowled 55 overs in the innings, will be invited to open the batting.
I know where you're going there. I think Mohammed Abbas should not be batting. If I'm Nottinghamshire coach or captain here, I would say, Abbas, keep your pads off.
Well, it's a good job.
Paul Franks
is not here.
Maybe the reason he's batting is because Paul Franks was too busy distracted up here because he chatted to Dave Bracegirdle for about half an hour after he left us on Commons.
Well, they've also got a captain up there. The captain's
captain might be having a nap. He might be doing a Phil Tufnell.
I don't think...
That doesn't happen
I don't
these
think
days,
the captain will be doing that.
Might be on the physio bed.
Oh, they'll like that.
Does Lyndon James go on the aggressive streak at the other end?
Well, I don't. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mohammed Abbas is a genuine number 11, isn't he?
Oh, absolute. The ferret after the rabbit.
But it doesn't actually help Somerset going slowly because there are overs to be bowled anyway. This will be after this over. There are 4 overs remaining.
Well, this is Abbas checking his helmet. I don't know what's wrong with his helmet.
Well, also I think Somerset bringing out a helmet. For a bat pad? Yes,
Guess Mohammed Abbas's highest score in first-class cricket.
Well, it's not going to be very high. It's going to be 27.
No, 40.
Oh, there you go.
Highest Test match is 29.
Okay.
He averages 5 in Test cricket and 6 in first-class cricket.
Okay. So he's... They're taking their time here, but actually, after this over, there are 4 remaining, so there would still be 2 to bowl. Yes?
Yes.
How many balls left in this over? 1 ball. I think Somerset quite like him to survive this one. And he has.
Yeah. I see your point. Somerset don't want to take a wicket quite yet.
No. So, I mean, this is ridiculous, these little bits of intrigue that crop up in a cricket match. There are 4 overs remaining, so if Somerset took a wicket in this over, I assume there would then be 2 more. You don't have half an over. There'd be 2.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
There'd be
So
2 would
more.
be taken off, so there'd be 1 over to bowl.
Yes.
In which case, who's playing for Somerset?
And then the game you're commentating on.
Leach is the absolute, or
Nailed
Henry,
on.
but Leach
no,
probably.
Leach, not Henry. Henry likes to
would
whack
be, having bowled 53 overs, would be the strongest candidate to
Night
go out
watcher,
and
yeah.
face the final over.
it. Josh Davey would have been a candidate, but he's not playing in
Well,
this
no, he's
game.
a respected opening batsman, though.
Yeah, but someone's got to open the other end. You can't have 2 night watches, can you? If he does his job, the non-striker doesn't do anything.
Davey's no longer a night watchman.
Well,
He's an opening
why do you
batsman.
why do you rest the opening bat then?
Well, I gather that
If he's an opening bat,
I gather there was some concern about his sort of. He wasn't 100% fit, I think, at the start of the game.
It was fine to bat, but maybe not bowl.
Yeah, well, okay. Anyway, see what happens.
Oh.
Well, that's it. That is the. Now we've got a little consult, but I think.
It's definitely carried to Craig Overton.
Yeah.
That's 6 wickets for Jack Leach.
6 for Jack Leach.
And Jack Leach might have to run off and pad up. Craig Overton's quickly got to say someone's padding up for 1 over.
Well, someone. I mean, it could be Henry, you know.
No. Could it be Casey Aldridge, maybe? I don't think it'll be Henry, because Henry. Well, he whacked it. He whacked 40 on the first innings.
The point is, if there is only 1 over left.
Yeah, which I believe there is. 3 overs remaining, 2 are lost.
Okay, so if there's 1 over left, if a wicket falls in that over,
close.
End of play.
So there's no 3. Yeah, there's no number 3 padding up. No.
Ergo, what you want to do, if you want to protect yourself, what you want to do is send out your rabbit to face that over. If he gets out, doesn't matter in that you won't be exposing.
And the non-striker cannot bother with the thigh pad. He can not even bother with the helmet, just leave him his bat.
The non-striker is going to stay as a non-striker throughout that over.
Agreed.
Henry can hit 4s and 6s if you like.
Okay,
if it's him.
I get where you're going with this, I suppose.
So I will be intrigued to see who they send out.
Yeah, so on your theory, you want the worst batter.
The worst batsman.
Which could be Henry or Leach.
Yeah, the worst batsman should go and over.
Well, it's
the
not
batsman.
Jack Leach, is it? Because look, he's still signing autographs.
Yeah,
Unless
well,
he's.
well, I don't know. He's going up
signed a
now.
couple.
So, sorry,
Sorry, I'm pad up,
I've
lad.
just been summoned. Jack, hurry up. But he's not the worst batter. I would think I would send out Henry.
But Henry got 41 not out, which was the 3rd top scorer of the first innings. It's a tricky one, I get you, because Somerset bats so deep, there isn't a genuine tail.
Well,
if it was
the
Mohammed
candidates
Abbas,
are
Leach or Henry, isn't it? Maybe Aldridge.
Well, Aldridge, I mean, he's supposed to be a better batsman than that, but he hasn't had a very busy game.
And he's young and keen.
And he's young.
And it gives him a chance to bat big
and he
tomorrow.
can't say no if he's told
Yeah.
to do it.
I wouldn't be surprised. And also, Aldridge got...
It also, if he gets through, would be a grand opportunity
Yeah.
for him.
A Gillespie opportunity.
Well, he's better than Gillespie, isn't he? Potentially.
Yes.
Not as a bowler.
Well, he's not got double 100 yet, but...
No, he hasn't. But he is potentially a better batsman than Gillespie. We're talking Jason Gillespie, who got a double 100 for Australia as a night watchman. So there are many little... I mean, you don't want Kohler Cadmore exposed.
No,
and
I agree.
Dixon's on a pair.
I mean, fair play if Dixon fancies it, though.
Well, I don't expect
It'd be a bold call. No, it'd be a bold call if he does.
Also,
though.
I'm pretty sure that in the first innings, it's significant who takes the first ball.
TKC took 1.
Exactly. So
you think Dixon is at the non-striker's end because he's an opener tomorrow morning?
Well, because
Yeah.
I think if I were Somerset, I think it's probably a toss-up between Henry and Aldridge, and actually, provided he's willing, I'd send out Aldridge on the basis, and I'd try it. You haven't got time to sell it to him. And mind you, what you've got to do is he's told as well.
Quite, he's grateful to be in the team.
On the basis is, if you get through that, if you get out there, get through that session, well, that one over
session.
By the way, you're not allowed to run a single.
Yeah. You can hit as many bounds as you like, but no singles.
Yeah. What an opportunity you've got tomorrow to really make an impact in this game and demonstrate what you can do. So that is my final answer. I would go Aldridge and Dixon.
Well, we could have a 5-minute break while we wait to see what happens.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I was getting overexcited.
You're getting quite excited.
Well, it is only a 5-minute break now.
Because you've talked through 5 minutes of it.
Well, there's only one over remaining. I mean, I've suddenly woken up because there's an issue here, and I'm very
down the
curious.
You've been all day.
I know. It's the first most exciting part of the day in a way.
Other than the 110th over, which I really enjoyed.
Okay. I think we're going to disappear for a few minutes.
Should we have a bit of a laugh for 5 minutes? Charlie Taylor's been at Glastonbury. He's just recovered from Glastonbury. Let's have a little chuckle. Let's watch Paul Tweddle and Charlie Taylor with a little 3-minute clip.
Thank you. Good idea.
Out here in the middle of the Cooper Associates County Ground, I've got Charlie Taylor with me. We're going to talk about your catching extraordinaire in a minute. And Paul Tweddle, Somerset assistant coach. There's been a bit of chat flying around about Charlie Taylor's catching prowess. And you may well have seen an edit of him dropping a catch at a TV game last year, which hopefully we would have showed a few times tonight already. But Trade Nation have very kindly agreed to donate £50 every time Charlie Taylor completes a catch. That's £50 if he catches one. They've obviously seen the footage already of him shelling them, so they obviously don't feel too worried about that. But Charlie, how are you feeling about tonight?
I am really nervous about tonight. I'm not known for my catching. I play for a local club in Somerset, and they know that if it's coming to me, it's runs rather than wickets. So I am nervous. Just done a couple of practice ones. Managed to hold on just about to a couple. So we'll see. Extra pressure with 50 quid riding on it. I mean, that adds on a bit of pressure there. So I'm nervous. Yeah,
absolutely. Tweds. If people are at home on the Trade Nation website, I don't think this is available to trade on, but it might be. Where would your money be? Would you be trading heavily with Charlie or against him here?
I haven't seen the start, mate. I think I'm going evens at the moment. I think I'm definitely worth 150 quid, I reckon.
150 quid? That'll be brilliant. We've got the RNLI, that's going to tonight. So Charlie Taylor, let's see what he's got. We're ready for catch number one. Yes! Well done, 50 quid in the coffers. We've got some of the Somerset players up on the balcony giving Charlie a bit of as well. Looking forward to some. Tom Abel saying hit it higher. That one's gone a bit higher. Oh, Charlie. Catch number 3 coming up. Charlie Taylor underneath that high ball again. Charlie, you don't play the piano, do you? No. Good job. Your mouth is your the money maker here, as they say. So catch number 5 coming up. Tweddle gives us some height. Taylor underneath it. Yes! Straight in the breadbasket. It's 150 quid for charity, Charlie. So for one catch to come.
Could be 200.
Could be 200 quid coming to the RNLI. Catch number 6 going up. Tweddle gives it a bit more height. Yes! So completed the catching challenge, and I have to say, Charlie Taylor, £200, 4 catches caught. How did that go?
I am amazed that 4 managed to stay in. Okay, not cleanly, like you said, some of them, but I tell you what, that gives me a newfound respect for that. If you imagine the floodlights on as well, a full crowd, obviously not this year, but normally that pressure, knowing also if it's a big wicket, if it's their key batsman, that's a lot of pressure. It's actually quite painful as well. So fair play to them, but I'm absolutely delighted. 200 quid for charity.
Well, that was highly entertaining.
That was.
And he did well, Charlie. I thought we were going to see him humiliated, but he clung on. He willed him in.
I really enjoyed
and he
that.
created 200 quid for charity. What a great effort. And I think he managed to switch on just in time to see this triumph.
What do you mean just in time? He's been
triumph.
watching us all day, Vic.
Oh, right, of course.
Of course he has. What else he's got to do?
Well, it
He's
was a
recovering from Glastonbury.
triumph of broadcasting and catching.
Other than
And
the
it's kept
crocodile
us busy
technique.
for 3 or 4 minutes. Now, I want you, with your hawk eyes, Harry, to identify Somerset's opening pair. I think it's going to be the usual 2.
I can see Matt Henry. Matt Henry's definitely got pads on.
Has he?
You can see him there, look. 21 on his back. And that looks like Tom Curler-Cadmore, who will be at the non-strikers end.
So it's
you'd
Henry.
think.
They went Henry.
But Tom Curler-Cadmore has been batting number 1. So surely it should be Dixon, not Curler-Cadmore, at the non-strikers end.
Well, that's a choice that they can make. Curler-Cadmore, it doesn't matter which one
Well,
it
it
is.
does matter because if Henry gets through this over,
Yeah.
Tom Curler-Cadmore is batting tomorrow and Dixon's not at the very start.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that?
Why would you change your 1 and 2?
Well,
position?
because 1 and 2, it doesn't make any difference. There's a superstition attached to who goes
Yeah.
1, who goes 2. It's not as if
I feel like
it's-
TKC's quite a superstitious bloke. That's quite surprising me.
Well, I mean...
Maybe he's going to take 1, Vic. He might completely surprise us all.
And do what?
Take 1. He's not going to.
He's not going to. He
There's
might,
a 1% chance.
I mean, in a curious sense, he has got the freedom to try and hit every ball for 4. In that, as my understanding is, if a wicket falls, it's 6 o'clock. There's only 1 over remaining. If a wicket falls, he could be what they got excited about Stuart Broad, the Night Hawk.
The Night Hawk, exactly.
I don't suppose he will be, but if it's in his slot, he might as well smack it for 4, because if he gets out, well, he's already done his job by turning up.
More importantly, really, we should
Anyway.
say Liam Patterson-White is going to bowl it.
And he's going to start now.
There you go, he's
Right,
going to
he's
smash it for
gonna-
4. The Night Hawk.
And he did it that for 4, didn't he?
Tom Curler-Cadmore's looking to run. Look.
Well,
He's
you've got
just
to run
joking.
2. I mean, if you've got to have the option of running 2. Okay?
Yeah.
You've got to take the 2 if it's there.
Well, that was clearly 4, though. Matt
Yeah.
Henry's loving this. Matt Henry
Well,
got a
that's
licence.
what I'm telling you. He's got licence
Yeah.
to knock
He
off.
is a Night Hawk.
To knock off quite a few doodahs. Runs.
I'm surprised TKC's even bothered with the helmet.
Well,
4 fielders are going back.
They're going back. Okay.
This is a cracking little over passage. I've enjoyed it. Now he could get 1, but he's not going to have 1.
No,
Tassie
see,
for
he's
me.
he's a mature cricketer. So 4 for no wicket off 2. In fact, the scoreboard's packed up over there. And they've caught up. There.
Give Polly a chance there.
Yeah, sorry. He doesn't look very nervous, Henry.
Well, he's got nothing to lose, as you say. If he gets out, it doesn't matter.
Well, that did beat him.
But actually, there's no point in trying to defend it, really, because you said that the day's done.
Well,
he's already got 45
it'd be
runs in
handy
the
if he
match.
stayed in, because he could cause a bit of mayhem tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, yeah, it could be exciting, actually. Matt Henry, the opening bat.
That turned.
I wonder when Craig's... Haynes, do you fancy batting tonight? There's a cut
He's
for
hit that
probably
well, and he's
none.
not going to get a run for it. But he hit it really.
Did he make the
sweetly.
mistake of hitting the 4 first ball? Maybe he should have tempted them and then saved his 4. So the
How many
field
balls
moves
is
then
that?
up. That's 3.
No, it's not. It's 4. 4 balls gone. 2 to go.
Yeah, scoreboard just catching up. Giving himself some room, that ball, Henry.
Didn't like that one so much. There's 1 ball left. Come on, Matt. come and have some fun tomorrow morning. Hang in there, and you can have some fun tomorrow morning. I don't expect he's opened the batting very often. Last ball of the day. He's bowled him. Well, in a curious way, he's done his job, but it's a bit of a disappointment. Everyone's walking off.
That was
a good piece of bowling, actually. He zipped that one in.
Clever from Liam Patson-White. Credit to the left arm spinner. But yeah, off stump. Bale knocked off, and that's a big celebration from Notts because they only now need 9 more wickets and then maybe to knock off whatever Somerset might get a lead. But still fancy the draw.
Oh, yeah. My choice was Aldridge. but anyway, he's sort of done his job, but it could have been better.
Well, all doing his job was getting out first ball, Vic. Whether he gets out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th or 6th ball, doing his job. By walking onto the pitch, he's done his job. If the worst batter in the world came out to bat, it still would have been the last over of the day.
Okay, well, a sort of bit of drama in the last hour.
We've had 2 overs with real drama today, the 110th and that over there. They made my day.
So, it's 4 for 1. Somerset's deficit is, whatever it is, 126. So, they've got a bat at least until tea, and probably beyond. And we'll see whether they can do that tomorrow morning.
Sounds good.
It's been a weird old day. In the end, here's a stat for you.
Go on.
Wickets falling, 6 on the first day, 7 on the second, 8 on the third.
6, 7, so you reckon there's going to be 9 tomorrow, which would actually mean...
Somerset bat through. or Somerset lose by 10 wickets.
Yeah. Right, we'll leave you on that bombshell. Thanks very much, everyone. Same 3 of us back tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
That's a very good stat. I like that.